There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. Wang Lin's mood was heavy. The old Holy Emperor's situation weighed heavily on his heart. As Wang Lin traveled towards the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect on the cultivation planet, almost all the cultivators flew out, their shouts of Holy Emperor, echoing like thunder. Within these shouts lay the excitement and anticipation of the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect's clansmen, accumulated over many years. More and more cultivators followed behind Wang Lin, especially the younger generation, their eyes filled with reverence. As Wang Lin progressed, the number of clansmen following him continued to increase. Master! A cry of excitement rang out from among the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect's clansmen, causing Wang Lin to pause slightly. Lei Ji and Daotou, transformed into streaks of light, flew towards him. With a smile on his face, Wang Lin nodded towards the two. As he continued walking, another long joyful laugh rang out, and it was Sichu Nan rushing over. He hugged Wang Lin tightly, laughing loudly, "Good boy. You finally came out." Wang Lin's smile widened. Sichu Nan's injuries had completely healed, his cultivation had advanced, and even the toxins had been suppressed. Behind Sichu Nan, the silver-robed woman and Fu Fengzi also followed. The silver-robed woman silently followed behind Wang Lin. As for Fu Fengzi, his expression was respectful, but the joy in his eyes was genuine. Finally, when Wang Lin reached the last main star of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, the clansmen behind him had completely covered the sky and earth. Holy Emperor! Holy Emperor! Earth-shattering shouts echoed, replacing all other sounds in the starry sky. This last main planet of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect was also the dwelling place of Rendao. On this planet, he heard the cheers of the people around him, his expression grim, staring intently at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with resentment. Beside him, Liao Yun glanced disdainfully at Rendao, then soared towards Wang Lin, who was surrounded by countless clansmen. He respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Liao Yun respectfully welcomes the Holy Emperor." His expression revealed fanaticism. Compared to those clansmen who hadn't gone to the demon spirit land back then, his understanding of Wang Lin was far greater. Especially Wang Lin's divine abilities from back then had completely won the hearts of all the clansmen who had gone to the demon spirit land. Fang Xin hesitated for a moment before leaping up, joining Liao Yun in welcoming Wang Lin. The vast majority of the clansmen of this main star were also excitedly greeting Wang Lin, just like the two of them. Therefore, the gloomy demeanor of Rendao, the few elders behind him, and some loyal clansmen created a stark contrast to the others. "Wang Lin, I challenge you." Rendao forcefully raised his head and shouted, staring intently at Wang Lin, who was smiling and bowing to the other clansmen. He had no choice but to do this. If Wang Lin continued to develop, he would have no hope of becoming a Saint Emperor. In the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, the Saint Emperor was the heavens. All those who resisted would become enemies of the entire clan. But there was also a rule in the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. It was precisely because of that rule that Rendao dared to challenge him at this moment. The sudden loud shout echoed throughout the starry sky, instantly bringing silence to the surroundings. Suddenly, all eyes focused on Rendao. Among them were several elders of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. Their task was to ensure Wang Lin's smooth ascension to the position of Sacred Emperor, and they absolutely forbade any dissenting voices. This was a death order from the old sacred emperor. Ren Dao's forehead was covered in sweat. Being stared at by so many eyes shook his mind. But at this moment, he disregarded everything. He stared at Wang Lin and shouted again, "Wang Lin, do you dare accept my challenge, Ren Dao? If you don't dare, you are not worthy to become the sacred emperor." The three old men behind Ren Dao stepped forward, silently standing behind him, raising their heads to look at the elders and countless clan members in the air. "Ren Dao, you are truly audacious, and you three. You are openly defying the old sacred emperor's order, aren't you?" From the crowd, a tall, imposing old man stepped forward. This old man was one of the shattered Nirvana elders who had been present in the demon spirit land back then. "Elder Chu, our Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect has a rule. On the day of the transition between two generations of sacred emperors, all clan members have the right to challenge the new sacred emperor. Is that correct? A bunch of fools who don't know their place." A cold glint flashed in Elder Chu's eyes, his cold smile tinged with mockery. But he didn't attack, instead stepping back a few paces. Not only this old man, but at this moment, among the tens of thousands of clan members of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect who had been to the demon spirit land back then, all looked at Ren Dao with mocking eyes, some even showing a hint of pity. Under these gazes, Ren Dao's heart couldn't help but tremble. Over the past 3 years, he had heard many stories about Wang Lin's exploits in the demon spirit land, but he had never believed them. Especially now, seeing Wang Lin, he clearly recognized that Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the great perfection of the Nirvana realm. He was even more skeptical of those rumors. At this moment, Wang Lin's cold gaze fell upon Ren Dao. His eyes immediately made Ren Dao tremble, and a sudden chill rose in his heart. "Challenge me, and no one survives. Are you willing?" Wang Lin's voice was calm, yet it contained an icy coldness that sent shivers down the spines of everyone who had met him in the demon spirit land. They would never forget that punch that tore open the dark heavens and earth, the dream of returning to ancient times and shattering the starry sky. Ren Dao's mind was violently shaken, a vague premonition of something bad. But at this moment, the arrow was already drawn, especially when he carefully observed that Wang Lin truly only had the cultivation of the great perfection of the Nirvana realm. His expression turned fierce, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Challenge?" Wang Lin nodded. Although his clone and main body were separated, and he no longer possessed the powerful body of his main body with Wang Lin's divine abilities, the technique of scattering beams into soldiers could kill all the cultivators of the pure Nirvana realm, and he even dared to fight against those of the shattered Nirvana realm. In fact, at this moment, whether his main body was present or not made little difference. If his main body were here, with the strength of his body, Wang Lin could prolong the battle, exceeding everyone's expectations. Not to mention the technique of the Nightfall, which could only be unleashed in special circumstances. Wang Lin didn't know that over the past 3 years, through the oral traditions of the remaining cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance from the Demon Spirit Land, this Nightfall divine ability had stirred up a storm in the Star Alliance. With Nightfall unleashed, the void perished. Of the 3 clones of Tia Yanzi, 2 died and 1 was severely wounded. Such a feat was enough to propel Wang Lin to the top of the cultivation world. "No matter what, you are a member of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. I can allow you to be cremated." Wang Lin waved his right hand. In an instant, an illusory spiritual body suddenly appeared behind him. 9 Juan transformation. The moment this spiritual body appeared, it immediately drew astonished gasps from the surrounding Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect members. Their excited gazes all focused on Wang Lin. The 9 Juan transformation divine ability could only be learned by successive sacred emperors. Even Ren Dao's face turned pale, but in an instant, his eyes revealed a look of resentment and unwillingness. With a low growl, he formed hand seals, and flames suddenly surged wildly from his entire body, creating a wave of heat. As it swirled around his body, a vague armor formed. Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold, and as he waved his right hand, the illusory spiritual body behind him immediately merged into his right arm. Following his upward movement, his right hand directly pointed at Ren Dao from a distance. "Fire burn!" A cold voice rang out, also the majestic voice of someone who held all the firepower in the heavens and earth in their hands. At this moment, all fire was under Wang Lin's control. With the words fire burn, the flames outside Ren Dao's body suddenly swirled and rushed back towards him. In this moment of crisis, the vague armor outside his body unexpectedly shot out, like a flying sword, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. Ren Dao's heart trembled. He hadn't expected Wang Lin to be able to control his own flames. He knew this was his last chance. If he couldn't seriously injure or kill this person with one sword strike after the flames engulfed him, he would once again be in danger. One sword strike will take the opponent's life. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He formed a hand seal with his right hand and pointed towards Ren Dao. With this single gesture, Wang Lin unleashed the Nine Zhuan transformation for the first time. In an instant, his entire right hand felt an extremely high wave of heat. Open the three worlds of fire origin. Following Wang Lin's calm voice, his right hand pointed out from a distance, attacking Ren Dao, who was charging forward. Ren Dao suddenly stopped, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. A loud bang erupted from his body. He was instantly sent flying. His eyes showed fear and terror, but mostly a bewildered look. However, the moment he lunged out, a loud explosion erupted within his body. A cloud of blood mist spewed from his entire body, instantly turning him into a blood-soaked figure. His body then emitted continuous banging sounds, instantly shattering into pieces. His blood burst, and his agonizing screams echoed. At this moment, his soul frantically rushed out. He was still bewildered. He simply couldn't understand why a single gesture from his opponent had caused his body to collapse so rapidly. But just as his soul emerged, another soul-shattering explosion erupted from within. A destructive force, a constant interplay of fire and lightning, surged forth, causing Ren Dao's entire soul to instantly collapse. All of this was accomplished in an instant. In everyone's eyes, Wang Lin had only shown his power twice to annihilate Ren Dao. Throughout, Wang Lin's demeanor remained unchanged. The Nine Zhuan transformation did not disappoint him. The cultivation technique of the successive Saint Emperors of the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect was undeniably powerful. The fusion of fire and lightning makes its power even stronger than I anticipated. Wang Lin's gaze swept over the three old men who had been beside Ren Dao earlier. One of them had reached the early stage of shattered nirvana, and the other two were in the late stage of pure nirvana. You three also want to challenge me? A white flame appeared in Wang Lin's right pupil as he stared intently at the three old men. The two late-stage pure nirvana old men exchanged glances, then finally looked towards the early-stage shattered nirvana old man. Clearly, to this person, they were like thunderbolts, striking wherever he pleased. This old man looked at Wang Lin, his expression calm, but his heart was extremely shaken. He had killed Ren Dao with just two fingers, something he could have easily done, but he was a shattered nirvana cultivator. Wang Lin, on the other hand, was merely at the great perfection of the glimpse nirvana realm. Therefore, he couldn't help but take this person before him seriously. More importantly, the Nine Zhuan transformation. The old man's mind trembled. He also saw that almost all the eyes of the elders and clansmen of the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect were fixed on him. An invisible pressure surged towards him. The old man pondered for a moment, then calmly opened his mouth and said, "Welcome, Holy Emperor." As soon as these words were spoken, the two old men beside him breathed a sigh of relief and simultaneously clasped their hands in greeting. "Welcome, Holy Emperor." Thus, a group of clansmen following these three old men all showed expressions of reverence, and all uttered words of welcome. "Welcome, Holy Emperor." In an instant, this sound emanated from almost all the clansmen in the starry sky. Tens of thousands of people simultaneously created a thunderous, earth-shattering sound in the starry sky. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. Although the sounds of welcome echoed everywhere, he understood that many of these people were inwardly unconvinced. After all, his cultivation was not enough to intimidate all the clansmen of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. But he didn't care about that. Wang Lin's mind wasn't focused on the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. Amidst the incessant sounds of welcoming greetings, as Wang Lin was surrounded by most of the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect's clansmen, several individuals harbored complex thoughts. The first was Tower Mountain. Instead of coming out to meet Wang Lin, Tower Mountain remained silently seated, gazing into the sky. Although the cultivation planet where he resided was invisible to Wang Lin, he could vaguely sense the welcoming sounds emanating from the distant starry sky. His expression was deeply troubled. After a long while, he sighed softly, closed his eyes, and resumed his meditation. However, his heart remained unsettled, unable to find peace. Besides him, there was another person in a similar state. This person sat on the city wall of a cultivation planet, surrounded by 7 or 8 wine gourds scattered around him. He held one in his hand, occasionally taking a large gulp, his expression revealing a profound sadness. Compared to the commotion surrounding Wang Lin, this old man seemed desolate, seemingly indifferent to everything. Behind him, Linger quietly kept him company. Besides Tower Mountain and Chende Ozi, there was another person in this burning star domain with a very complex inner world. This person was Sulaguo. Inside the fiery vortex, his curses echoed incessantly as if he knew no fatigue. Wang Lin, you slayer of the heavenly blade, why haven't you released your Grandpa Su yet? You wait for your Grandpa Su. 2 days later, the elders of the remaining 3 holy sects also came to congratulate Wang Lin on becoming the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. In a short time, the entire Vermilion Bird Holy Sect became extremely lively. Wang Lin was very polite to the elders of the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger sects. The 4 holy sects were originally bound together by a common spirit. Most of the elders of the remaining 3 holy sects had witnessed Wang Lin's divine abilities before, and naturally, upon meeting him again, they wouldn't show any arrogance because his cultivation was only at the Nirvana stage. After exchanging polite words for a while, the elders of the remaining 3 holy sects were all arranged places to rest. They were all very pleased with Wang Lin's acceptance of the new holy emperor, especially the 3 great elders of the Holy Dragon Holy Sect, who showed even more respect towards Wang Lin. 3 years ago, after Wang Lin informed them of the news concerning the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor, they were extremely grateful to him. The coronation of a holy emperor requires countless rituals. This is a tradition of the 4 holy sects, and Wang Lin didn't want to change it. These rituals were scheduled for the 6th day. After 3 years of the old holy emperor's devoted teachings, this was a great favor to him. Although it was partly a transaction, Wang Lin felt that this kind of kindness needed to be repaid. However, Wang Lin knew he had other matters to attend to and couldn't stay here for too long. Especially over the past 3 years, he had been meditating constantly, but his mind was often restless, a clear sense of dread creeping in. This feeling might have only happened once or twice, but over the course of 3 years, Wang Lin had experienced it no less than 10 times. Moreover, this feeling was becoming increasingly clear, vaguely emanating from the Vermilion Bird Star. Wang Lin knew that as his cultivation continued to improve, he also developed a certain premonition of danger. Clearly, this ever-increasing sense of danger originated from Thak Sam. For over 1,000 years, Thak Sam's roaring voice had vaguely echoed in Wang Lin's mind. One day I will come to find you and reclaim the inherited memories of TUT. Thak Sam was likely coming very soon. Wang Lin sat cross-legged beside a volcano on this main planet. The volcano beside him occasionally spewed thick black smoke, carrying intensely hot flames. Thak Sam was like a knife constantly hanging over Wang Lin's head, ready to strike at any moment. For over 1,000 years, Wang Lin could never underestimate this danger. Having reached the 5-star ancient god level, and combining this with the powerful inherited memories of the ancient gods, Wang Lin conducted a thorough analysis of Thak Sam's strength. The results of this analysis shook his mind. Such a powerful enemy could break free at any time and hunt him down to the ends of the earth. Wang Lin simply could not continue to live peacefully in the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, because doing so would only implicate the 4 sacred sects, leading to their destruction at Thak Sam's hands. After more than 1,000 years of cultivation, Wang Lin was no longer the insignificant core formation cultivator he once was. Although Thak Sam was powerful, Wang Lin wasn't unprepared. If immortal Emperor Qinglin could be resurrected, I wonder how he would compare to Thak Sam. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he glanced at the ground at the foot of the mountain. The entire cultivation planet of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect was burning, its surface a sea of crimson. The great favor of the old Sacred Emperor, I will temporarily repay by rescuing the Azure Dragon Sacred Emperor. If I can escape Thak Sam's pursuit and possess the cultivation to defeat him, I can repay all the old Sacred Emperor's kindness, protect the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, and restore its former glory if I die at Thak Sam's hands. Wang Lin silently gazed at the heavens and earth before him, a bitter expression on his face. Sam Waterfall, I will make sure he can't easily escape. Everyone in the world has greed. Who knows how many people a single ancient god's star can attract? A sinister smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips. Just then, a streak of light tore through the wind from the distant horizon. When it was about 10 meters from Wang Lin, the streak of light dissipated, transforming into an old man in red robes. The old man's expression was calm as he looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Holy Emperor, the envoys from the Yin sect, Luo Jia, and the Zhuanyun Kingdom of the Alliance have all arrived and are waiting in the Vermilion Bird's rear hall. Would you like to meet them?" This old man before him was also one of the 6 people who had gone to the demon spirit land that year. Wang Lin only knew that this man's surname was Su, and his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Shattered Nirvana realm. Among the Shattered Nirvana elders of the Vermilion Bird sacred sect, this man held great prestige. In the past few days, many forces from the Alliance had sent envoys to offer congratulations. Wang Lin had consistently avoided meeting these people, leaving the elders of the Vermilion Bird sacred sect and their clansmen to handle the reception. As for Luo Jia and Xiaoyin sect, this was the first time they had sent representatives. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, remembering his previously planned strategy to deal with Dusen, and his initial intention of not meeting these envoys had now changed. "All right." Wang Lin stood up and calmly said. The old man looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, "I, Su, would like to ask the Holy Emperor a question. After you took over this position, what are your plans?" This wasn't just a question from Elder Su, but a common concern among the elders. "We hope the Holy Emperor will frankly explain." "Save the Azure Dragon, Holy Emperor." After saying this, Wang Lin didn't even look at the old man again, taking a step forward and transforming into a streak of light, flying straight ahead. Elder Zu's body trembled, and he turned sharply towards where Wang Lin had just disappeared, his expression suddenly changing drastically. "Azure Dragon, Holy Emperor." He took a deep breath, no longer having the mind to question anything further. His mind was completely shaken by these 4 words. The matter concerning the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor was known only to the old Holy Emperor and the 3 great elders of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect. The shock in Elder Zu's heart was like a raging storm. For the first time, he felt that Wang Lin was incredibly profound and unfathomable. The Vermilion Bird Hall was made of reddish-pink jade, clearly visible from afar. On all 4 sides, there were countless crimson trees spread out. Even the small path on the ground was a deep crimson. A scorching aura emanated from the Grand Hall, filling the surroundings. At this moment, there were 3 people inside, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was exquisitely beautiful, dressed in thin silk, revealing a hint of her ample breasts, her demeanor captivating. Her beautiful eyes held a seductive charm. She kept her attention on the 2 people not far away. One was a weathered old man, the other a bald man. The old man, clad in crimson, exuded an aura of authority without anger. He kept his eyes closed, yet the space around his body seemed to twist and warp, as if it were not a single entity, revealing his astonishing cultivation. As for the bald-headed man, he was relatively unremarkable, dressed in simple cloth robes, with a calm demeanor. However, occasionally a hint of bewilderment flickered in his eyes, quickly returning to normal. But this woman noticed with just a glance that whenever this bewildered expression appeared in the bald-headed man's eyes, the heaven and earth's elemental energy in the Great Hall would momentarily stagnate. If Wang Lin were here at this moment, he would undoubtedly recognize this bald-headed man as someone he knew with just a glance. At this moment, several juniors from the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect entered the Great Hall, carrying tea and fruit, placing them beside the 3 of them before leaving. The beautiful woman raised her teacup, gently blew on it, and then smiled charmingly at the old man, saying, "This must be Senior Li Yunzi of the Luotia Star Domain, right? I am Li Yingzi of the Xiaoyin sect. Greetings to Senior." The old man in the red robe was indeed Li Yunzi. Hearing this, Li Yunzi opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. He coldly looked at the beautiful woman and calmly said, "I am Li Yunzi." A smile appeared on the beautiful woman's face. She took a sip of tea and chuckled softly. "Senior Li Yunzi, your reputation in Luotia is illustrious. This time you've come to represent Luotia to congratulate the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. It seems Luotia is very keen on forging a good relationship with the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. You are a core disciple of the Yin sect, and despite your young age, you already possess the pure nirvana cultivation. I hear you also possess 4 corpse puppets, 3 of which have divine abilities comparable to those of a shattered nirvana cultivator. The yin sect allowing you to come here shows how highly you valued the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. Liatvinti's voice was as calm as before. These words, however, caused the beautiful woman's eyes to flash, appearing unfathomable. So, fellow Taoist, you are from the Alliance, but may I ask your name? The beautiful woman turned, looking at the bald man. The bald man calmly replied, Su-Yun Kingdom, Mozi. Mozi. The beautiful woman frowned. She had never heard this name before. But Liatvinti's eyes also became extremely serious. He turned sharply towards the bald man, looked closely, and slowly said, So you are Mozi. The bald man smiled slightly, clasped his hands towards Liatvinti, and said, Mozi greets Senior. The beautiful woman pondered for a moment before inquiring, All I know is that this person is very arrogant. He refused to see anyone who came to congratulate him before. Furthermore, the 4 sacred sects have never mentioned his common name, making him seem very mysterious. Li Yunzi picked up his teacup, glanced at it briefly, then put it down. He was acting on orders from the Thunder Immortal Palace, and besides congratulating the new Vermilion Phoenix Sacred Emperor, he had a deeper purpose, to establish a connection with this new Sacred Emperor. This was extremely important, otherwise he wouldn't have come in person. I do have some information, though. 3 years ago, during the great battle at the Immortal Emperor Kinglin's mansion, I heard that the Vermilion Phoenix Sacred Sect took someone away. The beautiful woman lowered her voice. Upon hearing this, Lai Yunzi snorted softly. He was naturally aware of this matter and knew exactly who the other party was referring to. Luocha had also investigated it. Although Yin Lazi believed the possibility was high, no one ultimately shared the same opinion, ruling out the possibility of this person becoming the new Holy Emperor. After all, this possibility was simply beyond imagination. He has no right to become the new Holy Emperor. A hint of disdain flashed in Lai Yunzi's eyes. If it weren't for Qing Shui's appearance back then, this person would have long since been captured and turned into a puppet to help him break through the mysteries of the war character scroll. If Wang Lin were the new Holy Emperor, Lai Yunzi would never believe it. Absolutely not. Remembering Qing Shui, a feeling of relief arose in Lai Yunzi's heart. He had anticipated Qing Shui's disappearance and even knew that the dramatic changes at the Alliance headquarters were directly related to Qing Shui. This time, he personally went to the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect, not only for Luo Tian's public mission, but also with a personal intention to capture Wang Lin from the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect. In his mind, the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect taking Wang Lin away back then certainly had its own reasons. 3 years had passed, and the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect must have already gained value from Wang Lin. At this point, Wang Lin's usefulness to the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect was probably negligible, so capturing him shouldn't be too difficult. Really, I heard that this person killed Void Master with just one divine technique, and caused the deaths of 2 of Heavenly Fortune Master's clones and severely injured one. I wonder why Senior Lai Yunzi insisted that this person was unqualified. Back then, the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect mobilized a very powerful force, and even had the Vermilion Bird True Spirit leading the way. The beautiful woman looked at Lai Yunzi and asked softly, Before going to Kinglin's cave, I had met him before. I am very clear about his cultivation level, Lai Yunzi said calmly. He absolutely did not believe that Wang Lin would undergo such a great transformation. In his opinion, this was just baseless rumors. The beautiful woman raised her eyebrows. Her Yin sect had compiled all the clues and concluded that the person whose reputation had greatly increased in Kinglin's cave, Wang Lin, was the new Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. But Lai Yunzi's words now also made her doubt. This Wang Lin was once a Luocha true Great Thunder Immortal. If Luocha believes he cannot be the new Holy Emperor, the beautiful woman fell silent, not saying anything more. According to your words, which Wang Lin is it? Mozi suddenly spoke up. At this moment, Liatvinti suddenly raised his head, staring intently towards the outside of the main hall, his expression somewhat strange. Following him, MCC Tri also raised his head to look outside the main hall. Finally, it was the beautiful woman's turn. As soon as the 3 of them looked towards the outside of the main hall, a scorching aura suddenly surged forth, instantly drawing in the fire elemental power within the hall. forming an invisible vortex that swept through. At this moment, the fire elemental power within the hall seemed to possess sentience, as if coming alive and cheering, spreading out in all directions from the vortex, as if paying homage. Appearing in their sight was a figure slowly walking into the main hall. This person wore a red suit of armor, his face completely concealed except for a lock of silver hair. Behind him was a white cloak, and the vermilion bird totem on the red armor gave him an imposing aura. With a clattering sound, the cloaked figure slowly entered the main hall. He didn't even glance at the three people, but went straight ahead. His cloak and fluttering hair stirred up unimaginable waves of heat, instantly filling the hall. All the fire elemental energy of heaven and earth became chaotic, forming a swirling vortex of flames around his armor, and in an instant, a dense pressure arose in the hall. It wasn't just the fire elemental energy in the hall that changed. All the fire elemental energy in the entire star domain seemed to revolve around him, frantically converging around his body. Thus, following the transformation of the heaven and earth elemental energy, a surge of energy immediately spread in all directions. Behind this armored figure, 4 other elderly cultivators also entered. These 4 were all at the shattered nirvana level, and they all wore red robes. But compared to the color of Lai Yunzi's robes, there were differences in brightness and darkness. 4 people entered the main hall following the armored figure, calmly standing beside the 3 others and observing them. The armored figure walked to the center, his cloak billowing as he sat down. A pair of eyes, like flames, emerged from within the armor, gazing at the 3. At this moment, his entire being exuded an aura of majesty, and he wielded the primal energy of heaven and earth, blocking all attempts at divine sense scrutiny. Moreover, even if divine sense could penetrate the barrier of primal energy surrounding him, few could discern Wang Lin's appearance beneath the cloak of the vermilion bird Holy Emperor. The main hall was eerily silent, but the appearance of the armored figure was incredibly shocking, unexpectedly stirring up the fire elemental energy in the heavens and earth. At this moment, the beautiful woman's forehead was covered in sweat. Sitting there felt like being in a blazing furnace. With her previous cultivation, she wouldn't have needed to worry about this, but now, with the appearance of the armored figure, the hall had become the center of fire elemental energy. Even with her cultivation, she found it difficult to withstand. The late Li Yingzi of the Yin sect pays her respects to the vermilion bird Holy Emperor. The beautiful woman retracted all her contempt, slowly rising under the oppressive aura, her expression extremely respectful, as if meeting an elder in her sect. What level of cultivation has this vermilion bird Holy Emperor reached? He can't believe he can generate such an oppressive aura. A look of dread arose in the woman's heart. Mosey looked at the armored figure, his eyes revealing a strange yet uncertain glint. At this moment, he also stood up, respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Mosey of Suyun Kingdom greets the vermilion bird Holy Emperor." That person? The armored man's gaze scrutinized Mosey for a moment before shifting to Lai Yunzi. Lai Yunzi took a deep breath, stood up calmly, clasped his hands and said, "I am Luotia, Lai Yunzi of the Zan family, representing the Leishan Palace, to congratulate you on becoming the vermilion bird Holy Emperor." The armored man's gaze lingered on Lai Yunzi for the longest time. His face even subtly changed, as if a smile had appeared. However, it was unclear whether this smile was cold or benevolent. Lai Yunzi's heart leapt. Under the gaze of this new Holy Emperor, he vaguely felt a sense of unease, especially the 4 old men of the shattered nirvana realm beside him, who also looked towards Lai Yunzi. Lai Yunzi, the armored man said slowly. The sound, slightly distorted by the armor, then faded into the hazy, ethereal vortex of fire energy surrounding his body. Li Yunzi's unease deepened. He stared intently at the new Holy Emperor, then after a moment, took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Does the Holy Emperor recognize me?" The armored figure withdrew his gaze from Li Yunzi and looked towards Mosey. Mosey suppressed his suspicion, clasped his hands together, and said, "Holy Emperor, I represent the Suyun Kingdom and congratulate the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect on the emergence of a new Holy Emperor. I have come to offer my respects on my master's orders." After speaking, he gestured towards the void, and a crack appeared in front of him. However, this crack was unstable, clearly disturbed by the elemental energy within the Great Hall. Seeing the newly appeared crack about to collapse, the armored figure raised his right hand and pointed. Immediately, the fire elemental energy outside the crack dispersed, and the crack instantly stabilized. This scene caused the beautiful woman's pupils to contract, and even Lai Yunzi's eyes became serious. Moji's expression remained unchanged. From within the crack, he produced the prepared gifts, including elixirs and magical artifacts, and placed them before him. The members of the Vermilion Bird secret sect emerged from the main hall and brought them over. The final item Moji produced was a small flag with blue and green on each side. Immediately, a wave of icy cold energy permeated the surroundings, unexpectedly causing the fire elemental energy in the area to slightly cease. The armored figure's eyes narrowed as he stared at the flag, a strange glint in his gaze. This is something my master intentionally gifted to the Holy Emperor. It's a spirit essence that my master refined and sealed hundreds of years ago. The armored man's right hand grasped the small flag in the air. After carefully examining it, he looked up at Moji and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Upon hearing these two words, Moji's eyes immediately flashed with brilliance. He scrutinized the man carefully and said nothing more. Lai Yunzi, representing the Luoqiao Immortal Palace, also brought gifts, but none of them moved Wang Lin. Finally, after presenting his gift, Lai Yunzi's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "Your Holiness, I represent the Lei Immortal Palace here not only for official matters, but also for a personal matter." After seeing the new Holy Emperor's gaze directed towards him, Lai Yunzi pondered for a moment before speaking. 3 years ago, from Kinglin's cave, the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect took away a person named Wang Lin. If he is no longer useful to the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, could I take him away? Upon hearing this, the 4 armored old men beside him were stunned, all looking towards Lai Yunzi. "You want Wang Lin?" the armored man asked Lai Yunzi slowly. A feeling of unease suddenly intensified within Lai Yunzi's heart. He vaguely sensed something was wrong with the tone of this Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor. Especially the 4 old Nirvana realm elders beside the new Holy Emperor, their intense gazes causing his expression to change. The armored figure looked at Lai Yunzi and gradually began to laugh. The laughter grew louder and louder, and the heaven and earth fire elemental power within the great hall suddenly became violent, affecting all the elemental power within the hall. Arcs of lightning also emanated from within, making banging sounds. Lai Yunzi's mind was shaken, and he retreated a few steps, staring intently at the armored figure, saying in a low voice, "These words of the Holy Emperor are if it's that Wang Lin." Before he could finish, his sentence was abruptly cut short. "That Wang Lin, according to you, is a genuine Thunder Immortal of Luotia. Do you want him, or does the Thunder Immortal Palace want him?" The armored man said slowly. Lai Yunzi frowned and said in a low voice, "Although this person is a genuine Thunder Immortal of our Luotia, he has long since lost his Thunder Immortal status." This time Lai Yunzi glanced at the armored man and continued, "This time, although it is I who want to capture him, it is also the intention of the Thunder Immortal Palace." The armored man looked at Lai Yunzi, a smile appearing on his face beneath his armor, and slowly said, "Really? I wonder what kind of relationship this Wang Lin has with you, Luotia." Lai Yunzi's unease deepened. "So that's why you want this Wang Lin? Understandable." The armored man nodded, and the 4 old men beside him looked even more peculiar, but they remained silent. "I hope the Holy Emperor will grant my request." After all, Luotia and the 4 holy sects share a common enemy, the Cultivation Alliance. Lai Yunzi sighed, clasping his hands together. Although he was arrogant in his dealings with others, he dared not offend the 4 holy sects. After all, although the 4 holy sects had declined, they were very secretive. Even Luotia didn't want to provoke them. "However, you said this Wang Lin stole your Zon family's precious treasure. Why didn't I know about this?" the armored man suddenly spoke, instantly stunning Lai Yunzi. But before he could fully react, the armored man stood up, his right hand suddenly sweeping across the faceplate of his armor, and his deep voice suddenly rang out. "You want Wang Lin, Lai Yunzi? Look closely at who I am." In an instant, the armor covering his face suddenly vanished, transforming into a ripple spreading in all directions. Within this ripple was clearly Wang Lin. "You Wang Lin." Even with Lai Yunzi's composure, he had to take a deep breath, his eyes revealing extreme shock. In his disbelief, he instinctively took several steps back. "Impossible. How could you be the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor?" "Absolutely impossible." Lai Yunzi's breathing quickened, his pupils contracting. He simply couldn't believe this was true. In his eyes, Wang Lin was nothing more than an ant, an insect he could easily crush back then. The stark contrast now far exceeded Lai Yunzi's imagination. He stared blankly at Wang Lin, his disbelief deeply etched. But more than anything, it was sheer terror and dread. How audacious! Even though you represent the Thunder Immortal Palace, you have no right to comment on the Holy Emperor of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. One of the four old men beside Wang Lin took a step forward, his voice low and menacing. With this step, a surge of shattered nirvana aura immediately erupted, transforming into an invisible attack that hurtled straight towards Lai Yunzi. Lai Yunzi, already in a state of shock, was instantly struck by the attack of the shattered nirvana aura, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood and staggering back several steps. Even with his pale face, he still showed an expression of disbelief. You! Lai Yunzi, are you here to congratulate me on becoming the new Holy Emperor, or to humiliate me? I never imagined that within my Vermilion Bird Holy Sect you would dare to comment on me, the Holy Emperor. This is utterly absurd. Wang Lin's expression was grim, his voice like a chilling whine from the 9 underworlds. I will definitely send someone to your Luotia sect to demand justice from Leishan Palace's Yin Lazy. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, then if you escape the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect today, your Luotia sect will pay a heavy price tomorrow. This isn't me falsely accusing you. Taoist Mozi of the Suyun Kingdom can testify. Wang Lin gave Lai Yunzi no chance, his words like a thunderbolt. Lai Yunzi's mind was already reeling, and upon hearing this, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was devoid of color, and just as he was about to speak, Mozi also said in a low voice, I can testify to this. Lai Yunzi was the one who acted unreasonably first, insulting the sacred emperor within the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. My words represent the Suyun Kingdom. The beautiful eyes of the pretty girl from the Yin sect also flashed. She chuckled softly and said, I also want to participate in this matter and can testify. This senior Lai Yunzi is truly outrageous. Lai Yunzi couldn't turn around, and upon hearing Mozi and the Yin sect's words, he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, staring intently at Wang Lin. A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. He sat down again, raising his right hand to examine the lines on his fingers, completely ignoring Lai Yunzi. Within the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, Lai Yunzi could not escape his grasp. Originally, if this person hadn't made that absurd request, Wang Lin wouldn't have taught him such a lesson. But now it was completely different. Not only him, but even the 4 old men beside him showed cold eyes, staring intently at Lai Yunzi. A profound silence fell over the surroundings. Occasionally, Mozi would glance at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with emotion. He never imagined that the person his master called his close friend was actually Wang Lin. Recalling their first meeting on Vermilion Bird Star that year, it was on a rainy night in an ancient temple. At that time, Wang Lin had just reached the Enlightenment realm and was in the Transformation God stage. Although they had only just met, their discussion that rainy night had left a lasting impression on Mozi. The woman from the Yin sect beside him also remained silent, giving Lai Yunzi a half-smile, half-frown look, as if watching the commotion. In this silence, sweat dripped from Lai Yunzi's forehead. He knew that with his cultivation level, he couldn't possibly escape the 4 sacred sects. Moreover, this Wang Lin was too ruthless, unexpectedly bringing the Thunder Immortal Palace into the picture. Therefore, it was no longer just his problem, but the entire Thunder Immortal Palace had humiliated the Holy Emperor of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. Things have come to this point, completely contradicting Luo Tuan's original intentions. This was my rashness, but it's a personal matter, unrelated to me, Luo Tia. After a long pause, Lai Yunzi, with a bitter expression and an extremely unwilling heart, bowed to Wang Lin and said, the anger in his heart was enough to burn down the entire world. This feeling of humiliation gnawed at his mind. He recalled how, years ago, this Wang Lin had to show him respect, had to heed his gaze, otherwise, he could have destroyed him at any moment. Even in their last meeting, this Wang Lin was still submissive and obsequious. At a single summons, he was immediately compelled to come and observe the battle. Wang Lin simply dared not refuse. Lai Yunzi understood this perfectly. In his eyes, this man was completely under his control, forced to constantly examine the war diagram for his sake. If it weren't for Qing Shui, Wang Lin would have long since become his puppet. But now, he had forced Lai Yunzi to humiliate himself by bowing and feigning apology for his previous statement. How could he possibly tolerate this? But if he refused, he would undoubtedly die within the Vermilion Bird's sacred sect. Humiliating the sacred emperor, these 4 words alone were enough to ensure he could never leave the 4 sacred sects. Wang Lin, however, seemed to ignore Lai Yunzi's words, continuing to observe his right hand. Veins bulged on Lai Yunzi's face. He suppressed the anger in his heart, especially the presence of the 4 old men beside Wang Lin, which made his mind waver. After a moment of silence, he tried to show a hint of respect, clasped his hands and said, "I beg your majesty not to hold my ignorance against this old man. Indeed, my reckless actions were not intended to humiliate reckless. But I once asked you whether this was your idea or Luo Tian's. I still remember your answer. I wonder if the Luotia Thunder Immortal Palace mentioned my situation." Wang Lin still looked at his right hand, feigning leniency. "You." Lai Yunzi raised his head, suppressing the anger that was about to explode. At this moment, he dared not show his anger. If the woman from the Yin sect and Mozi weren't here, he could have fought to the death. Although death was certain, dying for Luotia would ensure Luotian's revenge. But now, the other side had witnesses to what had just happened. Therefore, even Luotia, having learned of this absurdity, couldn't simultaneously wage war against the 4 sacred sects and the Cultivation Alliance. Especially now, Wang Lin's gaze towards him was extremely sinister. Lai Yunzi was certain that if he couldn't suppress his anger, he would be instantly killed on the spot. "Your Holiness, this is my fault. I know I've made a mistake." Lai Yunzi clasped his hands, his body trembling slightly. He had never been treated like this in his entire cultivation life. "I want all the war character scrolls of your Zan family. Give them to me, and this matter can be settled. I'll give you half an incense stick's time to consider." Wang Lin lowered his right hand, staring intently at Lai Yunzi, uttering each word distinctly. After speaking, he swung his right hand forward, and immediately the fire elemental power before him condensed into a tangible incense stick suspended in midair. As this incense stick burned, time slowly passed. A struggle raged within Lai Yunzi's heart. Seeing the incense stick almost completely burned out, with half an incense stick's worth of time remaining, an invisible pressure enveloped Lai Yunzi's entire body. His face grew increasingly bitter, and he nodded slightly. He grasped at the void with his right hand, and a crack immediately appeared in front of him. From this crack, 3 scrolls flew out. A strong aura of battle intent emanated from these 3 scrolls, enveloping the surroundings. War scrolls! Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and with a flick of his right hand, the 3 scrolls flew into his grasp. His divine consciousness swept over them, and with his familiarity with war scrolls, he immediately distinguished between the genuine and the fake. "You've obtained the war scrolls. May I leave now?" Lai Yunzi looked at Wang Lin. For him, handing over the war family's treasures was almost unacceptable. But at this moment, if he didn't hand them over, Wang Lin would push his luck. He had no other choice. If it were a saint emperor, Lai Yunzi believed that even if he offended them, they wouldn't dare kill him. At most, they would only imprison him. After all, he had the Thunder Immortal Palace behind him. And in this Star Alliance, the mysterious power of Luotia would also subtly add weight to his influence. In any case, very few people truly know Luotia, just as few know Luotian's understanding of the alliance. But this Wang Lin was very familiar with Luotia because he was once a genuine Thunder Immortal. The mystery surrounding Luotia had greatly diminished for Wang Lin. This was only secondary. The most important thing was that, based on Lai Yunzi's understanding of Wang Lin, he knew that this person was ruthless, extremely bold, decisive, and utterly without hesitation. If such a person truly harbored murderous intent, they would not give him any chance to retaliate, but would decisively strike. He himself would absolutely not survive. Therefore, he had no choice but to endure the humiliation. Deep down, even if it meant shedding blood, he did not want to take out the war token. Lai Yunzi's heart raced with anxiety as he stared at Wang Lin, gritting his teeth and saying, "You've already obtained the war character scroll. And I've already paid the price for my previous actions. What more do you want?" Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he said, "You previously asked me to seize your war family's treasure, didn't you? You must give me an explanation for this." Wang Lin stared intently at Lai Yunzi. He wanted to kill him, but if he died, it would certainly cause a rift between Luo Jia and the four sacred sects. This wouldn't align with Wang Lin's plan to deal with Faxam. More importantly, if the four sacred sects and Luo Jia turned against each other, the biggest beneficiaries would be the Thim sect and the Alliance. Then 3 was very likely in the Alliance, and he also had the favor of the Holy Emperor. All these factors prevented Wang Lin from killing Lai Venti for the time being. What else do you want? Lai Yunzi suppressed his anger, his voice low. 10 Luo Fu blood spheres. Wang Lin said slowly. A banging sound immediately erupted from Lai Yunzi's body, clearly indicating extreme rage. His body trembled, and he repeatedly suppressed his anger before finally calming down. He took a deep breath and said, "Last time, after giving you some, I only have 6 Luofu blood spheres left. I don't have any more. This is my limit." Lai Yunzi gritted his teeth. Wang Lin smiled slightly and nodded, saying, 6, all right. And also, give me the jade slip to control them. Lai Yunzi closed his eyes, his right hand grasping the void again. 6 Luofu blood spheres, imbued with dense blood energy, flew out from within the crack. There was also a jade slip. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, collecting the 6 Luofu blood spheres into his storage bag and then grasping the jade slip. After carefully examining it, he put it away. "I bid you farewell." Lai Yunzi turned to leave. He could no longer stay in the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. "Lai Yunzi, go slowly. I have something to give you as a farewell gift. Please give it to Senior Yan Lizi." Wang Lin waved his right hand, and immediately a jade slip flew out, heading towards Lai Yunzi's hand. Lai Yunzi raised his eyebrows, took the jade slip, and briefly scanned it with his divine consciousness. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. He suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with dazzling light. "This, if Senior Yan Lizi wants it, then come to the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect to find me." Wang Lin smiled, saying nothing more. Lai Yunzi cautiously took the jade slip, carefully observing Wang Lin. He found this person increasingly inscrutable. He sighed inwardly and quickly turned to leave. The ancestral treasure of my Zhan family absolutely cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Wang Lin. Sooner or later, I will come to reclaim it. By then, if I don't kill you, I won't be Lai Yunzi. Lai Yunzi rushed out of the cultivation planet, transforming into a streak of light and quickly flying through the star field. However, this jade slip of Wang Lin is truly earth-shattering. It must be quickly delivered to Yan Lizi. If this is true, it's truly astonishing. Lai Yunzi made his decision, increasing his speed. Even staying within the four sacred sects territory for a second felt incredibly humiliating to him. His right hand grabbed something, and a crack appeared in front of him. He seized a black rock. He rubbed it, and it instantly shattered into fragments. These fragments didn't scatter in all directions but quickly condensed, forming a long thread that wrapped around his body. In an instant, Lai Yunzi's speed suddenly increased several times, and he vanished without a trace. Many days later, Lai Yunzi, with his incredibly fast speed, finally escaped the territory of the four sacred sects in the Eastern Star Alliance. He rushed straight towards the northwest, the territory occupied by Luo Jia. But on the second day after he entered the Northern Alliance, while rushing forward, a cold light suddenly flashed from afar. This cold light was extremely fast, hurtling towards Lai Yunzi like a raging storm. Lai Yunzi's face changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but with his cultivation level, he couldn't escape this cold light. Almost instantly, this icy light struck Lai Venti's chest, piercing right through his back. Lai Venti didn't even have time to unleash any divine abilities or magical artifacts. He spat out fresh blood, his body collapsing instantly. His primordial spirit immediately panicked and flew out. Seeing the icy light approaching again, seemingly relentless in his panic, Lai Venti flipped his hand and grabbed at the void. Immediately, more than 10 blood spheres, each about 10 meters in diameter, appeared before him, the Luo Fu blood spheres. As soon as these blood spheres appeared, Lai Venti shouted, "Explode!" These blood spheres burst with a thunderous roar, transforming into a powerful attack that fiercely countered the approaching icy light. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lai Venti, without hesitation, sacrificed his primordial spirit and swiftly fled forward. But within his primordial spirit, a blood-red light centered on his chest rapidly spread throughout his body. A half-smile lingered on Lai Yunzi's face, but his eyes gleamed with fear. Poison. This is the immortal devouring poison of the Yin sect. With Luo Tian's immense power and diverse intelligence, he had undoubtedly investigated the Yin sect's attack methods. Lai Yunzi, being a powerful cultivator of Luo Tia, naturally recognized the poison on his body as belonging to the Yin sect. Overwhelmed with terror, Lai Yunzi fled for his life. Only after Lai Yunzi had fled far away did the figure of a man appear in the starry sky. He wore a blue robe and had a handsome appearance. He glanced at Lai Yunzi as he fled, shook his head, and turned to leave. Using poison extracted from Sijun Nan's body to ambush a junior like you, this alas, my wife and I owe Wang Lin a great debt of gratitude. The man sighed inwardly, his figure disappearing into the starry sky. A while after Lai Yunzi left, in the main hall on the main planet of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, the beautiful woman from the Yin sect, having presented her gifts and expressed her intention to form an alliance with the four sacred sects, was about to leave when Wang Lin detained her to attend the coronation ceremony a few days later. Doubtlessly, the Yin sect has always been familiar with corpses, so you must have a deep understanding of the world's corpse competitions. I wonder, what is the best type of corpse in the world? Just as the Yin sect woman was about to leave, Wang Lin suddenly asked. The woman's beautiful eyes flicked over. She was very interested in this new sacred emperor, especially the scene of her forcing Lai Yunzi earlier, which had greatly changed her gaze towards Wang Lin. It seemed Wang Lin was very attractive to her. She pursed her lips and smiled softly, saying, "The sacred emperor's request, I will certainly answer in detail. If we're talking about the best corpse in the world's competition, it must be the reverse 5 elements absolute corpse." At this point, a hint of charm appeared on her face as she began to explain. The reverse 5 elements extraordinary corpse isn't actually a corpse, but rather something born from the heavens and earth under a special circumstance. The body contains both the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and the outside also undergoes transformations of the 5 elements, thus giving rise to a very peculiar rule of change. Wang Lin nodded upon hearing this. So that's it. Wang Lin thought that with the information about corpses I've gathered, the corpse I possess is truly the best in the world. I was planning to ask Dallas Lee to appraise it, but since that's the case, never mind. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed, and she smiled charmingly, saying, "Really? I wonder what kind of corpse it is that makes the Holy Emperor so confident." Wang Lin didn't waste any words. He directly waved his sleeve, and a jade slip flew towards the woman. She received the jade slip, her face still bearing a smile, not paying too much attention to it. In her mind, the corpses that Wang Lin could discover, while rare, certainly existed within her own Yin corpse sect. Although the 5 elements corpse was extremely rare, her Yin corpse sect also possessed a few of them. Moreover, according to her, the most prized were the reverse 5 elements corpses. However, that was just a figure of speech. In reality, the Yin corpse sect alone had more than 7 reverse 5 elements corpses in its reserves. Her divine consciousness casually swept over the jade slip, but immediately her right hand, gripping it, trembled, and her expression instantly became extremely serious. But the solemn expression instantly vanished, replaced by horror and terror. Her right hand nearly dropped the jade slip, and she quickly clutched it tightly. A strange flush appeared on her face, and even her breathing became rapid. She retreated several steps, unable to regain her composure. It wasn't that she lacked self-control, but what she saw in the jade slip was beyond her comprehension, even with her superior willpower. Not to mention her, anyone in the Yin sect, even the sect master himself, would instantly go mad upon seeing this jade slip. She abruptly looked up, staring at Wang Lin, unable to utter a single word. The turmoil and shock in her heart were beyond words. It felt as if countless thunderbolts were exploding within her mind. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He accepted the cup of tea brought by his clansman, took a small sip, and his gaze returned to the woman. I wonder what rank I can achieve in this competition. This corpse is impossible to identify after a long period of contemplation. The beautiful woman suppressed the tremor in her heart and slowly spoke. However, the image of the corpse in the jade slip kept appearing in her mind, and her heart still pounded. Really? Wang Lin looked at the woman, blew away the heat from his teacup, and calmly said, "If that's the case, then forget it. I didn't have high hopes anyway. Knowing or not knowing doesn't really matter. The beautiful woman's expression changed, and she immediately said, I wonder if the jade slip that the Holy Emperor gave to Lai Yangzi also contains this. That's right. Wang Lin took a sip of water and answered casually. The beautiful woman pondered for a moment, then looked up again, a hint of respect appearing in her expression as she said, This matter is beyond my control. I beg your majesty to grant me 7 days. Within 7 days, I will certainly have a convincing answer for your majesty. Wang Lin smiled, put down his teacup, and said, Fellow Daosli, there's no need to be impatient. This corpse was discovered by me unintentionally. However, since I couldn't retrieve it, I asked fellow Daosli to help identify it. The beautiful woman, with her sharp mind, now calm, naturally understood that Wang Lin giving her this jade slip was not simple and certainly had a deeper meaning. Moreover, Wang Lin had obviously prepared this jade slip beforehand. He first gave it to Lai Yangzi and then to her. Wang Lin didn't try to hold her back any longer, allowing Li Yingzi to leave the main hall at will, transforming into a streak of light and flying away. His gaze returned to the woman who had just disappeared from the hall, his expression calm. His bait had been cast. Now he just waited to see if the insect and Luo Qiao would be tempted. They will definitely be tempted. Wang Lin turned to look at Mozi, a smile gradually appearing on his face. He stood up, his full armor instantly disappearing. At this moment, Wang Lin was wearing a white robe, bowing to Mozi and smiling. Brother Mo, it's been many years. Your demeanor remains the same. Mozi stood up, bowing, his expression showing a hint of emotion, and smiled. It's probably been almost 1,000 years since we last met. A similar look of reminiscence appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and he sighed, saying, Brother Mo, it's fortunate that we meet again today. You and I must have a discussion on the Tao. That rainy night we met years ago. I still remember it to this day. Mozi smiled and nodded. The two walked out of the main hall one after the other. At the main star of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, in the middle of the volcano where Wang Lin had been meditating for the past few days, the space suddenly warped. Wang Lin took a step out, and Mozi followed. Looking at the volcano's mouth, which was constantly emitting black smoke, Wang Lin sat to one side, his right hand patting his storage bag. Immediately, 2 bottles of wine appeared. He threw one to Mozi, took one for himself, and said, This world, born from heaven, dying from earth. In between lies human life. These words are still fresh in my memory. Mozi accepted the wine bottle, sat down to one side, his expression showing a hint of reminiscence, and said with a smile, Back then, I was a member of the Cultivation Alliance. At my master's request, I was deliberately sent to the Vermilion Bird Star to be stationed. On a rainy night, I had an epiphany and unexpectedly met Brother Wang on a trip. Even without my guidance, Brother Wang would have naturally understood the life and death realm back then. Wang Lin shook his head. Sometimes understanding is understanding. But if you don't understand, no matter how much you ponder, there's still a thin layer of paper, impenetrable even if you try to pierce it. You'll never truly understand. The second time I met Brother Wang was in the Vermilion Bird Tomb. I originally intended to make Brother Wang the leader of the Vermilion Bird Star, but I underestimated your ambition. Mozi's expression showed sincerity as he raised the wine bottle and took a sip. I didn't expect that the third time we met, Brother Wang would already be the Holy Emperor of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. I am truly delighted. Tea. He two men drank wine and reminisced about the past, memories from 1,000 years ago quickly fading away, as if they had returned to the ancient temple on that rainy night. Brother Wang's understanding of life and death has reached perfection. At this moment, his understanding is changing, and I, Mo, cannot see through it. But my master once said that all understandings in this world are related to emotions. When the heart moves, the mind changes. Perhaps these words will be helpful to Brother Wang. As the two discussed the Tao, time gradually passed. At dawn, Mozi bid farewell and departed. He did not stay to attend Wang Lin's coronation ceremony, but instead took the jade slips and Wang Lin's reminders with him to a distant place. The records in the 3 jade slips were enough to shock the entire Star Alliance. Mozi had to return them to his master and also deliver them to the 3 other forces of the Alliance. As for the people of Zhuanun Kingdom, Wang Lin vaguely hinted at something to them, and Mosey understood it in his heart. Naturally, he wouldn't let his master get involved in this matter. After seeing Mosey off, a few days later, people came to offer congratulations, but Wang Lin did not personally receive them again. Time flew by, and the day of the coronation ceremony arrived. On this day, the entire Vermilion Bird secret sect became extremely lively. Elders and clansmen from the other three sects also came to witness the coronation ceremony of the Holy Emperor. Although the ceremony was elaborate, it was a tradition, taking an entire day to complete. The other three sects gradually took their leave, and the Vermilion Bird secret sect slowly returned to its former state. Most clansmen devoted themselves to cultivation. As for the elders, knowing that the matter was related to rescuing the Azure Dragon's sacred emperor, they all chose to go into seclusion to cultivate and maintain their cultivation at its peak. After all, rescuing the Azure Dragon's sacred emperor was extremely important. At this moment, Wang Lin's figure appeared beside a scorched star field. In front of him, a primordial spirit was hovering. The figure of this primordial spirit was that of a middle-aged man. He looked at Wang Lin, his expression filled with kindness and satisfaction. "You're quite good. In recent years, although you're not the most talented person I've ever met, you're the one who pleases me the most. I'm very relieved to entrust the Vermilion Bird secret sect to you." Wang Lin remained silent, saying nothing. "Unfortunately, my time is running out. If I had a full 60 years, I believe I could have ensured your complete inheritance." Alas, the middle-aged man shook his head, looked at Wang Lin, sighed softly, and lowered his voice. "This time I will go to the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance, and I'm afraid I won't be able to return. But the immortal star of the martial arts, I will obtain it at any cost. At this time, I will split 9 parts of my primordial spirit and absorb all the clones from that year. 1/10 of my primordial spirit will remain within my body. If we obtain the immortal essence, we will use the secret technique of the primordial spirit to transmit it back to the physical body. And then you will obtain the immortal essence. As for the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor, if you can save him, save him. If you must prioritize your own life." The middle-aged man, as if preparing for his death, spoke slowly. "Because my physical body contains the white firestone, it will not decay for 1,000 years. Inside, there is also the fire elemental power that I have cultivated throughout my life. Every 100 years, you should come to my physical body and absorb the elemental power within. It will greatly assist your cultivation. You must remember this. However, at this moment of life and death, do not worry about my soul. Use the 9 profound transformation to detonate my body. This may allow you or the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect to overcome this danger." The middle-aged man gazed wistfully at the scorched star field, looking at the Vermilion Bird secret sect on a distant cluster of cultivation planets. His expression was sorrowful, yet also showed no regret. "Wang Lin, I'm leaving now. I will investigate the matter concerning your senior brother Qing Shui." The middle-aged man's gaze towards Wang Lin became even gentler. He raised his right hand and placed it on Wang Lin's head, lowering his voice. "With such a mess placed upon you, don't complain." He looked deeply at Wang Lin before turning and walking away into the distance. His figure was ethereal, naturally releasing the pressure of millennia, slowly moving forward. I, Liu Yan, was born in the ancient Qia refining era. As a child, I was a medicinal apprentice beside the 4th Holy Emperor, receiving the Holy Emperor's Qia from for generations, who passed down to me the art of Qia refining. At the age of 1372, I achieved minor success in Qia refining, accompanying the Holy Emperor and witnessing the glorious moments of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect at 2940. I became an elder of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. At 4760, I became one of the great elders of our Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, surpassing the first heavenly decline. At 6215, I was bestowed the Vermilion Bird Seal. Upon my first awakening, I defeated all other awakeners, becoming the #1 person. At 7912, with the assistance of the 4th Holy Emperor, the Vermilion Bird awakened for the 2nd time, becoming the Iron Point Holy Emperor, the Vermilion Bird Young Master. At 141,130, the Rune clan arrived from outside, disrupting the heavens and earth. The Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. I assisted the Immortal Realm in fighting against the Rune clan. After this battle, the fourth Holy Emperor and the other three Holy Emperors left the outside world, disappearing without a trace. Before leaving, they designated me as the fifth Holy Emperor. At that time, with the Holy Emperor's assistance, I surpassed the second stage of the heavenly human tribulation. It was also at this time that I learned a shocking secret related to our four holy sects. The four holy sects were not originally from the Wind Realm, but had arrived in this world countless years ago. I also know that, including the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, the first Holy Emperor and his clansmen first appeared in the ancient Immortal Realm, on a small cultivation planet before the four great immortal realms were divided. That cultivation planet, to be precise, was the origin of our Vermilion Bird Holy Sect and the other three sects. And also the path to our homeland. This planet has always been under the control of our Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, and the other three sects have not objected. After all, those who know this matter, not very many. To prevent any future occurrences, since the time of the first Holy Emperor, this has been the greatest secret of our four holy sects. Even Immortal Emperor King Lin knew nothing about it. Moreover, after the four holy sects occupied the Kungsu star domain, they created many similar planets. Under this confusion, almost no one could recognize which was the original planet. In addition, the four first holy emperors took action, deploying a concealment technique. This technique ensured that the true nature of this planet could never be discovered. Thousands of years later, the immortal realm underwent a sudden transformation. The entire heaven and earth, all living beings, were instantly bewildered, as if all sensations were cut off, trapped within chaos. I too was rendered unconscious by this unimaginable force. At first, I thought it would only last a moment, but it ended up lasting for more than several months. 3 months later, when I regained consciousness, the immortal realm had collapsed. The newly appointed Azure Dragon Holy Emperor ignored my advice and stubbornly went to the immortal realm to investigate what was happening. Since then, there has been no news of him. Hundreds of years passed, and due to the collapse of the immortal realm, chaos erupted in the Kungsu realm. An organization called the Cultivation Alliance emerged, vaguely bearing the shadow of the Kungsu realm. This Cultivation Alliance, using some unknown method, unexpectedly obtained the vast majority of the immortal realm's inheritance. I originally intended to pursue the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor, but at that very moment, the third decline of the heavenly human realm that I had desperately suppressed for many years finally struck. Just as I was about to go into seclusion, the Cultivation Alliance launched an attack on my four holy sects. The Black Tortoise Holy Emperor rebelled, and although I was severely wounded, he was still in a state of shock. Because of the third stage of decline, we couldn't kill him. The White Tiger Holy Emperor died in battle, and even his corpse was stolen. It's ironic that the Cultivation Alliance suffered such heavy losses, yet still doesn't know the root cause of the battle, only that it was to the position of Hickman of the Kungsu star domain. They didn't know that the real reason wasn't about dominance, but that the Kungsu realm unexpectedly used something to cause the Xuanwu Saint Emperor to betray them, revealing the great secret of our four saint sects. However, the Kungsu realm only knew a little of this secret. They couldn't know the exact location of that cultivation planet. The Kungsu star domain is vast, the star sea immense, and finding a cultivation planet is extremely difficult. Moreover, since the time of the first generation of the four saint emperors, it has been concealed, and there's basically no clue to be found. And according to the agreement of the first generation of the four saint emperors, only the successor of our Vermilion Bird Saint Emperor is qualified to know the specific location. That's why there's war between the Cultivation Alliance and our four saint sects. In this moment of crisis, I spared no expense, using the ancient saint artifact to suppress the other factions. But with my strength alone, I couldn't keep this secret. Moreover, it concerns the life and death of all the members of the four saint sects. Finally, I was forced to reveal the news related to that cultivation planet. The Kungsu realm was also worried about the four sacred artifacts, and according to me, it involved many issues. And they couldn't distinguish between truth and falsehood, so that battle slowly ended. I carried the four sacred sects, which were deeply hidden, but I was too severely injured and unwilling to die. After all, if I died, the four sacred sects would immediately be torn apart. Moreover, I haven't found an heir to this secret yet. I used my divine abilities to sustain a last breath. enduring the immeasurable suffering of the third decline day after day, persevering for countless millennia until today finally. I am free. The middle-aged man's figure gradually faded into the distance, but his voice lingered in Wang Lin's mind for a long time. Wang Lin, remember, I will tell you the greatest secret of our four sacred sects. I don't know why the first sacred emperor valued it so much, but I think there must be something important about it. You must remember this in your heart and continue the inheritance. The four sacred sects originated from that primordial planet. You can think of it as a gateway. That gateway was divided into four parts by the first four sacred emperor, scattered across four cultivation planets. And then the ancient immortal realm disappeared, and the four great immortal realms separated into four different locations. These four planets were divided into four different immortal realms. I'm telling you that the Kunsu realm is only one of those planets, the same place where you were born, the Vermilion Bird Star. I don't know if the other three locations have changed, and I don't know what they're called. Remember these three star maps from the middle-aged man's divine consciousness. Three ancient star maps immediately appeared in Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, Wang Lin's heart was deeply shaken. He never imagined that the four sacred sects still held such a great secret, even more unexpectedly. He never imagined that his Vermilion Bird Star was the key to the battle between the four sacred sects and the Cultivation Alliance all those years ago. No wonder one of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor's clones always resided on Vermilion Bird Star. No wonder Moji's master also sent him there. This master is probably no ordinary person, somehow discerning some clues. No wonder Liaomi also appeared on Vermilion Bird Star, and the Rune tribe is also on Vermilion Bird Star. Wang Lin had known about the matter concerning Huang Long, the clone of the old sacred emperor, for 3 years. The middle-aged man, worried about all the aftermath, suddenly paused, turned his head to look at Wang Lin in the distance. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and he lowered his voice, saying, if the pressure is too great, if the four sacred sects can no longer be as glorious as before, if heaven truly wants to destroy our four sacred sects, then you don't need to force yourself too much. After saying this, the middle-aged man took another step, his figure disappearing, leaving only Wang Lin alone in the starry sky. He stood there, stunned. The things he had just heard almost made him lose all his strength, his mind shaken, and it took him a long time to gradually recover. At this moment, outside an extremely huge palace of the Thunder Immortal Palace in the Western Star Alliance occupied by Luotia, a long streak of light flew in. Inside this streak of light was a figure, a primordial spirit, a nearly transparent primordial spirit. Inside this primordial spirit, blood-red threads filled the air, a terrifying sight at first glance. Yet, the spirit's face bore a sinister smile, as if savoring the taste of both immortality and death. However, its eyes were filled with extreme fear and utter chaos. Yan Lei, save me! As soon as it approached the Thunder Immortal Palace, the primordial spirit let out a sharp cry. This sound transformed into a sonic boom, echoing throughout the starry sky. In an instant, several figures flashed out from outside the great hall. From a blazing inferno, a figure emerged. This person, with snow-white hair, was none other than Yan Lei of the Thunder Immortal Palace. He took a step forward, his eyes filled with intense concentration. His right hand formed a hand seal, instantly seizing the primordial spirit. His left hand swiftly made several gestures on the spirit. Each time the finger descended, a dense surge of heaven and earth's primal energy flowed into Lai Yangji's body. The small red threads within his body contracted accordingly, but they still couldn't break free from Lai Yangji's body. With the influx of heaven and earth's primal energy, Lai Yangji's consciousness cleared slightly, and he stammered, on the way back. I was ambushed by people from the Yin sect before he could finish. The blood-red threads within his body began to struggle against the heaven and earth's primal energy, cutting him off. A half-smile appeared on his face, his eyes slightly dazed. Although his words were incomplete, they clearly reached the ears of the old men outside the main hall. Their faces immediately turned extremely grim. Yin sect. Yan Lei frowned, his right hand fiercely pointing at Lai Yangji's forehead. Immediately, his primordial spirit trembled, regaining a little consciousness. Lai Yangji, explain clearly why the people of the Yin sect ambushed you. Yan Lei shouted softly. The Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor is Wang Lin. He ordered me to bring you a jade slip. On the way back, I was immediately ambushed, and they even used the immortal dying death-seeking poison at this moment. The poison took effect, and Li Yunzi's mind was somewhat disoriented. Although his cultivation was stronger than Sichunan's back then, he hadn't reached the shattered nirvana realm yet, and he lacked a physical body. His talent couldn't compare to a peerless genius like Sichunan, and he couldn't figure out a way to suppress the poison. Due to these factors, the poison in Li Yunzi's primordial spirit was extremely potent. As he spoke, he grabbed at the void with his right hand, and immediately a crack appeared in front of him, from which a jade slip flew out. After doing all this, he finally couldn't bear the strange feeling of the poison taking effect in his body. He spat out a mouthful of primordial energy and then fell completely unconscious. Yan Lazy seized the jade slip and examined it intently. Even with his composure, his expression changed drastically upon seeing it, his eyes blazing with intense light. This Yan Lazy felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Instinctively, he scanned it again with his divine consciousness, confirming its authenticity. At this moment, most of the elders nearby also turned their gazes. Yan Lazy waved his right hand, and the jade slip fell into the hand of the old man beside him. The old man's expression became serious, and after his divine consciousness entered, his face also changed drastically. Soon after, all the elders present had examined it thoroughly. After each of them looked, their expressions underwent a dramatic transformation. "I wonder if this is true or false," one of the elders said slowly. "If someone like this gets away, the entire Star Alliance will surely face a catastrophe. This doesn't concern us much. But if the consciousness imprinted in this jade slip is real, then in the Star Alliance, our Luotia will lose its dominion over the entire starry sky, immediately having to retreat to Luotia, and even having to defend it strictly. If that person enters Luotia," the old man trembled as he spoke, his eyes revealing a look of panic. "This is most likely false. There absolutely cannot be such a person in this world. Judging from the content and images in this jade slip, even if we, as shattered nirvana cultivators, didn't die, we would be severely injured by a single finger from this person. It's utter nonsense." Everyone else remained silent, except for one old man who coldly snorted. "Do you all remember that moon beast?" Yan Lazy suddenly spoke. All the old men were stunned, lost in thought. However, this doesn't need too much attention. Anyway, Yan Lazy suddenly stopped speaking, his expression extremely respectful, as if he had heard some kind of voice. Yan Lazy's strange behavior didn't surprise the old men around him. Instead, they all immediately became respectful. After a while, Yan Lazy's expression changed again. He respectfully clasped his hands towards the west and said, "Yes, sir." He turned around, his eyes showing a serious expression. After glancing at everyone, he said in a deep voice, "Cease all hostilities with the Alliance. Summon all cultivators from the Nirvana realm and above. After I return from the four sacred sects, they will obey my orders." A similar scene was also unfolding at the Yin sect, but unlike Luotia, the jade slip brought back by Li Yingzi had plunged the entire Yin sect into extreme madness. The Yin sect was located in the southern part of the Star Alliance. At its center, countless chains bound it, and Li Yingzi knelt, her hands clasped in front of her chest, seemingly in a state of worship. A milky white jade slip floated before her. It was just an ordinary jade slip, utterly unremarkable. But its appearance would plunge the entire Star Alliance into a catastrophe, enough to drive everyone insane, including the Yin sect. Li Yingzi recounted in detail the entire history of her entry into the four sacred sects, finally handing over the jade slip. As soon as the slip flew away, an invisible force swirled in the starry sky, drawing it towards a series of wooden coffins in the center. Among the coffins, the one in the middle was the largest. The moment the jade slip flew towards it, a withered arm suddenly emerged from within, seizing the slip. The arm alternated between black and red, the black representing the tendons and the red representing the flesh. A profound aura of desolation emanated from the tendons and flesh, as if the arm had come from ancient times, having endured countless years. The instant the arm appeared, a surge of yin energy erupted in the starry sky. A whirlwind of icy coldness immediately arose, spreading in all directions. Even Li Yingzi couldn't withstand it, hastily retreating backward, her face showing extreme reverence. After the arm seized the jade slip, an incredibly powerful divine consciousness spread from the coffin, engulfing the slip. This divine consciousness was so powerful that its mere appearance caused Li Yingxi's face to turn pale, devoid of any color, and even her primordial spirit trembled. This consciousness was filled with a violent madness, seemingly wanting to burst out of the coffin, tear apart the starry sky, and slaughter all living beings. It was also permeated with the stench of blood. In reality, there was no smell of blood, but within the range of this consciousness, as perceived by the mind, it naturally made one feel as if they were in a sea of blood. "What is your name?" A vast divine thought emanated from the consciousness, sweeping across, making Li Yingxi feel like a small boat in a raging sea, unable to control herself. "Your disciple is Li Yingxi. I pay my respects to the third king." The beautiful woman knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with fear. She couldn't believe that this jade slip could awaken the third king. Especially when she thought of some legends related to the third king, Li Yingxi became even more nervous. She had originally thought that although the contents of the jade slip were extremely shocking, at most it could only awaken the fifth king. However, she could vaguely guess a little from the imprint on the jade slip. But at this moment, the murderous divine consciousness instantly surged forth, and Li Yingxi knew she had underestimated the corpse in the jade slip. Not only her, but at this moment, in the southern part of the Star Alliance, almost all the disciples of the Yin sect on the cultivation planets felt this divine consciousness enveloping them, abandoning everything else to kneel and worship. "You have rendered a great service by obtaining this jade slip and bringing it back. You may enter the corpse realm, go to the 6th level, and choose a corpse." The deep voice echoed, causing Li Yingxi to tremble with excitement. Especially when she thought of the 6th level of the corpse realm, which contained some legendary trials, Li Yingxi's breathing became rapid. "Thank you, third king. Do you know what the corpse in this jade slip is?" The deep voice slowly spoke again. Li Yingxi pondered for a moment, then hesitated before saying, "My knowledge is limited. I can only vaguely guess that this corpse belongs to an ancient god from the primordial era." A long, drawn-out laugh suddenly rang out. The deep voice seemed extremely agitated. As the laughter subsided, the divine consciousness also fluctuated. "Ancient god, this body is indeed that of an ancient god. If it were just an ordinary ancient god, that would be one thing, but this corpse belongs to an ancient god of the royal lineage. An 8-star ancient god of the royal lineage." The voice finally revealed a greedy tone enough to shake the heavens and earth, causing the elemental energy of the entire star domain to change. "Ancient god of the royal lineage." Li Yingxi was stunned but didn't ask any further questions. "Summon the disciples of my Yin sect, offer a blood sacrifice to the heavens, open the corpse domain, and retrieve 8 corpses from the 9th level. At this time, 8 of our 9 kings of the Yin sect will appear. Furthermore, summon all the elders of the Yin sect. At this moment, we must seize the body of the ancient god clan's Yin sect's royal family." A thunderous voice suddenly echoed throughout the southern part of the Star Alliance, causing all the disciples of the Yin sect to feel it. They trembled, raised their heads, and respectfully bowed in obedience. This seemed to stir up a storm throughout the southern part of the Star Alliance. "This jade slip, even I dare not confirm its authenticity." Li Yingxi's mind trembled. Although she had guessed that the contents of the jade slip could shake the Yin sect, she didn't expect such a terrifying shock, capable of overturning the entire sect's power. Therefore, she couldn't help but be horrified. If the jade slip was real, it would be fine, but she couldn't be certain. If the contents were fake, she couldn't bear the consequences. After all, she was the one who brought it back. "It's all right. If the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor has given this jade slip, then 7 out of 10 things in it are true." With the mindset of the 4 holy sects, they wouldn't easily spread false information and provoke the power of the Yin sect and the Cultivation Alliance. However, I must personally go to the 4 holy sects. These 2 jade slips in the Star Domain Alliance were like invisible hands guiding the hearts of countless people. An undercurrent seemed to be gradually emerging, leading to a series of earth-shattering events. At the same time, upon Moji's return to the Zhuanun Kingdom, 3 jade slips were quickly transmitted, reaching the remaining 3 extremely powerful forces of the Cultivation Alliance. The war with Luotia ceased, and a large number of cultivators left the battlefield. The people of the Yin sect also stopped trading corpses everywhere and quickly left. All these bizarre changes attracted the extreme attention of the cultivators in the Alliance. But the creator of all this turmoil, Wang Lin, was now calmly residing at the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, spending his days sitting cross-legged by the volcano's edge, silently observing. Beside him lay an enormous frog, its body shimmering with lightning, constantly scurrying about and making crackling sounds. The thunder frog could withstand the high temperatures of this place. With the impending great battle, Wang Lin understood that his time was running out. He needed to quickly improve his divine abilities to increase his chances of survival in the next great battle. At the same time, he was waiting for the people of the Yin sect and Luo Tia to arrive again. Wang Lin was confident that the 2 jade slips he had sent would force these 2 powerful forces to come. Wang Lin possessed extraordinary intelligence, but his strategies were not without calculation. In his previous state, all his schemes were merely cunning conspiracies. But now disagreements arise. With the 4 sacred sects behind him, he must now employ an open strategy. He clearly shared information about the ancient god with everyone, and of course, the other party also understood that Wang Lin had ulterior motives. Anyone with a little intelligence could understand this. If Wang Lin hadn't become the Vermilion Bird Sacred Emperor and spread the news about the ancient god, it would have been useless and would immediately lead to his demise. Whether it was Luo Tiao or the Yin sect, their first choice would be to interrogate him. But now, neither the Yin sect nor Luo Tia could choose that option. After all, besides the 3 irreconcilable forces, the 4 sacred sects were also a dominant force in the past, and their hidden cards could make anyone who wanted to wage war pay a very high price. That's why Wang Lin had the courage to spread this information. Furthermore, Wang Lin knew that his identity as an ancient god was probably no longer a secret among the cultivators with great divine abilities in the Star Alliance. After all, during the battle in the Demon Spirit Land, Wang Lin unleashed that strange light, reliving ancient times, and appeared in the form of an ancient god. If it didn't arouse suspicion and speculation, Wang Lin would never believe it. This was also the reason why he readily agreed to go to the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect with the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. If he hadn't gone to the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, with his injuries from that day, he would have found it difficult to even take half a step in the Star Alliance, constantly being chased and hunted. And sooner or later he would be captured. That's why the news about Thaksam was more credible. Moreover, there was no need to lie. The truth would be revealed once they arrived at the ancient god's land on Vermilion Bird Star. La Tia, Yin sect, and the Cultivation Alliance, these 3 forces have all come to the land of the ancient gods. I wonder if they can deal with Tushen. Wang Lin pondered, his eyes suddenly flashing, and he stopped thinking about this matter. In fact, bringing these 3 forces to the Vermilion Bird Star was only the first step of his plan. He had another plan within a plan. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin crossed his legs and glanced at Li Washington beside him. Li Washington seemed to be asleep, but a wisp of fire elemental power was slowly entering its body. When Wang Lin arrived at the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, he released Li Washington and the Wen Beast to cultivate on their own. Yesterday, Li Washington came from the Zhuanwu Holy Sect and used its spiritual sense to find Wang Lin. The Wen Beast should have arrived by now. Why hasn't it come to find me? The elder of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect also said that the Wen Beast flew ahead of them. Although the speed of the beast wasn't as fast as these elders, it should still take some time to arrive. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, pondered for a moment, then suppressed the doubts in his heart. Never mind, the beast is inherently mischievous. A few days' delay won't matter. Wang Lin formed hand seals, pointing at his body, his complexion gradually turning unusually rosy, his expression vaguely revealing pain. With Wang Lin's ability to control fire elemental power, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable with high temperatures, let alone sweat. But at this moment, large beads of sweat, like peas, gradually appeared on his forehead. After a long while, Wang Lin exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a red light flickered continuously around his chest. A broken sword slowly emerged from within his chest, little by little. As soon as the broken sword appeared, a surge of murderous energy erupted. The murderous aura was so intense that it quickly permeated the entire main planet and directly spread into the starry sky. Although flames burned outside the planet, they were stunned by this murderous energy before dissipating. This broken sword was formed from the essence of the murderous energy of the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master, which had been left in Wang Lin's body during the battle in the Demon Spirit Land. For 3 years, he continuously cultivated and healed, finally slowly refining this sword fragment. At this moment, a portion of it had dissipated in his primordial spirit, having been refined, while the rest remained in his body. 3 years of cultivation, I've basically mastered this thing. After refining this, even if I resume cultivating the slaughter immortal technique, I won't face the danger of millions of murderous energies self-destructing like before. Wang Lin could never forget the slaughter chat. After all, he had cultivated the slaughter immortal technique for many years and had reached the great perfection stage. It was during that time, with the help of the ancient demon Bei Luo, that he discovered the dangers of the slaughter immortal technique. If he continued cultivating, he would collapse, transforming into a true slaughter chat, becoming the possession of the gray-robed heavenly fortune master. In the end, he had to choose to abandon it, still feeling a little regretful. But now, that regret had vanished. Looking at the crimson sword fragment flying within his body, a fire flashed in Wang Lin's right eye. Instantly, a sea of fire appeared, swirling around the sword fragment, burning fiercely. Wang Lin didn't stop, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing to his forehead. Immediately, the primordial thunder dragon flew out from his forehead, spitting a mouthful of primordial spirit energy towards the flames surrounding the sword fragment. Inside the ancient thunder dragon's primordial spirit, Wang Lin's second primordial spirit, transformed by the 9 profound transformations, opened its eyes wide and spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit energy. This caused the thunder and fire to intertwine, simultaneously erupting and engulfing the flames burning the sword. Immediately, the flames blazed fiercely, as if fuel had been added. Along with this came the incessant rumbling of thunder. Gradually, the crimson sword began to show signs of melting. But just as it was about to melt, a chilling, murderous aura emanated from the sword, counteracting the flames. Wang Lin was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. He had witnessed this transformation almost every time he refined this sword. But today, Wang Lin had no time to linger. He wanted to refine the entire sword, forming a murderous sword within his body, so that he could continue cultivating the killing immortal technique. That incredibly powerful offensive and defensive divine ability. If the 9 profound transformations had succeeded first, Wang Lin wouldn't have been at all confident, but he was 70% certain of success with this. His gaze shifted from the burning sword fragment. Wang Lin took a deep breath and formed a hand seal. As Wang Lin raised his right hand to the sky, his second primordial spirit also made the same gesture. In that instant, an unimaginably massive surge of fire elemental power suddenly erupted from his second primordial spirit, transforming into a sea of flames that shot straight up into the sky. Flame condensation. Wang Lin's voice was low. The moment these words were uttered, all the fire elemental power in this cultivation planet suddenly moved, converging towards Wang Lin. Not only this cultivation planet, but even the flames burning in the outer space did the same. The vast fire elemental power continuously merged. Wang Lin lowered his right hand, a finger pointing at the sword fragment. In an instant, this condensed fire elemental force surged straight towards the broken sword. In a short time, the speed of the sword's melting increased several times. But at the same time, more and more killing intent surged from within the broken sword, constantly clashing with the flames. Wang Lin stared at the broken sword for a long time, his right eye flashing intensely. The second elemental force within the ancient thunder dragon's primordial spirit acted again, piercing through the ancient thunder dragon's primordial spirit, and from Wang Lin's right eye, transformed into a red beam of light that rushed forward. In this instant, Wang Lin, without hesitation, clasped his hands together, opened his mouth, and spat out an object. This object was the 18 layers of Hell Sealing Immortal Seal. Scattering beams to form soldiers, Void Master, Heavenly Fortune Master, appear. As Wang Lin uttered these words, he swung his right hand forward. Immediately, a halo of light emanated from the sealing immortal seal in all directions. These were Void Master and the 2 fused clones of Heavenly Fortune Master. The 2 trapped souls, upon appearing, immediately rushed towards the broken sword, circling around Wang Lin's second primordial spirit, assisting him in refining it. At the same time, Wang Lin raised his left hand and pressed towards the nearby volcano's mouth. Instantly, rumbling sounds erupted from the volcano, and thick black smoke spewed out. In a flash, a wave of heat surged from the volcano's mouth. Within this wave of heat, many molten rocks flew about, but with a wave of Wang Lin's left hand, these rocks flowed like water, swirling around the broken sword, transforming into a molten lava sphere more than 10 meters in diameter, further increasing the heat inside. At this moment, it could be said that Wang Lin spared no expense, determined to completely refine the gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master's Slaughter Sword. His second primordial spirit, Void Master, and Heavenly Fortune Master's clone mobilized the fire elemental power of heaven and earth, finally enveloping it in molten rock to seal it completely, thus accelerating the refining process. Wang Lin was beneath the massive lava sphere, more than 10 meters in diameter, his hands constantly manipulating the fire elemental power from all directions. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 13 days had gone by. This kind of refining consumed too much energy. If it lasted too long, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to endure it. Not only his own primordial power, but he had also used the immortal power he had accumulated from devouring more than 10 immortal primordial spirits over the past 3 years. Another 12 hours passed, and Wang Lin's eyes suddenly blazed with light. He let out a soft shout and waved his hands in all directions. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the lava sphere before him vanished, shattering into countless burning fragments. The broken sword instantly crumbled, unable to withstand the destructive power of the flames, completely dissolving and then being devoured by Wang Lin's second primordial spirit, quickly returning to Wang Lin's body. The souls of Void Master and Heavenly Fortune Master also returned to the Immortal Seal. Wang Lin closed his eyes and sat down for a moment. Gradually, a dark red sword condensed within his second primordial spirit, surrounded by swirling waves of killing intent. As soon as Wang Lin moved his thoughts, this killing intent would surge forth. It's a pity this sword, after being refined, has consumed so much killing intent. Now there are less than 1 million left on it. I still need to continue cultivating and increasing it. Wang Lin opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and patted his storage bag. Immediately, a dark light flew out, transforming into a trident in front of Wang Lin, emanating an aura of ancient desolation. Wang Lin stared intently at the trident, but suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he looked up at the starry sky. Immediately, a look of gloom and remorse appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He must finally be given justice. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, retracting the trident. His body flashed and he disappeared. Not far from Wang Lin, on a cultivation planet, lay another main planet. It was a magnificent mountain range, its sky ablaze with fiery red, appearing quite imposing. On the highest peak of this cultivation planet, a woman knelt. She was breathtakingly beautiful, but her expression was one of profound sorrow. She knelt there motionless. Before her stood a black stone statue. This statue depicted Wang Lin. Behind the statue was a cave entrance, its interior pitch black. Beside the stone statue sat a young man in black robes meditating. His expression was cold, his eyes closed, not even glancing at the woman kneeling not far away, calmly practicing his breathing exercises. "Please, let me in." The woman's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at the man in black. "No." The young man in black opened his eyes and said coldly. The woman trembled, about to speak again, when suddenly a sigh echoed from the sky. Ripples appeared on the mountaintop, and then Wang Lin emerged. As soon as Wang Lin appeared, the young man in black's expression instantly changed to one of excitement and fervor. He quickly stood up and respectfully exclaimed, "13 greets, master." The woman's expression grew even more sorrowful upon seeing Wang Lin, but she said nothing more. "Linger, take me to see your great-grandfather." Wang Lin nodded slightly to 13 and gently spoke to the woman. "His great-grandfather. He's dying." 2 streams of tears flowed down Linger's face. A deep sense of guilt appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept Linger away and disappeared. After he left, 2 streaks of starlight flashed deep within the cave. Wang Lin's main body opened its eyes, also showing a look of remorse. On his shoulder, the star-silver eagle lay, its tongue licking his neck. No one could see that below Wang Lin's waist, only a pile of bones remained, emitting a gloomy aura. In a city of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, a man with white hair and an extremely aged face was constantly drinking wine, his expression showing madness. "Second brother, third brother, big brother apologizes to you, apologizes." The old man fiercely took a gulp of wine, letting it drip from the corner of his mouth, mixing with his tears. He wasn't drinking wine, but tears. The tears had mixed in, causing the wine to lose its sweetness and instead emit a strong, sour, and spicy flavor. His heart ached. Drinking the wine was like drinking his own tears. Behind him, amidst the rippling waves, Wang Lin and Linger emerged. Seeing his appearance, Linger's tears flowed even more profusely. She was about to snatch the wine gourd from him when Wang Lin stopped her. Wang Lin sighed, approached the old man, and sat with him on the city wall, casually picking up the wine gourd beside him and taking a large gulp. At this very moment, in the middle of the Star Alliance, a swarm of ferocious beasts, their bodies like mosquitoes, were screaming and flying. Their eyes were bloodshot, and a faint, almost imperceptible scent, only perceptible to the spirit beasts, slowly wafted towards them, seemingly controlling the spirit beasts. In front of them were 3 young men in yellow robes. Each of them held a strange incense stick, carefully luring the swarm of spirit beasts. I didn't expect to find such a giant beast in the Star Alliance. This time, when we meet the elders, bringing this giant beast with us, the 3 of us will surely achieve great merit. The middle-ranked man's eyes gleamed with greed as he spoke in a low voice. His tone was slightly different from that of the Star Alliance cultivators, seemingly from outside the Star Alliance. Wang Lin and Chen Daozi sat on the city wall, silently drinking wine, looking up at the fiery red sky and the raging waves of heat crashing down. He's dead. The 3rd brother is dead. The 2nd brother's primordial spirit has finally dissipated, Chen Daozi said sorrowfully, setting aside his empty wine gourd. Chen Daosanzi, today only I remain. Wang Lin remained silent, taking a sip of wine, and softly said, I shouldn't have brought the 3 of you along back then. Chen Daozi turned sharply, staring at Wang Lin, his expression revealing ferocity and hatred. Wang Lin looked back at Chen Daozi, silently gazing. Linger, bring the wine. The 2 looked at each other for a long time. The ferocity on Chen Daozi's face gradually faded, and he spoke somewhat subtly to Linger behind him, then turned his head to look at the fiery red sky and earth. Cultivators walk against the heavens. If one embarks on this path, there's no guarantee that one day their body won't perish. I understand that clearly. Back then, your request for the 3 of us to go to the demon spirit land wasn't forced. It was our own free will. I understand that too. Chen Daozi's face was filled with anguish as he looked at the wine gourd beside him and shook it. The gourd was empty. Wang Lin remained silent, then handed the gourd to Chen Daozi. Chen Daozi took it, drank to large gulps, and with tears streaming down his face, muttered, I hate myself for not having enough cultivation. I hate that I can't bring my 2nd and 3rd brothers back to life. I hate that I can't take revenge. I'm ashamed before their souls. At this moment, Linger, who had bought wine from the city, arrived. Her eyes were red, and she gently placed several wine gourds beside Chen Daozi. Wang Lin picked up a wine gourd, took a sip, his eyes showing determination, and said in a deep voice, Chen Daozi, I am at fault for this. If I hadn't let the 3 of you go together back then, this tragic event wouldn't have happened. Ancient Demon Pagoda killed your junior brother, and I promise that soon you will have the opportunity to personally kill Ancient Demon Pagoda and avenge your junior brother. Chen Daozi's body trembled, and he looked up at Wang Lin, his expression showing excitement. Is this true? This is my promise to you. Wang Lin threw the wine gourd to the ground, stood up, and looked at the distant sky and earth, seemingly searching for memories, slowly saying, life is full of birth and death. Your 2 junior brothers and you, such affection is enough. Life and death are not determined by fate. In the vast, hazy starry sky, cultivators perish every day. How many remember them, and how many offer sacrifices for them? Walking this path requires understanding life and death, not just one's own, but the lives and deaths of others. Once Wang brought the ashes of a deceased friend back to my hometown, where I heard a nursery rhyme. The apricot tree blossoms with white flowers. Don't marry your daughter to a Taoist priest. Last year, the 2nd son went up the mountain. This year, the eldest son's bones are cold. The daughter weeps for the dead, preparing a coffin for herself. The dog barks, the cat scratches, it frightens the Taoist priest back home. A small nursery rhyme, yet it perfectly captures our sorrow. Chen Daozi, do you see this? Do you understand? I myself am also suffering immensely. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but tinged with sadness. Leaving these words behind, he rose and walked away into the distance. His figure exuded a loneliness and desolation even greater than that of Chen Daozi. Chen Daozi watched Wang Lin's retreating figure in astonishment, his words still echoing in his ears. Seeing Wang Lin about to disappear into the distance, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Have you seen through it?" Wang Lin's body trembled in the distance, stopping. He didn't turn around, remaining silent for a long time, then softly said, "I haven't seen through it." His voice carried a bitter tone. Wang Lin transformed into a streak of light and soared straight into the sky. Time passed slowly. Since leaving Chen Daoxi's place, Wang Lin had remained seated in meditation by the volcano's edge, silently gazing at the volcano, his mind constantly replaying memories from long ago. He couldn't see through life and death, and therefore had to endure 1,000 years of suffering from loneliness, and he had to continue to endure it. Struggling in agony, he embarked on this obscure, endless path of cultivation, guided only by the thoughts in his heart and soul. At the volcano, amidst billowing black smoke and gentle breezes, a vast expanse of land was engulfed in flames, yet complete silence reigned. In this silence, Wang Lin sat quietly. Before him lay a coffin. The coffin was as clear as water, emitting a shimmering light. Inside lay a woman. Her skin was smooth and delicate. She didn't appear dead, but rather asleep. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful, nor did she possess a captivating aura, but in Wang Lin's eyes, even the most beautiful woman in the world couldn't compare to the woman in this coffin. Wang Lin's right hand rested on the coffin, his eyes filled with tenderness. He gazed at the woman in the coffin, as if returning to the vermilion bird star. Life and death, Wang Lin could no longer fully comprehend. At this moment, it seemed as if everything in the world ceased to exist, leaving only him and the woman in the coffin. Silently savoring the solitude, quietly gazing at the woman who had been his companion for 1,000 years in this tranquil world, Wang Lin gradually found a glimmer of warmth in his heart. This warmth, though small, permeated Wang Lin's soul, like a riverbank that, knowing it could not survive, still clung to its course, fearing separation from the river. 1,000 years of cultivation, and this woman in the coffin was Wang Lin's only anchor. Stroking the coffin, Wang Lin seemed to forget everything, only being by her side. When she awakens, we will build a secluded paradise, a place no one can find, and live peacefully. A gentle smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. This seemingly insignificant wish was, in his heart, his greatest aspiration. "I didn't quite understand before, but now I do," Wang Lin murmured. A profound sorrow emanated from him. Previously, he had only felt doubt about Zhou Yi's feelings for Qing Xuan, but after more than 1,000 years of cultivation and endless solitude, Wang Lin finally understood. It was a kind of spiritual entrustment, a kind of stubbornness, and also a kind of unwillingness to accept defeat. "Water, do you remember I once told you that even if heaven decreed your death, I would still take you back?" A defiant, heaven-defying determination shone in Wang Lin's eyes. In this scorched star domain, every cultivation planet of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect was filled with volcanoes. And each of these volcanoes, in this particular environment, frequently erupted, spewing molten lava. Each volcanic eruption caused the entire ground to tremble. The deafening roar was enough to shake the heavens and the earth, especially with the billowing black smoke covering the sky and molten rock raining down, making it seem as if the world was coming to an end. For the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, volcanic eruptions were commonplace, but Wang Lin had witnessed them very rarely. At this moment, the volcano near him emitted a continuous, rumbling sound, growing increasingly violent. Wang Lin paid no attention to it. His eyes were fixed only on Li Muan in the coffin. The rumbling within the volcano intensified, until finally, it sounded as if a giant beast was roaring inside. A plume of black smoke shot up from the volcano's mouth amidst the shaking ground, spreading wildly in all directions, obscuring the crimson light in the sky and plunging the land into darkness. Immediately afterward, a fierce roar erupted from within the volcano. In a short time, a blazing red light shot straight up into the sky. A column of molten lava erupted, soaring into the air. From afar, this scene was extremely terrifying, especially for Wang Lin, who was sitting beside the crater at this moment. The surrounding rocks and earth trembled, falling in large chunks, and molten lava surged out, almost reaching Wang Lin. The distance was very close, less than a meter. A dense wave of heat and molten lava, like a fire dragon, rushed out from the crater, carrying an earth-shattering roar, transforming into a rain of fire falling from the sky. It seemed as if the world before Wang Lin was collapsing. But even so, he couldn't lift his head from the coffin. He simply watched silently, completely oblivious to what was happening outside. The volcanic eruption grew stronger and stronger. The ground seemed to spin, numerous cracks appeared, and molten lava quickly spread everywhere. Along with the ground tremors, the volcano's crater continuously spewed molten lava, like a raging wave cascading down from the crater. The molten lava surged, instantly engulfing the entire volcano and flowing down to its base. At this moment, molten lava rained down from the sky. The ground churned, and the entire world was shrouded in only two colors, red and black. Within the black was a swirling mass of water, while the red was the dazzling molten lava. This is the power of a landslide, something I've been waiting for days. Finally, I've waited for it. Water, let's try the fourth technique of the white dust immortal art that I've mastered, mountain collapse. Wang Lin said softly, looking at the rain of molten lava in the sky. At this moment, the volcano near him erupted once again amidst a deafening roar. The ground shook even more violently, causing a volcano far from where Wang Lin was sitting to tremble. Under Wang Lin's gaze, the mountain roared, spewing thick smoke and molten lava. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes, and the image of Qing Shui raising his right hand and performing the mountain collapse immortal technique gradually appeared in his mind. In fact, back then in the demon spirit land, Wang Lin had found a faint feeling of this technique at the site of the volcanic eruption. However, this feeling was very weak. In that perilous moment, he couldn't think too much about it. But now, in the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, volcanoes were abundant. And after Wang Lin understood the fire elemental power, he understood Qing Shui's mountain collapse divine ability even more clearly. Of the 6 great immortal techniques of the Immortal Emperor Bai Fan, Wang Lin had already fully understood the first 3. Qing Shui had also said that the power of the next 3 divine techniques far surpassed the first 3, enough to shake heaven and earth. And this mountain collapse technique was the first of those 3. Mountain collapse is based on the idea of a mountain collapsing in the heavens and earth. It sounds simple, but in reality, it's extremely complex. A mountain has a mountain soul. If only the mountain body collapses without a soul, its power is only mediocre. Only when both the soul and the body collapse simultaneously can the power of mountain collapse be obtained, unleashing the power of the mountain collapse immortal technique within the mountain ranges. But this is only the first step. The true mountain collapse technique must be like clear water, where in a place without mountains, one uses their mind to transform into mountains, using them as the mountains form, and then infusing immortal power into their consciousness, transforming it into a mountain spirit. Mountain collapse is precisely the collapse of consciousness and immortal power, borrowing this force to merge with heaven and earth, transforming countless mountains from illusion to reality, possessing great divine power when heaven and earth collapse. The key to this mountain collapse immortal technique is not the form of the mountain's body and spirit, nor is it the transformation by the mind, nor is it the collapse of consciousness and immortal power, but rather the word reality. How to make an illusory scene become a real event is the core of the mountain collapse technique, and also its most difficult aspect. Looking at the volcano erupting in the distance, feeling the consciousness of the volcano collapsing, Wang Lin's eyes widened, revealing a hint of bewilderment. Water, what is real and what is fake? No one could answer Wang Lin's question. He silently gazed into the distance, sensing the fluctuations of heaven and earth, his eyebrows gradually furrowing. How can a mountain formed by divine consciousness become real? Qing Shui hadn't clearly explained this to Wang Lin. Wang Lin seemed to understand a little, but it was very vague. It seemed that Qing Shui wanted Wang Lin to figure it out himself, not to pass on his knowledge. Reality and falsehood, are they the same as life and death, cause and effect? Wang Lin closed his eyes again, lost in thought. Outside his body, volcanoes erupted continuously, becoming increasingly violent, and volcanoes further away were also affected and erupted. In a short time, the area surrounding Wang Lin was almost completely covered by endless molten lava, forming a boundless sea of lava. Time seemed to stand still. After an unknown period, Wang Lin opened his eyes again, still with a dazed expression. He remained silent, then waved his right hand over the coffin in front of him. Immediately, the coffin transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Wang Lin stood up and unexpectedly leapt directly into the mouth of the volcano. The thick molten lava spewed out, but it could not stop Wang Lin's figure. He continuously surged through the molten lava, gradually reaching the depths of the volcano. Sitting cross-legged, Wang Lin formed a hand seal, then suddenly waved his hands in both directions. His eyes shone brightly, then closed again. I don't need to care about truth and falsehood. If there is no truth in this world, then there is naturally no falsehood. Truth and falsehood are merely two forms of existence. Truth is good, and falsehood is also good. They are all relative, just like life and death. If there were no life in this world, then obviously there would be no death. If there were no cause, there would be no effect. Mosey once said, "All concepts are perceived by the mind. Everything arises from the movement of the heart." The moment Wang Lin closed his eyes, his entire body's fire elemental power surged, rushing out from within him, merging with the molten lava, gradually becoming one. It was as if he himself was the molten lava at this moment. After merging with the lava, Wang Lin's fire elemental power once again surged, enveloping the volcanic lava once more, merging with it again. Next, Wang Lin's fire elemental power dispersed, merging with the entire volcano, the billowing black smoke, and even the fire elemental power in the heavens and earth. In an instant, everything merged into one. At the same time, Wang Lin sensed a desolate aura emanating from within the volcano. This desolate aura was the soul of the volcano. When Wang Lin's primordial spirit merged with the volcano's soul, he vaguely perceived a scene. He saw a burning planet, the ground shaking, gradually giving rise to a mountain. Inside this mountain, fire elemental power surged. As time passed, this fire elemental power gradually transformed into molten rock, and finally, after reaching its limit, the mountain peak collapsed, spewing out dense molten rock. After witnessing the mountain erupt, it gradually stabilized, and he saw several ferocious beasts capable of surviving their roaring and running past, and a group of disciples from the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect flying by. Along with the heat waves, seeds of several plants capable of thriving in this place fell onto the mountain, gradually transforming into deep red grasses. The once desolate mountain was once again filled with life. This cycle continued endlessly, and after an unknown period, the earthquake began again, and the volcano erupted once more. Tens of thousands of years flashed before Wang Lin's eyes once more. Gradually, Wang Lin seemed to forget that he was a cultivator, seemingly becoming the volcano itself, its very soul. Each eruption of the volcano seemed like a confession from him. Wang Lin unconsciously attained enlightenment. I am the volcano. My anger is the eruption of the volcano. With this enlightenment, Wang Lin's mind suddenly searched wildly in all directions. In an instant, all the volcanoes in all directions were contained within Wang Lin's mind. His consciousness dispersed, merging with the volcanoes within, converging with the mountain bodies, touching the mountain souls, and even more images flooded Wang Lin's mind. He saw more volcanoes erupting, felt more mountain souls, and then his primordial spirit dispersed once more, gradually filling all the volcanoes on the planet. At this moment, he seemed to split into thousands of clones, each clone a volcano. Hang, an elder of the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes in doubt, then immediately looked towards the volcano where Wang Lin was sitting. It's the Sacred Emperor. This aura was ancient and desolate, but the old man, being an elder with cultivation reaching the shattered nirvana stage, obviously recognized it immediately. However, he was extremely terrified. He was terrified because this aura was indeed that of the Sacred Emperor, but it was completely different from the insignificant cultivator in his memory. Previously, he considered Wang Lin merely a Nirvana realm cultivator, having cultivated for less than 2,000 years. Although the elders outwardly acknowledged Wang Lin, in reality, they were somewhat unwilling to accept it. But now, this aura contained a profound sense of desolation. Even he, in the face of this aura, seemed like a mere junior. In shock, the old man immediately leapt into the air, only to see the other three elders from the three other cultivation planets also appear. Those three also showed expressions of terror, clearly having sensed the same thing as the old man. At this very moment, all the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect on the cultivation planet awoke from their meditation. They could clearly feel that, in that instant, an extremely profound and desolation-filled divine consciousness had swept through. If that were all, the four great elders would only be shocked, but the scene that followed made them gasp. This divine sense swept across, engulfing the entire cultivation planet. Suddenly, all the volcanoes on this cultivation planet seemed to awaken simultaneously, unexpectedly erupting at the same time. In the deafening roar, the entire cultivation planet trembled, and the heavens and earth seemed to be engulfed in this thunderous sound. At this moment, the aura of desolation in the divine sense surged, as if after gathering all the volcanoes, it had gained a sense of having experienced countless years. The sky was covered in a thick black mist, and the ground was filled with molten lava. At this moment, the faces of the four elders changed drastically. All disciples of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect leave this cultivation planet immediately. A low warlike thunder erupted from one of the elders. Then, a group of Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect members flew up, straight into the starry sky. These four elders also rushed out, bringing all the clansmen on this cultivation planet with them, all charging outwards. In the starry sky, everyone showed expressions of horror. Almost all of them didn't even know what had happened. The four elders' faces were extremely gloomy, their hearts filled with dissatisfaction towards the Holy Emperor. But the moment their dissatisfaction appeared, the divine consciousness that had permeated the cultivation planet instantly spread out, unexpectedly reaching into the starry sky, sweeping over the clansmen of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect and continuously expanding within the Burning Star domain. Under the expansion of the divine consciousness, another group of cultivation planets were merged. The aura of desolation became even more intense. On this cultivation planet, numerous clansmen of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect also flew out, their faces filled with horror. This divine consciousness permeated, and finally all the cultivation planets in the star domain were merged, continuously growing stronger. Gradually, an unimaginably vast divine consciousness appeared in this burning star domain. All the members of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect flew out from the planets, including Wang Lin and Big Head's group. At this moment, in the eastern part of the Four Sacred Sects Star Domain Alliance, outside the burning star domain of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, a ripple spread out, and then a person emerged from it. This person was an old man with white hair, wearing a red robe. If Wang Lin saw him, he would certainly recognize him at a glance. He was Yan Lazy. Almost immediately after he appeared, ripples appeared in the distance, and then another person emerged. As soon as this person appeared, a chilling aura emanated from him. This was a middle-aged man in a green robe, extremely handsome but with a pale face, looking like a dead person. The cultivation fluctuations emanating from him caused Yan Lazy's pupils to contract. La Tia Yan Lazy. The middle-aged man's icy gaze swept over him. One of the 9 kings of the Yin sect. I just don't know which number he is. Yan Lazy's voice was calm, but his eyes were fixed intently on the middle-aged man. In the star domain of the Vermilion Phoenix Sacred Sect, at this moment, all the cultivation planets were filled with divine consciousness carrying that aura of desolation, further terrifying all the elders of the Vermilion Phoenix Sacred Sect. Even with their unimaginably profound cultivation, they couldn't imagine what kind of divine power the new sacred emperor had cultivated to reach such a terrifying level. With their knowledge and cultivation, they simply couldn't comprehend or explain the immense power of the immortal Emperor Bai Fan's divine power. Wang Lin's divine consciousness, which normally couldn't extend so far, had now forgotten everything else, transforming into the soul of a volcano and merging with the entire cultivation planet. Using the volcano's soul power, it continuously spread out, creating this scene. All of this ultimately stemmed from the mountain collapse divine ability of the immortal Emperor Bai Fan. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine consciousness had gathered all the cultivation stars in the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect. Therefore, everyone felt that this divine consciousness contained the vicissitudes of tens of thousands of years, enough to cause them to disintegrate. Even all the clansmen of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, including the elders, were now surrounded by Wang Lin's divine consciousness. They could clearly feel that the aura within this divine consciousness almost terrified every elder. The dissatisfaction in the hearts of the 4 elders, which had appeared earliest, had completely vanished, replaced by a constantly increasing tremor. A profound and sorrowful divine consciousness lingered in everyone's minds, falling into their ears. So that's it. It was just a thought. No wonder senior brother Qing Shui didn't explain the detailed insights. I understand everything now. Along with the lingering divine consciousness, Wang Lin seemed to awaken. And in the instant he awakened, this burning star domain shook violently. Every star soul of the cultivation planet spread out, and the volcanoes on them erupted in an instant. All the volcanoes on the planets in the star domain erupted simultaneously, immediately causing a deafening tremor to reverberate everywhere. At this very moment, Yan Lazy and the 3rd king of the Yin sect entered the burning star domain. The moment they entered, the third king of the Cheyenne sect's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing an expression of disbelief. With his cultivation, he could immediately sense the existence of an incredibly vast divine consciousness within this star domain. This divine consciousness was powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. Even he couldn't help but take a deep breath. In his view, it seemed he wasn't facing a single person, but a star system that had existed for tens of thousands of years. This feeling of the passage of time was so profound that even he felt like a junior Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. The first person that came to the middle-aged man's mind was the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor, whom he had never met but felt somehow different. According to the information reported by Li Yingzi, the new Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor's cultivation time was clearly not long, so it couldn't possibly be like this. Could it be the old Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor? The middle-aged man's pupils contracted, his expression extremely cautious. At the same time, Yanlazi also entered, his face instantly changing. He almost immediately sensed a colossal divine consciousness within the burning star system that terrified him. This is... Yanlazi's eyes showed disbelief and terror. In his view, this divine consciousness was unimaginably powerful, seemingly beyond the reach of any cultivator. The moment he sensed this divine consciousness, Wang Lin naturally sensed Yanlazi and the middle-aged man as well. His divine consciousness surged, sweeping towards the two of them. The movement of his divine consciousness caused a rumbling sound throughout the star domain, and flames blazed fiercely. Yanlazi! A divine thought emanated from within that divine consciousness, echoing throughout the star domain. Yanlazi took a deep breath. He was somewhat familiar with this divine thought. Even the divine consciousness itself felt familiar. He had a hunch, but he couldn't believe his own prediction, his expression immediately becoming serious. I am the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. Wang Lin's divine thought slowly reached them, triggering the thunder in the starry sky, causing a deafening roar. You are Wang Lin. Yanlazi's eyes widened, his heart filled with terror. Not only him, but even the third king of the Yin sect felt the same. This must be someone from the Yin sect. Wang Lin's divine sense slowly spread out. A sea of fire surged, enveloping the middle-aged man and Yanlazi. I am the third king of the Yin sect. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, his outward expression returning to calm, showing no emotion. But no matter what, he had become much more wary of this Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. He had originally intended to carefully observe the Vermilion Bird Holy sect, but now there was no need for observation anymore. Previously, our junior, Li Yingzi, from the Yin sect, brought back a jade slip. This time, I've come here to ask where the contents of that jade slip are located. If the Holy Emperor can tell me, the Yin sect will be extremely grateful. The middle-aged man stepped forward, clasped his hands, and spoke slowly. Yanlazi suppressed the fear in his heart and also clasped his hands, saying, Your Majesty, Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. Lai Yunzi also brought a jade slip back to the Thunder Immortal Palace. I also want to ask where this jade slip refers to. Yanlazi, with his cultivation level, could somewhat understand why Wang Lin's divine consciousness had suddenly become so powerful. The ability to perfectly integrate with all the cultivation stars in this entire star domain was a kind of divine ability that filled him with great apprehension. The mystery of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect was once again heightened in Yanlazi's heart. I can tell you, the place described in the jade slip is fraught with danger. Whether you go or not is up to you. Wang Lin's divine sense swept across the starry sky. Immediately, countless lights appeared in front of Yanlazi and the middle-aged man, transforming into a star map. This star map clearly showed the Vermilion Bird Star, then flashed briefly before gradually dissipating. Vermilion Bird Star? Yanlazi's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, Such important information that the Holy Emperor told me. I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. The middle-aged man smiled and calmly said, I only know that someone needs to use someone else's hand to kill. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, not concealing anything from the Yin sect and Luo Jia. Everything was not a conspiracy. Excellent, the Holy Emperor is indeed straightforward. We, the Yin sect, owe you a debt of gratitude for this. The middle-aged man was stunned, obviously not expecting Wang Lin's reply. After a hearty laugh, he gazed deeply at the place where Wang Lin's divine sense had been transmitted, clasped his hands, and turned to leave. Yanlazi remained silent for a moment. After the middle-aged man left, his expression became complex, and he sighed softly. I still underestimated you. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. Wang Lin, today, if you disregard my identity as the Thunder Immortal Palace and your identity as the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor, how would I treat you in Luotia? Very well. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then transmitted his divine sense again. That very well is quite good. Wang Lin, I just want to know, is the jade slip you're referring to real or fake? Are you still not certain? Yan Lazy's eyes narrowed, and he asked in a low voice, Senior Yan Lazy, I'm not deceiving you. Everything in that jade slip is completely true. Yan Lazy nodded, saying nothing more, clasped his hands, and transformed into a rainbow, leaving the burning star field. After the two of them left, the divine consciousness that permeated the entire star field suddenly collapsed, dissolving into countless points within the star field. The parts belonging to the soul immediately reverted to a cultivation planet. At the same time as this divine consciousness collapsed, it also pulled along the cultivation power of heaven and earth, causing the minds of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sex clansmen to tremble. On Wang Lin's cultivation planet, the volcano had stopped erupting. Inside the largest volcano, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, as if lightning flashed through the molten rock of the volcano. Wang Lin's realm was the comprehension of life and death reincarnation, then transformed into the cycle of cause and effect. At this moment, relying on the realm of the mountain collapse, it began to become real and illusory. A concept of cause and effect reached its peak. His cultivation broke through the nirvana realm and entered the pure nirvana realm. The concept of cause and effect, through comprehending the concept of the mountain ice, progressed, giving rise to transformations of the concept of truth and falsehood. Truth and falsehood are different from reality and illusion. This is the great Tao ahead. Wang Lin stood up and took a step in the molten lava. Ripples appeared, and in a short time, Wang Lin appeared outside. Looking at the heavens and earth, a smile gradually appeared on his face. Pure nirvana. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He clearly felt that his body was different from before. Previously, the fire elemental power that his body could withstand had reached its limit. But now, as Wang Lin's mind moved, the fire elemental power in the heavens and earth surged like a storm, converging into Wang Lin's body. As the elemental power continuously flowed in, Wang Lin's right hand grasped the void, and immediately a crack appeared in front of him with a thunderous roar. This crack, appearing unexpectedly, was not stable and seemed as if it could collapse at any moment. But the elemental power in Wang Lin's right hand instantly dissipated, then entered the crack, continuously expanding inside. With a rumbling sound, the crack grew larger and larger, and the elemental power merging into it made it increasingly stable, finally reaching its limit. With its current stability, it wouldn't easily collapse anymore. The storage bag won't need to be used anymore. Wang Lin smiled and patted the storage bag, and immediately all the items inside were sucked into the crack. Finally, the storage bag became empty, and with a single touch of Wang Lin, it turned into dust. He pointed his right hand at the crack, leaving his divine consciousness behind, then waved his hand, and the crack disappeared. At this moment, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his whole being instantly became icy. He took half a step forward, and when he reappeared, he was in the starry sky. Ahead of him, a purple beast was struggling to fly towards him. This beast was entirely purple, but at this moment, it was covered in blood, its expression listless, clearly severely wounded. If it weren't for the desire to return to its master, it would have long since died. Especially on its back, there was an extremely horrific wound constantly emitting green energy, and even its long trunk was broken. Seeing Wang Lin, the beast whimpered and flew towards him. Wang Lin patted the beast's back with his right hand, and the green energy immediately dissipated. With his left hand, he grabbed at the void, and a crack appeared in front of him, from which many pills flew out, feeding them to the beast. At the same time, his consciousness spread out, penetrating into the beast's head to examine its memories. His expression turned grim, and an overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted. You all want to die. In the center of the Star Alliance, within a star field filled with rubble, 3 young men in yellow robes were cautiously moving forward. They looked somewhat battered. One of them had a wound on his right thigh that exposed the bone, and although bandaged, blood still seeped out, making his face extremely pale. The other two were also injured, especially the one in the middle, who held an incense stick. A gaping hole seemed to pierce his right chest, and blood was continuously flowing from it. He had to grit his teeth and endure, but his body required someone else to support him. Behind him was a group of more than 10 spirit beasts. These spirit beasts also had minor injuries, but they didn't affect their movements. Their bloodshot eyes stared intently at the group ahead, but their bodies were drawn along by the smoke emanating from the incense stick. Damn it, we let the Beast King's larva escape. If we could bring it back to the Cloud Sea. Just one larva of the Beast King would be enough to exchange for an extremely rare bottle of heavenly decay liquid from the Dark Star sect. The young man with the wound on his thigh muttered, his face showing a hint of resentment. Shut up, that giant Beast King must have been raised by someone. To be able to tame the Beast King, the creature that causes storms in the Cloud Sea, and especially to subdue such a giant Beast King, that person must be a powerful figure in the Star Alliance. The three of us must quickly return and gather with the elders, otherwise, if that powerful figure discovers us, the consequences will be unimaginable. The young man with the hole in his chest, holding an incense stick, said in a cruel voice. Unexpectedly, everything went smoothly, but after leaving the Star Domain Alliance, that giant Beast King broke free, causing all the beasts to resist. If we hadn't used up to Spirit Soul incense sticks, I'm afraid the three of us wouldn't have been able to get rid of these beasts in time, and would have perished under its nose. It's a pity that the giant Beast King escaped. But just capturing a dozen or so of these giant beasts would be enough for the three of us to gain incredible benefits. Even within the Heavenly Gate sect, our status would be vastly different. The young man in the yellow robe finally looked greedily at the group of more than 10 beasts behind him and said, as the three continued flying, they gradually entered a star domain covered in rubble. A faint blue aura emanated from it. After arriving, they all patted their storage bags and took out jade slips. At this moment, they bit their tongues and spat fresh blood onto the jade slips. Suddenly, 3 jade slips flashed with a green light and shot straight towards the shimmering screens in front. Upon impact with the screens, they immediately generated ripples, and a vortex appeared. The 3 men didn't hesitate, leaping into the vortex, and all the spirit beasts behind them were sucked in. When they emerged, the 3 men and the spirit beasts were inside the screens. Their expressions finally calmed down. The young man holding the incense stick breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's strange, isn't it? Why are there such gigantic spirit beasts in the Star Alliance, which should only be found in our Cloud Sea star domain? Fortunately, their numbers aren't too large. If it were like in the immortal realm." The young man felt a chill run down his spine, fear appearing in his eyes. Well, it's useless to try this even if we want to. The sect has assigned us the task of investigating the situation, so let's quickly leave this place. My heart is pounding with fear right now. The 3 exchanged glances and then sped forward. A moment later, a massive formation formed from countless small rocks appeared before them. Streams of green light continuously flashed across the formation. Outside, nearly 100 young cultivators in yellow robes were dragging broken rocks from all directions. They were arranging the rocks into the formation according to some kind of pattern. 2 old men stood on the formation, both wearing purple robes. Though pale, their eyes shone brightly, giving them a very dignified appearance. The 2 old men were talking to each other, occasionally glancing towards the formation. When the 3 young men in yellow robes approached, they attracted the attention of all the cultivators around them, but not to the point of excessive scrutiny. But when everyone's gaze fell upon the more than 10 wind beasts behind the 3 men, their expressions immediately changed drastically. Even some timid cultivators and those with a spiritual obsession with wind beasts in the Cloud Sea star domain immediately cried out in horror. Wind beasts. The atmosphere became chaotic. Over 100 cultivators stopped what they were doing and all stared in disbelief at the group of more than 10 wind beasts. The 3 young men in yellow robes smiled smugly at the expressions of the people in front of them. When they first saw the wind beasts, they had the exact same reaction. 2 streams of purple light suddenly burst forth, and 2 old men in purple robes suddenly advanced. The old man in front swept his gaze over the group of more than 10 wind beasts, then looked at the cultivators all around and shouted, "What kind of behavior is this? Quickly set up the formation." The old man's shout immediately caused the monks on all sides to scatter. They continued their unfinished work, but every now and then their eyes would glance towards the beast of literature, their gazes blazing with greed. Sudin, what happened to these beasts of literature? After shouting, the old man looked at the beast of literature with a strange expression, then turned to the three young men in yellow robes and asked. The young man with the chest injury immediately became respectful and recounted the entire incident. Finally, he hesitated but admitted the unfortunate fact that the giant beast of literature king had escaped. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression turned grim. He looked at the other old man beside him, their eyes flashing with a hint of hesitation. If these beasts of literature were ownerless, then it would be acceptable, but that's almost impossible. We can hardly afford to provoke someone who can raise beasts of literature. The spirit beasts are extremely valuable in our Cloud Sea Star domain. These beasts usually live in herds of hundreds to thousands, making them incredibly difficult to resist, let alone capture alive. Even sects above level 6 have to pay a huge price to attempt capturing them. 10 spirit beasts are a colossal asset for our Heavenly Gate sect. The two old men exchanged glances, both seeing greed and determination in each other's eyes. With the Azure Light formation outside, it won't be easy for cultivators from the Star Alliance to reach us. Even a cultivator at the peak of the Shattered Nirvana stage would need several days to break through the Azure Light formation given to our Heavenly Gate sect by a level 8 sect. If we can buy ourselves more time, we can return to Cloud Sea. If they dare pursue us into the Cloud Sea Star domain, we'll make sure they never return. We must reinforce the formation. The two old men agreed. In the eyes of the three young men who brought the spirit beasts back, excitement flared up. Since an elder had intervened, they had to be extremely careful for safety. Upon returning to the sect, they would surely receive plenty of rewards. Hehe, now I want to see the master of these spirit beasts come here, to see how he breaks the Azure Light formation and how he can just stand there and watch us take the spirit beasts away. The young man with the wound on his thigh said with a smug smile. At this moment, the master of the spirit beasts, as the young cultivators were talking about, was Wang Lin, his right hand resting on the head of a spirit beast. His eyes were extremely cold, his expression icy. If anyone familiar with him saw these expressions, they would immediately know that Wang Lin was furious. Wang Lin always acted according to principles. If others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If Tu Shen hadn't relentlessly pursued Wang Lin after escaping his predicament, Wang Lin wouldn't have bothered with him. However, the current situation clearly showed that Wen Chu hadn't provoked the other party, yet he had been lured away. Those people had severely injured Wen Chu, which deeply affected Wang Lin. Wang Lin clenched his right hand, raising his head to look towards the starry sky. The moment his cultivation reached the pure nirvana stage, he vaguely sensed a surge of heavenly tribulation power. But the place he was in was the Vermilion Bird's secret sect. If the heavenly tribulation descended, it would likely cause serious damage. Even if someone offered help, Wang Lin didn't need it. He wanted to remain in the heavenly tribulation to see how strong his lightning and fire power truly was. In the past, Wang Lin would have been unable to restrain the descending heavenly tribulation, but after learning the first divine ability, the 9 profound transformations, of the Vermilion Bird's secret sect, he was able to do so. Therefore, the moment Wang Lin reached the pure nirvana realm, his mind stirred slightly, and he immediately used the 9 profound transformations method to seal himself. He kept his cultivation level close to the edge of pure nirvana, allowing him to vaguely sense the heavenly tribulation. Wang Lin knew that as soon as he slightly moved his mind, his cultivation would officially reach pure nirvana, and then the heavenly tribulation would surely descend. Wang Lin originally intended to leave the Vermilion Bird secret sect and head east to the Star Alliance to find a secluded place to confront the heavenly tribulation. But the appearance of the Wen beast immediately changed his mind. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and he collected the severely injured Wen beast into a spatial storage crack. At this moment, he followed the path in Wen beast's memory and sped straight ahead. As he took a step forward, a ripple immediately erupted in front of Wang Lin, and in an instant, he vanished, shrinking the ground into inches. In the boundless starry sky at the eastern border of the Star Alliance, a distorted area suddenly appeared, affecting a radius of 100 meters. Continuous waves of vibrations echoed in all directions, like a calm body of water being struck by a large rock, creating raging waves. At the center of these vibrations, Wang Lin, with his white hair, elegant and cold, took a step forward. The surrounding space was extremely quiet. Wang Lin glanced ahead. Not far away was the place where the beast of literature and the yellow robe cultivators were fighting. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly blazed with killing intent, his body flashed, and he shot forward. Wang Lin transformed into a streak of light, disappearing in an instant. A series of thunderous explosions echoed through the starry sky, the sounds created by Wang Lin's incredible speed. Wang Lin, clad in snow-white robes, swung his right hand into the air as he advanced, and the severely wounded Wind Beast immediately flew out. Wang Lin's elixirs were all immortal pills, and their effects were always extraordinary. After he infused a stream of his mental energy into the Wind Beast, the wounds on its body stopped bleeding. When the Wind Beast appeared, its eyes blazed with the same cold light as Wang Lin's. It stared ahead, letting out piercing shrieks. Clearly, it was unwilling to accept its fate. If it weren't for the strange incense burned by those people, a powerful Wind Beast king with over 10 Wind Beasts would have been severely wounded and its subordinates imprisoned by 3 insignificant cultivators. This had never happened to it since following Wang Lin. Now, being by its master's side, the Wind Beast's spirits were incredibly high. It let out a hiss and then chose a direction, hurtling straight ahead. Wang Lin's expression turned grim. Guided by the spirit beast's scent-tracking companion, he pressed forward, his anger burning intensely. As he flew, numerous illusory mountain peaks materialized around him. The illusory images of volcanoes that had just appeared immediately caused all the primordial energy of heaven and earth in the starry sky to condense. As volcanoes continuously appeared, the path Wang Lin was traveling seemed to be followed by a swarm of volcanoes. Anyone outside, even in the starry sky, would have to gasp in fear at the sight. Because the illusory images of volcanoes were so realistic, a quick glance would make it impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. But a second look would immediately create a feeling like a volcano erupting inside, enough to affect one's mind. The sensation between reality and illusion was enough to shock all cultivators below the Shattered Nirvana stage. Even those in the Shattered Nirvana stage were affected. After all, this divine ability was the Mountain Collapse, the first of the 3 divine techniques of Immortal Emperor Bai Fan. The anger in Wang Lin's heart manifested outwardly as the Mountain Collapse. He followed the Beast King, as only the unique aura of fellow beasts could detect each other. At this moment, the Beast King's expression was extremely ferocious. In its perception, the aura of its own kind was extremely strong here, and it could easily detect it without needing to be careful. The man and the beast thus sped towards the starry sky ahead. After about half an incense stick's time, Wang Lin frowned. After all, the beast of literature was injured, so its speed was somewhat slow. If they continued at this speed, he didn't know how long it would take to find the thief who stole the beast of literature. Moreover, Wang Lin gradually sensed that the heavenly tribulation was approaching, and even sealing his 9 profound transformations with his cultivation wasn't very secure. This place was, after all, the outer starry sky, and like the star domain of the Vermilion Bird's secret sect, which was constantly scorched by fire. At this time, the elemental energy in the heavens and earth was extremely chaotic, so as Wang Lin moved forward, although his cultivation was sealed, a lot of elemental energy still flowed into his body. The elemental energy in his body circulated and transformed his meridians throughout his body. The body of a Nirvana cultivator will be appropriately transformed by the primordial energy of heaven and earth to comprehend the changes in the rules. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then raised his right hand. Immediately, a loud explosion erupted in front of him, and a crack about half a meter wide suddenly appeared. This crack didn't remain stationary. As Wang Lin moved forward, it followed at the same speed. The crack was like a small boat in the vast ocean, rapidly moving in a very strange way. Wang Lin reached his right hand into the crack and took out a yellow talisman. With a slight movement of his mind, the half-meter crack suddenly contracted and disappeared. Wang Lin held the yellow talisman and waved it, instantly attaching it to the Wind Beast. The Wind Beast's body trembled, a whirlwind immediately erupted around it, and the Wind Beast instantly shot straight up into the starry sky. This whirlwind was earthy yellow, and as it continuously spun, howling whines suddenly echoed through the starry sky. At this moment, a gigantic bird suddenly materialized on the whirlwind. The beast spread its wings, and suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, directly launching itself forward at a speed many times faster than lightning. The moment the beast launched itself, Wang Lin also leapt onto its back. At this moment, the beast was moving at an extremely fast speed. Wang Lin only felt a series of starlight flowing through his body. This was the speed of a shattered nirvana cultivator. The beast had never reached this level. Now that it had reached such incredible speed, the beast immediately let out ear-piercing roars, no longer feeling any fatigue, only knowing to shoot forward like an arrow through the starry sky. A group of alliance cultivators, having received orders from the battlefield to retreat, transformed into streaks of rainbow light as they flew. Suddenly, the group felt a gust of wind blow through, accompanied by piercing screams. This extremely powerful wind immediately caused them to scatter, each person retreating with terrified eyes. What is this? Only then did they clearly hear the ear-piercing roar of the beast, a sound that had been left far behind as the beast sped past. The expressions of the cultivators changed drastically. Everyone was horrified but stood still like statues. They exchanged glances and immediately sped away. The beast sped through the starry sky at lightning speed, simultaneously tracking the aura of its kind. Before long, the beast arrived in a star field covered in rocks. Although there were planets all around, most were deserted. Therefore, no cultivators bothered to come here. Upon seeing the star field full of rubble, the beast's scream became even sharper, a furious rage erupting within it. The beast of literature leapt directly into the piles of rocks, a sudden rumbling sound echoing as it smashed through all the rocks blocking its path. As it charged forward, it seemed to go berserk, a series of thunderous explosions resounding as it plunged deep inside. Deep within the rubble, the azure-like Great Formation, repaired by over 100 cultivators using rocks, was clearly nearing completion. Excitement flickered in the eyes of the two purple-robed elders. Once this formation was finished, they could safely take the beast of literature back to the Cloudsea star domain. At that time, their heavenly Kate sect would reap immense benefits from these 10 or so beasts of literature. The two old men were extremely excited, whispering to each other, their worries about the incomplete formation having been swept away. But at this moment, the 10 spirit beasts they had imprisoned not far away, which had been extremely quiet under the incense smoke, suddenly let out earth-shattering roars. It wasn't just ordinary roars. All the spirit beasts had bloodshot eyes, screaming and struggling. These changes immediately drew the attention of the two old men in purple robes, and the cultivators repairing the grand formation also turned to look. But the spirit beasts seemed to have gone mad, all trying to break free from the incense smoke. "Something's wrong," one of the old men in purple robes said in a low voice. The old man beside him was about to speak when his expression changed, and he turned sharply. At this moment, thunderous explosions suddenly came from far away, outside the azure light grand formation. In that instant, the azure light flickered continuously, causing the surrounding space to alternately brighten and dim. The two old men's expressions immediately turned grim, and they both rushed straight down and sped forward. But before they could get close, they heard a series of frenzied roars coming from outside the azure light formation. The moment this sound rang out, the more than 100 cultivators repairing the formation and the 3 young men who had brought the Beast King back all changed their expressions. The 3 young men suddenly realized that these roars were from the Beast King's escape route. Unexpectedly, that guy has chased us here. Now that we have an elder nearby, we might have a chance to capture this Beast King. The 3 young men exchanged glances and immediately charged forward. Outside the azure light formation, the Beast King was using unimaginable speed and raging fury to directly attack the layers of rubble covering the formation. Loud explosions echoed through the starry sky and reverberated in all directions. But this azure light barrier was incredibly resilient. Under the continuous attacks of the Beast of Literature, the light only flickered, but the patterns on it remained unmoved. Conversely, the Beast of Literature was thrown back, only stopping after retreating several hundred meters. If Wang Lin hadn't delayed the counterattack, the Beast of Literature would have been severely injured again. Feeling unwilling to accept defeat, the pupils in its eyes blazed with blood-red light and murderous intent, and it continuously roared. Wang Lin stood beside it, staring intently at the azure light barrier, his expression still icy cold. He took a step forward and raised his right hand, striking down at the barrier in the air. The moment the palm strike was unleashed, all the elemental power in the heavens and earth instantly erupted, transforming into a sea of fire that enveloped the azure light barrier. The crackling sound of the flames echoed across the land, but the barrier of azure light showed no sign of dissipating. Overestimating yourself. A cold snort emanated from within the barrier of azure light. Suddenly, two old men in purple robes emerged from it, approaching Wang Lin with disdainful eyes. These two old men had been silent, but upon seeing Wang Lin's cultivation level, they immediately calmed down. Their cultivation hadn't reached the shattered nirvana stage, not even the great perfection of pure nirvana, but only the late stage of pure nirvana. After all, they weren't official envoys of the Class C star domain. They had merely used special methods to sneak here. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the sea of fire covering the barrier of azure light suddenly recoiled. At this moment, flames swirled around Wang Lin, his gaze piercing through the barrier of azure light and falling upon the two old men within. Hand over the group of beast spirits and the three younglings who dared to cause trouble, and I will spare you from the death penalty, Wang Lin said slowly and deliberately. The two old men in purple robes couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. A sarcastic smile suddenly appeared in one of them as he said, "Does the Star Alliance have such arrogant people? With your cultivation level, you think you can threaten us too? That's utterly absurd." Although the two old men disliked Wang Lin intensely, they were extremely cautious, neither daring to step outside the green light barrier. They suspected that the person before them was probably not the leader of the beast spirits, but rather a disciple whose purpose was to lure them out. They were certain that a powerful cultivator was lurking outside the green light barrier. Although their divine senses couldn't detect him, this only increased their suspicion. Wang Lin didn't say much. He raised his right hand and pointed a finger at the starry sky. He took a deep breath, and the 9 profound transformations that were sealing his cultivation within his body suddenly released their power. At this moment, a surge of pure and fiery energy erupted from Wang Lin's body. This surge of energy then stirred up a great deal of the heaven and earth's elemental power, all converging towards one direction to form enormous black clouds. As these terrifying streams of heaven and earth's elemental power merged into Wang Lin's body, a series of thunderous explosions erupted from within. An extremely terrifying force slowly condensed in the starry sky. A cloud of heavenly tribulation instantly materialized in this rocky star field. In just a moment, the cloud had become enormous, almost completely covering the entire rocky star field. At that very moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the star field, instantly engulfing and splitting the rocky star field in two. This is heavenly tribulation. The two old men in purple robes widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces, their gazes filled with terror. Even though they were both nirvana cultivators, they hadn't encountered many heavenly tribulations before, but they recognized it at a glance. This was the first time they had witnessed a heavenly tribulation firsthand since arriving in this star alliance. The tribulation clouds furiously condensed over the rocky star field, moving much faster than the heavenly tribulations of the past. In just a moment, the tribulation clouds had almost completely condensed and covered the entire starry sky. A series of thunderous roars echoed, terrifying the entire starry sky, when suddenly a crimson lightning bolt shot out from within the tribulation clouds. This lightning bolt was as large as a water barrel. When it roared out, all the debris in its path shattered. Even the starry sky itself showed a fractured area as the crimson lightning bolt flashed, as if it were about to break apart. The speed of this lightning bolt was too fast. The pupils of the two old men in purple robes standing inside the blue light screen suddenly flashed with crimson lightning, their minds shaken. And the crimson lightning bolt shot straight towards Wang Lin. This person, I don't know what method he used to create a heavenly tribulation right in front of us. A purple-robed old man suddenly muttered, as if he himself couldn't believe it. The crimson lightning, carrying an earth-shattering aura, formed ripples and, in an extremely short time, roared towards Wang Lin's head. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. The moment the lightning struck, he raised his right hand and squeezed hard. In an instant, the earth-shattering crimson lightning suddenly shattered in Wang Lin's powerful squeeze. It transformed into many crimson lightning bolts, arc-shaped lightning bolts scattering in all directions around Wang Lin's body. This scene caused the two purple-robed old men to gasp deeply, their eyes blazing with fear and disbelief. At this moment, the three young men in yellow robes also came up behind the two old men. Upon seeing Wang Lin crush the crimson lightning of the heavenly tribulation, the three of them felt their scalps tingle, and their souls almost left their bodies. One of them felt his limbs tremble, the terror in his eyes reaching its peak. Wang Lin's expression remained as cold as before. A little bit of heavenly tribulation lightning meant nothing to him. After easily crushing the first bolt of lightning, Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the arc-shaped lightning bolts erupting in all directions suddenly trembled, as if all were being controlled to converge towards him. A moment later, a patch of crimson light appeared on Wang Lin's right hand, with a flash of lightning emitting a rumbling sound. Wang Lin looked coldly at the group in the clear light, and as they felt uneasy, the crimson light in Wang Lin's hand was thrown straight towards the clear light. A sudden roar resounded, and the crimson light instantly transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, striking the luminous barrier. At this moment, the luminous barrier began to shake violently, and the faces of the two old men inside immediately turned pale. He's definitely not an ordinary cultivator. Wang Lin had already guessed the barrier's resistance. A single lightning bolt would hardly be able to shake it. If one bolt isn't enough, then 10. If 10 bolts aren't enough, then 100. Killing intent flared in Wang Lin's eyes. Just then, the tribulation clouds in the starry sky began to swirl violently. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout the heavens and earth, and another crimson lightning bolt descended furiously. It wasn't just one bolt. After the first, other crimson lightning bolts appeared, as if all were converging. 9 crimson lightning bolts roared down, all heading towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but a look of madness flickered in his eyes. He burst into laughter and leapt up, not only failing to dodge, but instead soaring straight into the starry sky towards the 9 bolts of lightning descending upon him. Simultaneously, a vortex materialized on Wang Lin's forehead, and the primordial thunder dragon's spirit emerged from it, roaring angrily at the 9 bolts of lightning in the sky. The thunder dragon's roar made all the lightning in the sky obey its command. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth were filled only with the thunder dragon's spirit and the 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning. When the thunder dragon roared, the lightning suddenly ceased. Wang Lin laughed heartily and jumped into the midst of the 9 bolts of lightning. His right eye flashed with lightning, as if emitting an immense suction force. Suddenly, the 9 bolts of lightning converged towards his right eye. A continuous rumbling sound echoed as each bolt of lightning shot into Wang Lin's right eye, then all dissipated. At this moment, his right eye was intensely filled with lightning, simultaneously producing crackling sounds, and several lightning bolts swirled around his body, making him resemble a thunder immortal. Is this all the power you have? Wang Lin raised his head and looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky, roaring loudly. At this moment, Wang Lin didn't know how much his act of devouring the lightning had shocked the people in the green light below. The 3 young men in yellow robes were terrified to the point of their hearts and livers almost shattering. They never dreamed they would provoke such a terrifying opponent. Devouring the heavenly tribulation. The faces of the 2 old men in purple robes turned even paler, their smugness gone. Their eyes, fixed on Wang Lin, were filled with fear and disbelief. They felt that the young man in white before them was definitely concealing his true cultivation. Especially the scene of devouring 9 bolts of lightning just now had caused the foreheads of the 2 old men to be covered in cold sweat. One old man suddenly roared, "Repair the formation, quickly!" Nearly 100 cultivators behind them, although not able to move forward, could naturally see the situation in the starry sky from that position. At this moment, everyone's minds were shaken. The roar of the old man in purple robes made everyone gasp deeply. All of them, with terrified expressions, rushed to repair the great formation. The 2 old men in purple robes also quickly rushed to the back, both risking their lives to join the ranks of those repairing the great formation. "Quick, we must hurry, quickly leave this damned star alliance. Why is there such a person in this cursed star domain? He can devour the heavenly tribulation." The tribulation clouds continued to condense in the starry sky, and a huge wave of pressure suddenly erupted. A moment later, a massive, 10-jang-wide bolt of purple lightning appeared with a thunderous roar. This lightning shattered the starry sky and shot straight down, suddenly appearing 3 inches in front of Wang Lin, aiming for his forehead. Wang Lin let out a low growl, his body not retreating a single step, but raising both hands as if to embrace the lightning. At this moment, the 10-jang-wide lightning bolt was held against his chest. Ignoring the deafening explosions echoing in all directions, Wang Lin remained motionless. But the ripples of lightning suddenly swirled around Wang Lin's body and shot out in all directions. This was not the end. The heavenly tribulation seemed extremely enraged, with countless purple lightning bolts continuously falling and striking Wang Lin. Gradually, the sphere of lightning before him grew larger and larger, eventually reaching a circumference of 100 jang. Wang Lin's body also gradually retreated as the heavenly tribulation lightning bolts continuously struck, but his face revealed a look of madness. "Come again!" FF tilted his head back and roared, a deafening sound echoing through the sky. The tribulation clouds covering 100,000 miles of space in the starry sky suddenly erupted with an angry roar. At that moment, a 7-colored lightning bolt descended. Upon appearing, this 7-colored lightning bolt instantly transformed into 7 lightning bolts of 7 different colors, each carrying an imaginable power, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. The rumbling sounds continued, and Wang Lin's body recoiled. At this point, the lightning ball before him had reached a size of several hundred meters. The power of the lightning within the lightning ball was terrifying beyond imagination. Even Wang Lin, who controlled the lightning of heaven and earth, felt he could no longer withstand it. Seeing the tribulation clouds flash and then wildly shift, streaks of 7-colored lightning gleamed, Wang Lin's body flashed, and the lightning ball in front of him immediately shot down. At this moment, the people in the Azure Light Realm felt a tremor and cried out in horror. The lightning ball concealed a great deal of lightning, its power enough to shake heaven and earth. The lightning ball, controlled by Wang Lin, shot straight down into the Azure Light Realm below. The faces of the 2 old men in purple robes in the Azure Light Realm turned pale, their pupils contracting continuously. "Open the formation!" One of the old men in purple robes immediately roared angrily, regardless of whether the formation was complete or not. But at this moment, none of the cultivators objected. Nearly 100 cultivators immediately sat in different positions, each with their hands forming incantations and continuously casting spells. The moment the terrifying lightning ball, hundreds of meters long, descended, the 2 old men in purple robes quickly sat down cross-legged, both immersing their minds into the luminous dragon's energy, trying to strengthen the formation's power. Almost instantly, as the 2 old men's souls merged into the formation, the lightning ball also thundered down. The lightning ball struck directly at the luminous dragon's energy, the deafening explosion shaking the heavens and earth, a terrifying attack engulfing the entire area. Endless bolts of lightning enveloped the luminous dragon, making it gloomy. Both old men in purple robes spat out fresh blood, their eyes filled with terror. One of the old men's bodies exploded and shattered, his soul flying out and screaming as he charged straight into the opening formation. Numerous bolts of lightning pierced through the luminous dragon's energy, streaking back and forth within like a soaring dragon. The monks, who were sitting cross-legged and activating their formations, were instantly struck by the dragon lightning. Their bodies charred black in an instant. Even their souls couldn't escape before they perished. The Azure Light Great Formation, under intense lightning attacks, suddenly shattered with a thunderous roar, scattering into countless fragments. A terrifying and powerful force, like a raging wave, spread wildly in all directions. Seeing the danger, the beast immediately darted away like an arrow. Its speed was so great that it didn't need to worry about the danger. However, this star field was mostly made of rubble, and the moment the Azure Light Great Formation shattered, the ripples spread outwards, shattering all the rubble. At that moment, the star field filled with rubble instantly dissipated into thin air. Except for the center of the star field, no other rocks remained. Wang Lin charged forward, carrying a strong aura of killing intent and rage over the severely injured wind beast, directly leaping into the shattered aura of light. At this time, the heavenly tribulation in the starry sky also surged, thunderous explosions resounding, hundreds of 7-colored lightning bolts descending in an instant, all chasing after Wang Lin's figure. After the 7-colored lightning bolts descended, a cluster of heavenly fire suddenly fell. This was the fire of the heavenly tribulation, intending to incinerate everything. At this moment, the grand formation formed by the rubble was forced to open, and streams of brilliant starlight suddenly erupted, their power surging. The severely injured old man in purple robes flew behind the remaining old man's primordial spirit, both hurtling straight towards the center of the formation. If they could just enter the formation, the two of them might still be able to save their lives. At this moment, an extreme fear of Wang Lin arose in their hearts. Wang Lin saw that the formation had opened, and if cultivators stood too close, they would be teleported elsewhere. He couldn't let these people escape. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed, and the starry sky suddenly seemed to erupt with towering waves. In this instant, a force capable of shattering the starry sky suddenly burst out from Wang Lin's body. In this instant, a series of illusory volcanoes suddenly materialized around Wang Lin. Streams of intense heat enveloped everything, and heavy roars continuously echoed from within the volcanoes. Mountain collapse. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he softly uttered, "Mountain collapse, immortal technique." The moment Wang Lin opened his mouth, the location where the rubble formed a formation in the starry sky suddenly transformed into numerous illusory volcanoes, all sensing each other to form a dense, overlapping layer. As each layer of volcanoes continuously piled on top of the other, in a very short time all the illusory volcanoes merged into one, and a gigantic volcano instantly appeared before Wang Lin. A real mountain, with no distinguishing features between the illusory and the real thing. This mountain was over 1,000 jang tall. Although not very large in the starry sky, its appearance before everyone was like a monster. At this moment, a terrifying pressure permeated the heavens and earth. The moment the mountain appeared, the starry sky was instantly shaken by violent tremors, as if trembling. Needless to say, the formation made of rubble shattered, all the rocks within it crumbled. As soon as the words mountain collapse left his mouth, the mountain immediately shook violently. The mountaintop exploded, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. At that moment, a column of black smoke erupted, engulfing the entire starry sky, followed by a crimson column of fire. The temperature of this fire was extremely high, capable of destroying all living things. As the fire erupted, it instantly transformed into massive rocks emitting black smoke, all falling from the starry sky. Several cultivators from the Cloud Sea Star domain were struck by these massive rocks, screaming in agony. Their bodies instantly turned to mud, and the fire merged into their bodies, instantly refining their nascent souls. Columns of smoke and dust spewing from the mountain concealed a vast amount of poisonous fire, all of which turned into ashes, covering everything in all directions. In just a short time, the starry sky seemed to have reached its end, truly terrifying. A cultivator who had taken half a step into the great formation, preparing to leave, immediately showed fear and terror as if he had encountered a terrifying nightmare. At that moment, the poisonous smoke and dust approached him, and before he could even step inside, he let out a terrible scream. His body instantly turned into black mist and shattered. Even his nascent soul was completely burned away, leaving only nothingness. Even the seven-colored heavenly lightning, upon falling within the range of the black smoke and flames, exploded, a series of earth-shattering roars echoing continuously. Several low-level cultivators, despite escaping the attack range of the giant rocks and avoiding the poisonous dust, were still struck by the deafening thunder and lightning, shattering their nascent souls. Blood gushed from their mouths, their eyes dimmed, and their nascent souls were ultimately destroyed. A mournful wail echoed in their ears. But it wasn't over yet. The mountain spewed black smoke and flames, shaking violently. Waves of lava cascaded down from the summit, instantly filling the starry sky with terrifying heat, as if intending to destroy everything. The scorching lava enveloped everything. 7 or 8 cultivators who were too close tried to escape, but 2 of them were engulfed by the poisonous dust and smoke, both dying in agony. Another, leaping upwards, was struck by a rock falling from the sky, instantly transforming into a shower of blood. But the extremely high temperature instantly turned the spreading blood rain into a cloud of blood vapor. Those people were still lucky, although they didn't escape death. Their fate was much lighter than the other 4. These 4 were slightly slower. They barely had time to fly out before being struck by a wave of lava. Almost instantly, as the lava flowed over them, their bodies disintegrated, leaving only blackened skeletons still in the motion of wanting to lunge forward. The remaining skeletons only lasted a few breaths before instantly turning to dust. Even their nascent souls were incinerated by the lava wave. The most suffering were those with higher cultivation levels. They didn't die from the first wave, but their bodies couldn't escape the lava flow. These people could only struggle in the lava, and even with all their divine abilities and magical artifacts, they could not escape their fate. In the distance, the beast of literature was returning at an extremely fast speed, its cold eyes blazing with icy light. As soon as the beast of literature flew into the range of the mountain collapse divine ability, it immediately rushed towards its companions. In this area, Wang Lin's mountain collapse technique had lost all its sealing power, and no flames could approach the beast of literature. Upon seeing Wang Lin approaching, they immediately let out ear-piercing roars. Each one flew behind Wang Lin, forming a legion of beast of literature, and the entire group charged into the mountain collapse divine ability. Wang Lin's beast of literature, remembering its hatred, led its kin straight towards a terrified yellow-robed cultivator in front of it. This man, one of the three who had previously led the beast clan, was injured in the thigh. He had just knocked away a massive rock when he felt a gust of wind behind him. Turning around, he saw the beast clan, his face contorted in terror, and he tried to retreat, but he was too late. A swarm of beast clans lunged at him, and he screamed in agony as his entire body was torn apart. The beast clan, having tasted the blood, became even more frenzied, and under the command of the beast king, they all flew off to seek revenge on the remaining two cultivators. Everything happened in an instant. Under the power of the mountain collapse, no one was injured, only killed. The purple-robed old man, Yuan Shen, now showed a look of terror, desperately dodging the black rocks and poisonous fire dust, gritting his teeth as he ran straight towards the great formation. The remaining old man in purple robes also turned pale. He was rushing through a cloud of poisonous fire dust, disregarding the life and death of his disciples, and charging straight towards the formation. At this moment, his heart was filled with terror and regret. He regretted his inability to control his greed, and how the three disciples who brought the spirit beast back had caused such a great disaster for himself. Wang Lin's eyes became extremely calm. He felt no pity for these people. If they dared to harbor intentions towards the spirit beast, they would have to pay a heavy price. He stretched out his hands, pushing forward, and softly shouted, "Mountain, first ice." As soon as Wang Lin's words left his mouth, the mountain shook once again. Countless fragments of rock rolled down from the mountaintop and merged into the molten lava, becoming one. At the same time, the surging streams of molten lava suddenly shot upwards. As the lava erupted, a terrifying force instantly enveloped the entire starry sky. Several remaining cultivators were struck by the lava, their bodies convulsing in agony before dissipating into black dust. The purple-robed old man, whose nascent soul had just approached the center of the grand formation, was immediately struck by the first form of the mountain collapse technique. The formation, already devastated, instantly shattered into countless fragments, erupting in a series of dazzling bursts of light. Then, the formation exploded with deafening roars, crumbling into pieces and collapsing completely. No! Despair flashed in the purple-robed old man's eyes, his body trembling. He was suspended in midair, but the moment he stopped, a massive boulder fell, striking his nascent soul. The old man spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit energy, retreating several steps. His entire primordial spirit was engulfed in flames, but the danger was far from over. The moment his primordial spirit retreated, a cloud of poisonous smoke and dust swept across, instantly forming a storm of dust and wind around him, accompanied by continuous mournful cries. It's unknown what divine power the old man used to escape the center of the poisonous dust storm. But what awaited the purple-robed old man's primordial spirit was a raging inferno. His primordial spirit was now dim and lifeless, seemingly on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Furthermore, numerous pus-filled sacs, like toad skin, appeared on his body, filled with poisonous fire. At this moment, even within his primordial spirit, flames burned, forcing the old man to retreat continuously, screaming in agony. He suddenly looked up, staring intently at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with madness. "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." The old man roared in anger and charged straight towards Wang Lin. He had chosen the method of self-destructing his primordial spirit. A series of endless streams of heaven and earth's primal energy continuously surged from the purple-robed old man's primordial spirit, forming a frenzied stream of energy that shot towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. As the purple-robed old man's primordial spirit approached, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. Instantly, immortal power surged within his body, all flowing out through his fingertip. "Freeze!" Wang Lin's voice was icy cold, but as soon as this word was uttered, the purple-robed old man's primordial spirit stopped abruptly. After all, the old man's cultivation was still higher than Wang Lin's, so when he used the body freezing technique, the flames within his body suddenly flared up, as if showing signs of backlash. Wang Lin tried to suppress the backlash within his body while simultaneously swinging his right hand forward. The Kanji Immortal instantly materialized, like a dragon, charging straight towards the old man. A crisp, resounding bang echoed, and the purple-robed old man's nascent soul, which was about to self-destruct, was pierced by the Kanji Immortal, causing it to dissipate. A series of deafening explosions reverberated, and the old man's agonizing screams echoed in all directions. The madness in his eyes vanished, replaced by terror. He tried to retreat, but the Kanji Immortal wrapped around him and pulled him towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin grabbed the old man's nascent soul and threw him forward. The old man's nascent soul immediately fell into the storage bag and was suddenly devoured. All of Wang Lin's movements were fluid and effortless, without any hesitation. The remaining old man in purple suddenly trembled and hastily turned to flee. How could Wang Lin let him escape? His body flashed, and he directly pursued him. He raised his right hand in the air and shouted softly, "Second ice! First mountain, second ice!" At this moment, Wang Lin understood the limits of the mountain ice immortal technique. Compared to Qing Shui's 6 mountains and 12 ice, it wasn't much inferior. Qing Shui's mountain ice could destroy an entire realm. Although Wang Lin couldn't do that, he could certainly destroy these cultivators. Without the heavenly tribulation, this matter wouldn't be handled so simply, but with the heavenly tribulation, let alone these 2 old men being late-stage pure nirvana cultivators. Even if they were shattered nirvana cultivators, Wang Lin would dare to use the heavenly tribulation to fight them. The entire starry sky here shook violently because of the second mountain ice. The giant mountain trembled and emitted thunderous explosions. At this moment, the mountain suddenly exploded with a deafening roar and shattered. Even Wang Lin's consciousness and immortal power, condensed into the mountain spirit, disintegrated, turning into countless fragments of rock that collapsed and burst into flames, scattering in all directions. Many fragments shot out like arrows, and streams of lava and poisonous fire erupted, covering the entire starry sky. If that were all, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. But under Wang Lin's consciousness, the shattered mountain created countless rocks and lava, along with clouds of smoke and poisonous fire filling the sky. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and everything condensed into a raging river of fire swirling around his body. At this moment, Wang Lin resembled a god who could hold up the heavens and tread the earth, his white hair fluttering in the wind, his face cold and filled with killing intent. All the cultivators of the Cloud Sea Star Domain and the Grand Formation had completely shattered. At this moment, only the old man in purple robes remained, surrounded by the second ice, spitting out fresh blood and desperately trying to escape. He was terrified, trembling like a leaf. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he swung his right hand forward. Immediately, the raging river of fire surrounding his body shot straight towards the old man. Wang Lin no longer looked at the old man, but instead raised his head to look at the swirling tribulation clouds in the starry sky, a fiery tribulation crashing down. Fire! Wang Lin's expression was calm, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The moment the heavenly fire roared towards him, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed towards the starry sky. In an extremely short time, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and a crimson armor suddenly appeared on his body. From afar, Wang Lin's entire body seemed to be engulfed in flames. Wang Lin's white hair fluttered behind his robe. A white vermilion bird spirit adorned his crimson armor. Wang Lin charged straight towards the heavenly fire. As soon as he entered the heavenly fire, the surging flames were instantly absorbed by his armor. At this moment, the vermilion bird spirit transformed into a resounding, singing vermilion bird. The heavenly fire was circled around by the vermilion bird as if dancing, creating a swirling vortex that moved in sync with it. For Wang Lin, this heavenly tribulation fire was something he could withstand. Wang Lin looked up at the sky, a challenging look in his eyes. Throughout his cultivation life, he had encountered many heavenly tribulations, each one extremely difficult, and some even nearly costing him his life. But he had never surrendered. Today, having mastered the power of lightning and fire, the rebellious spirit that had been suppressed for years finally ignited within him. This heavenly tribulation is a manifestation of the heavenly Tao. If one wishes to defy heaven, one must first defy the heavenly tribulation. As Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a challenging glint, The tribulation clouds swirling in the sky immediately let out a fierce roar. At this moment, the heavenly might seemed insulted. All the tribulation clouds violently spun, and a wave of heavenly might instantly descended. This heavenly might wasn't the first time it had appeared. Wang Lin had experienced similar things before. When heavenly might descends, all those who resist must die. But Wang Lin not only didn't retreat, but instead laughed loudly. Lightning tribulation, fire tribulation, illusion tribulation, might tribulation, is there nothing else besides these four? Wang Lin looked up at the sky, standing motionless like a statue under the pressure of the descending heavenly might. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the heavenly Tao, in a short time, intensified its pressure 100-fold. The starry sky outside Wang Lin's body immediately warped on a large scale, as if an invisible force was tearing it apart. Wang Lin's body was instantly pressed down several meters by the pressure, his armor creaking, but his face remained turned towards the sky. Wang Lin swung his right hand backward, and the river of fire swirling around the purple-robed old man immediately contracted, rapidly burning the old man's nascent soul. The purple-robed old man from the Cloud Sea Star domain was severely injured. The lightning ball of the heavenly tribulation had nearly shattered his body, but he had managed to resist. Then, the mountain collapse technique had worsened his injuries, and his cultivation had plummeted beyond imagination, leaving only the power of the early stage of pure nirvana. When the river of fire swirled around his body, the old man's nascent soul instantly dimmed. But the moment the river of fire contracted, the old man's eyes closed rapidly, and the primal energy within his body instantly erupted, forming a massive force that shot straight towards Wang Lin. Escaping the river of fire. You die for me. This was the old man's final roar, all transforming into a dense wave of killing intent that instantly surged towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin snorted coldly, his right hand forming a palm strike towards the old man's primal spirit. Immediately, the primal energy in the starry sky condensed, transforming into a gigantic hand. A rumbling sound echoed as the hand struck the old man's primal spirit. The old man's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, This is the 9-star Divine Sex Spirit Transformation Seal. As the old man spoke, the gigantic hand slammed down. The purple-robed old man's primal spirit retreated continuously, then collided with the river of fire behind him. Loud explosions resounded, and the purple-robed old man's primal spirit instantly shattered. Wang Lin didn't have time to pay attention to the dying words of the old man in purple robes. He clasped his hands together, chanting a spell, and pointed towards the river of fire. The river in the distance immediately surged towards Wang Lin, then condensed in the starry sky, and then formed a mountain. However, this mountain was full of cracks, and red flames erupted from the cracks, illuminating everything around. At this moment, the heavenly power was too strong, constantly pressing him down. Wang Lin's face turned crimson, and he laughed heartily, then swung his arms forward, letting out a low roar. Mountain collapse, annihilation. The gigantic mountain above Wang Lin suddenly roared upwards, its speed incredibly fast, creating a howling sound that tore through the air. Wang Lin's body also flashed and instantly shot up behind it. His right hand gripped the base of the mountain, as if lifting this fiery mountain and launching it straight into the tribulation clouds in the starry sky. The deafening roars and piercing screams echoed. The oppressive power in the heavens and earth was overwhelming, constantly enveloping him with increasing intensity, hundreds of thousands of times stronger. The mountain on Wang Lin's body continuously surged forward, but it was now shattering on a large scale. Countless fragments of rock seemingly unable to withstand the divine power and turning into dust. But Wang Lin did not stop. On the contrary, his speed increased even more. He let out a low growl and continued to raise his head, the mountain soaring straight into the starry sky, the distance between it and the tribulation clouds growing ever closer. Closer and closer, ever closer. Wang Lin's hair fluttered in the wind, his entire armor constantly creaking as if it could no longer withstand the pressure. The bones in his body began to rub against each other, causing veins to bulge on his face. But Wang Lin didn't care about any of these problems. What he wanted was a heaven-defying idea. After repeatedly confronting the heavenly tribulation, passivity wasn't in his nature. This time, he had to counterattack. As he continuously advanced, the mountain shattered into countless fragments, scattering debris until the entire mountain was completely destroyed, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust. The mountain might shatter, but its spirit remained. After the mountain crumbled, Wang Lin held in his hand a flame resembling a mountain peak. If it were a mountain, it would be more accurate to call it a mountain enveloped in a crimson flame. At this moment, the distance between Wang Lin and the tribulation cloud was less than 10,000 feet. Under Wang Lin's frenzied attack, the heavenly might increased again. The pressure was continuously rising, showing no signs of stopping. Therefore, the void began to show signs of shattering, with numerous spatial cracks appearing and spewing out endless streams of cold air. Even the mountain of fire in Wang Lin's right hand was gradually dimming, as if about to be extinguished by the divine power. Wang Lin shouted loudly, pushing his hands forward, the primal energy in his body erupting into a terrifying force that impacted the volcano. In that instant, the mountain sped towards the tribulation cloud in the starry sky at an extremely fast speed. 10,000 feet, 9,000 feet, 8,000 feet, 5,000 feet. The moment the volcano entered the 5,000-foot range, a roar erupted from the tribulation cloud. A series of thunderous explosions followed, and finally, the volcano no longer had the force to continue its charge. It shook and instantly dissipated. Now that the volcano was gone, the divine power had nothing to stop it, and it all pressed down on Wang Lin. A look of unwillingness appeared on Wang Lin's face. Only 5,000 feet remained. If he could break through these last 5,000 feet, he could directly attack the tribulation cloud. The moment the oppressive force arrived, Wang Lin's left eye instantly blazed with fire, while his right eye flashed with overwhelming lightning. He extended both arms, the lightning in his right eye transferring to his right arm, where a fist-sized lightning ball appeared. At that moment, the fire in his left hand flared up and condensed into a white fireball. Thunder and lightning in the heavens and earth obey the command of me, Thunder Dragon Wang Lin, condense. Wang Lin raised his head and let out a low roar. In a short time, a primordial thunder dragon materialized behind him, its entire body filled with lightning, its eyes revealing a defiant intent. The thunder dragon roared towards the sky, and streams of lightning suddenly materialized, all converging towards the lightning ball in Wang Lin's right hand. From afar, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles around Wang Lin's body, the lightning was densely packed, like a thunderous hell, with countless lightning bolts flashing back and forth. This moment was like Wang Lin competing with heaven. Wang Lin was vying with heaven for control of the lightning in the heavens and earth. As the endless streams of lightning condensed, the thunder within the tribulation clouds was pulled down in enormous quantities. At this moment, the tribulation clouds roared, echoing across the heavens and earth. All the lightning being drawn down immediately stopped, as if preparing to retreat and return to the tribulation clouds. Heavenly Tao, heavenly tribulation. Even if there truly is a heavenly Tao, if heaven wants to destroy me, I will definitely destroy heaven. I, Wang Lin, do not believe in the heavenly Tao, nor do I believe in the heavenly tribulation. This heavenly Tao is merely self-proclaimed as a Tao, and this heavenly tribulation is merely self-proclaimed as the tribulation. Seeing the lightning slowly being drawn back into the tribulation clouds, Wang Lin let out a low growl and clenched his left hand. Heaven and earth fire, heed my command. Vermilion bird Wang Lin, gather. In an instant, behind Wang Lin, beside the illusory image of the primordial thunder dragon, a white flame suddenly appeared. The burning flame transformed into a gigantic vermilion bird. The vermilion bird gently flapped its wings, its cry echoing throughout the heavens and earth. At this moment, within a radius of 5,000 feet of the tribulation cloud, besides the large amount of lightning being pulled down, many heavenly flames were also slowly devouring it. All of this formed a giant funnel that flowed into the lightning ball in Wang Lin's left hand. Wang Lin not only wanted to compete with heaven for control of the lightning, but also for control of the flames in the heavens and earth. This scene, if any cultivator were to witness it, would surely shock their minds. At this moment, the lightning ball in Wang Lin's left hand was absorbing the power of heaven and earth, while simultaneously vying for the power of the tribulation cloud. The roaring sounds within the tribulation cloud grew louder, and a blood-red cloud suddenly erupted from it. The fifth type of heavenly tribulation had appeared, the blood tribulation. The moment the blood-red cloud appeared, Wang Lin sharply raised his head, his entire being like an arrow carrying lightning and fire, shooting straight towards the tribulation cloud. 5,000 feet. 4,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 1,000 feet. The distance between Wang Lin and the tribulation cloud narrowed rapidly. The moment he entered the 1,000-foot range, the blood-red cloud immediately surged forward and enveloped him. From afar, it seemed as if Wang Lin was being devoured by the blood mist. The entire starry sky fell silent. The beast of the abyss, in the distance, anxiously flew towards it with its companions, its eyes occasionally glancing towards the tribulation cloud, but it dared not approach. The power of the heavenly tribulation was something it could hardly withstand. Time slowly passed, and just as the beast of the abyss was about to anxiously rush into the tribulation cloud, a roar erupted from within. In the swirling red mist, lightning flashed and a sea of fire blazed. A crimson figure emerged from the mist. It was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was pale, but his expression revealed ferocity and exhaustion. As he emerged from the blood mist, he charged straight towards the tribulation cloud, instantly traversing thousands of feet and directly plunging into it. The moment he entered the tribulation cloud, Wang Lin immediately felt a vast and surging force of heaven and earth rushing towards him. He pushed his hands forward forcefully, the lightning and fire changing in succession, instantly generating a destructive force that shook the heavens and earth. A resounding roar echoed, and as the lightning and fire continuously clashed, the tribulation cloud rapidly contracted, with constant tremors resounding within. Inside the tribulation cloud, dazzling lightning and raging flames formed a sweeping attack force. Gradually, the tribulation cloud contracted wildly, the roars echoing throughout the heavens and earth. In an instant, amidst the rumbling, the tribulation cloud unexpectedly collapsed, as if torn apart by a hand. Wang Lin's body within the tribulation cloud clearly felt this tearing force. His body felt as if it were being ripped apart. He wanted to retreat, but his eyes widened in shock. Within the tribulation clouds, surrounded by dense mist, Wang Lin saw a crack in the distance. Thick fog continuously spewed from the crack, seemingly the source of the heavenly tribulation. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Lin stared at the crack, his body instantly soaring forward, reaching the edge in the blink of an eye. Strangely, he felt no resistance whatsoever. This bizarre phenomenon made Wang Lin even more wary. Gritting his teeth, Wang Lin's divine consciousness separated and directly penetrated the crack. As soon as his consciousness entered the crack, Wang Lin's body trembled violently. Upon entering the crack, he immediately saw a different world. Here, the sky was blue, the sea was blue, immortal energy permeated the air, and the land was vast and boundless. Wang Lin immediately saw a massive stone statue on the ground. This stone statue was unexpectedly an ancient god. The ancient god's forehead had 8 star points, 2 of which were sealed. He stood there motionless, seemingly lifeless, but Wang Lin clearly felt an boundless life force emanating from the ancient god's body. If that were all, it wouldn't be enough to frighten Wang Lin, but he saw that it wasn't just one ancient god, but the entire area contained no fewer than 10 stone statues of ancient gods, and hundreds of stone statues of ancient demons and ancient monsters. On top of one of the stone statues of an ancient monster sat a young man in a Taoist robe, cross-legged. He held a mirror in his hand, constantly calculating with his fingers. The heavenly tribulation passage, according to Master Ma, should be here. At this moment, the young man suddenly raised his head, let out a soft cry, his eyes filled with joy, looking up at the sky, clearly having detected Wang Lin's divine consciousness. His eyes flashed, and a blue light immediately shot up into the sky from them. Without hesitation, Wang Lin severed his connection with the divine consciousness, retreating swiftly. Lightning and fire enveloped his body as he leapt into the swirling tribulation cloud, transforming into a crimson figure that shot out from within, leaving the cloud and heading straight for the back of the Wen beast. As soon as he left the cloud, his expression changed, sensing that his divine consciousness had been destroyed. Without further thought, he increased his speed, rushing towards the Wen beast. With a wave of his sleeve, he instantly retrieved the Wen beast and the golden talisman on its back. All his actions were perfectly fluid and seamless. Wang Lin quickly affixed the golden talisman to himself, and a whirlwind instantly appeared around him, his speed skyrocketing as he transformed into a rainbow, hurtling forward. Shortly after Wang Lin left, a violent rumbling sound echoed from within the tribulation clouds. Finally, the entire tribulation cloud began to contract, seemingly dissipating from afar. However, upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the tribulation cloud hadn't dissipated, but rather was continuously condensing, transforming into a stream of blue light. The moment this blue light appeared, an aura not belonging to this world quickly spread out, causing the heavenly tribulation in this place to instantly dissipate. Unexpectedly, I unintentionally helped him defeat one of the foremost powerful heavenly tribulations. Well, I can finally escape from that cursed place. Helping him once is my way of repaying him. A voice of excitement emanated from within the blue light, flashing briefly before disappearing. At this very moment, in the western part of the Alliance star domain, on an ordinary cultivation planet, an old man sat amidst a patch of grass. The old man was dressed entirely in black, his expression calm, as if nothing in the world could faze him. If Wang Lin were here, he would immediately recognize this old man as the one from the Luotia star domain who had prevented Qingxi and the Yao family's ancestor from fighting. Under the bright sunlight, the grass beneath him was green, but surprisingly, the grass grew strangely, turning from vibrant green to withered and yellow in an instant, then immediately returning to its vibrant green state, repeating this cycle endlessly. He raised his hand to pluck a blade of grass, but suddenly, the old man trembled, his head lifted, and his eyes showed disbelief. If Yan Lacey had seen the expression on the black-robed old man's face at this moment, he would surely have been deeply shaken. This person was someone he held in the highest esteem, whose demeanor had remained calm for countless years, never before seen like this. The old man flicked his sleeve, and his entire being instantly became transparent, disappearing. He didn't know what cultivation level he had reached or what divine ability he had just displayed, but when he reappeared, he was in the very spot where Wang Lin had just undergone his heavenly tribulation. The distance he had covered was immense. Even with the technique of shrinking distance, he couldn't have reached it in a single trip. But clearly, for the old man, it was incredibly simple. He frowned, his gaze sweeping across the area, finally settling on a vast expanse of empty starry sky ahead. This was the place where the blue light had appeared earlier, a trace of the ancient immortal realm's aura. The old man pondered for a moment, then turned and departed. Meanwhile, Wang Lin continued his journey towards the territory of the four sacred sects in the eastern part of the Alliance star domain. At this moment, his speed finally slowed down, and the image of the young man in the Taoist robe flashed through his mind again, a scene that deeply shocked him. Who was he? Wang Lin's eyes showed extreme apprehension. He glanced back at the pitch-black starry sky behind him, then took half a step forward. Ripples swirled around him, and his figure instantly vanished, reappearing back at the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. Instead of entering the burning star domain, Wang Lin chose a desolate planet. After entering the planet, he found a mountain and sat down cross-legged. He exhaled. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. After a long time, he managed to suppress all sorts of thoughts in his heart. He reached out his right hand into the void, and a crack immediately appeared before him. He waved his right hand again, and the purple-robed old man's primordial spirit appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Wang Lin's divine consciousness directly spread out, circling around the head of the unconscious primordial spirit, then entering it. Immediately, a series of memories were forcefully extracted by him. Immortal Realm, Cloud Sea Star Domain. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, revealing a thoughtful expression. Then his face lit up with joy. Cloud Sea Star Domain. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin once again examined the memories of the primordial spirit, searching for the path to Cloud Sea. After a long while, Wang Lin withdrew his divine consciousness, a smile playing on his lips. The structure of the Cloud Sea star domain is completely different from the Luotia star domain, and it's extremely suitable for me. And there's the Wind Immortal Realm. Unexpectedly, there are many spirit beasts there. I didn't expect that among the four great immortal realms, only Cloud Sea has the weakest spatial barrier. With a special formation, I can pass through it. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he glanced at the primordial spirit in his hand, carefully sealing it and then storing it in his spatial storage. This primordial spirit can perform the immortal techniques taught by senior brother Qing, transforming it into a guide. Now all that's missing is the formation. Fortunately, the materials for creating the formation aren't too difficult to find. Once I thoroughly study them, I can begin setting it up. If all our preparations for the waterfall of ginseng are ineffective, then the Cloud Sea will be my last resort. Wang Lin was silent for a moment, then stood up, took a deep breath, and whispered towards the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. The old Holy Emperor is waiting for me right now. The Luotia Star Domain, the forces in the Star Alliance. and your yin sect all have the jade slips I gave you. I fear you all want to take advantage of the chaos. In fact, you are half right. I, Wang Lin, do have another purpose. I want to lure all of you to the ancient god land, so that you don't have the energy to disrupt the four holy sects' plan to rescue the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor. I wonder if you will discover this plan of mine. He wanted to meet Wang Wei and Hu Wan again, as well as the ancient demon pagoda sealed by the ancient holy artifact's blood. At this very moment, in the center of the Alliance Star Domain, the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance, a shocking event occurred, causing even the ceiling formation outside to tremble violently. Simultaneously, within the Burning Star Domain of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, the physical body of the old Holy Emperor, seated on a white rock, suddenly opened its eyes wide. Immediately, a gush of blood spurted from its eyes. Wang Lin, come to me, quickly! The moment the old Saint Emperor used his divine sense to transmit the message, Wang Lin, who was outside the Burning Star Domain, suddenly trembled. He abruptly raised his head, his expression instantly changing. Both being Vermilion Bird Saint Emperors and cultivating the 9 profound transformations, he and the old Saint Emperor clearly shared a special method of transmitting divine sense. Without hesitation, Wang Lin, guided by the talisman, instantly rushed into the Burning Star Domain like a bolt of lightning. His speed was incredibly fast. As soon as he entered the Burning Star Domain, he immediately took half a step forward, instantly disappearing without a trace. In a short time, a series of distorted ripples appeared around the white stone where the old Saint Emperor sat. Wang Lin's figure emerged from within, and with a glance, he saw the old Saint Emperor's eyes filled with fresh blood. The death aura emanating from the old Saint Emperor's body was palpable, even without his divine sense. Wang Lin could feel the ferocious threat of death trying to snatch away the old Saint Emperor's life. Senior! Wang Lin's eyes showed sorrow as he took half a step forward, his mouth wide open as if to say something. But in this situation, even with 1,000 words, he couldn't utter a single word. The old Saint Emperor raised his head, a glimmer of light seemingly appearing in his bloodshot black eyes. This matter is probably unknown even to the Kungsu realm. Those mysterious objects are too important. They could even endanger the 4 great immortal realms. Wang Lin, you must quickly go and rescue the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor, then immediately deliver this jade slip to the Kungsu realm. This matter is too terrifying. Your cultivation is insufficient. You absolutely shouldn't get involved. The old Holy Emperor spoke these words as if they were his last wishes, uttering so many words in one breath that he couldn't help but gasp for breath. But he still managed to raise his right hand and touch his forehead. Immediately, his primordial spirit transformed, floating outside his body, gazing deeply at Wang Lin, his eyes revealing a benevolent expression. Wang Lin, handle this yourself. I can no longer help you. As soon as he finished speaking, his primordial spirit emitted a gentle light. But in an instant, that gentle light turned dazzling, piercing through 10,000 feet and radiating in all directions. In an instant, this light seemed to reach its limit. Wang Lin felt dizzy and unexpectedly saw the primordial spirit of the old Saint Emperor reveal a look of liberation, transforming into a piece of starlight that gradually dissipated. 2 objects appeared where the primordial spirit of the old Saint Emperor had vanished. One was a red jade slip, and the other was a fist-sized crystal. This crystal contained circulating immortal energy, slowly spreading in all directions. Wang Lin fell silent, the sorrow in his eyes deepening. He quietly gazed at the spot where the old Saint Emperor's primordial spirit had disappeared. After a long time, he sighed, glancing at the old Saint Emperor's body. Having lost its primordial spirit, the body immediately burst into flames, eventually turning into a burning stone statue, yet still retaining the old Saint Emperor's face from when he was alive. Furthermore, the vermilion bird mark on his forehead was no longer there. Wang Lin took a few steps back, knelt on the rock, and bowed 3 times to the old Saint Emperor. Wang Lin, who had never bowed to heaven or earth in his life, bowed 3 times in gratitude before the Vermilion Phoenix old Saint Emperor. In the instant the old Saint Emperor passed away, almost all the elders of the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect felt a profound sorrow in their hearts. They silently flew out of the planet, kneeling towards where the old Saint Emperor's body lay, their eyes filled with tears. Farewell, Saint Emperor. May you rest in peace. May the Saint Emperor's spirit in heaven protect our Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect. Gradually, not only them, But all the clansmen of the Vermilion Phoenix Holy Sect felt this overwhelming sorrow, knowing that the old Saint Emperor had passed away. The clansmen knelt down, their tears silently flowing. "Farewell, Saint Emperor." Each cry, emanating from their hearts, gradually spread throughout the cultivation planet, growing louder and louder. Even the Vermilion Bird statues on the main planets of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect were now emitting mournful cries. A translucent Vermilion Bird figure, showing signs of age and weariness, flew out from the stone statue of the old Holy Emperor, soaring higher and higher until it finally vanished into nothingness. Once a powerful force, when the White Tiger Holy Emperor died in battle, the Black Tortoise Holy Emperor betrayed them, the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor disappeared, and the old Holy Emperor of the Vermilion Bird, leading the 4 holy sects through countless dangers and enduring for many years, had now passed away. At this moment, the elders of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect, White Tiger Holy Sect, and Black Tortoise Holy Sect all felt a pang of sorrow in their hearts. Silently gazing towards the direction of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, they all knelt down, as did the members of the 3 clans. A wave of grief enveloped the entire Eastern Alliance. The glory has now vanished with the wind, leaving only memories today. The world has changed drastically, leaving only a tragic and heroic past, eternally etched in the hearts of all the clan members. After the death of the Vermilion Bird Old Saint Emperor, Luotia summoned all the cultivators in the Star Alliance. Under the leadership of figures like Yanlazi and even ancient cultivation families, they all rushed from Luotia towards Vermilion Bird Star. A mobile Thunder Immortal Palace followed, surrounded by numerous cultivators, radiating immense pressure. Not only them, but the Yin sect also almost mobilized its entire force, heading straight towards Vermilion Bird Star. In the long procession, each Yin sect disciple carried a coffin. From afar, it looked like a moving procession of coffins. The actions of these 2 forces attracted the attention of the Alliance's forces. Combined with the previously obtained Jade Slip, the Alliance's forces quickly dispatched troops through secret negotiations. Suddenly, the entire Alliance Star domain was in turmoil. A dark aura, which had been obscuring the dawn, gradually emerged. In another direction, at the 4 sacred sects in the eastern part of the Alliance Star domain, elders and their clansmen were also flying towards the Vermilion Bird Star. The 4 sacred sects had officially taken action. Almost simultaneously, as forces from all over the world descended upon the Vermilion Bird Star, within the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, along with the 3 other sects, a total of 35 Nirvana-level elders were seated cross-legged in a formation, their expressions filled with solemnity and anticipation. Formation patterns surrounded them, and in the center of the 35 was a circular formation, currently empty. However, radiating outwards in 35 directions were the positions of the elders. Outside these 35 people were countless members of the 4 sacred sects, numbering no less than tens of thousands. They were all sitting cross-legged, with formations below, connected to the formations of the 35 elders. These clansmen were waiting for the command. As soon as the command was given, they would unleash their internal energy without reservation, pouring it into the formation below, activating the Grand Formation. At this moment, Wang Lin was standing in the starry sky, slowly walking. Before long, he was in front of a circular sea of fire. This sea of fire moved like a whirlwind, and occasionally the angry words of Sulaguo could be heard from within. "Sulaguo!" Wang Lin stopped outside the sea of fire and softly shouted. As soon as the words were spoken, Sulaguo's voice in the whirlwind suddenly stopped for a moment. At the same time, the sea of fire in front of Wang Lin suddenly moved to both sides, gradually opening up a huge gap. This gap pierced through the whirlwind to the very center, and through this gap, the battered figure of Sulaguo could be clearly seen. Hearing Wang Lin's voice, Sulaguo was stunned, subconsciously showing a subservient expression, but he immediately suppressed it, leaving only anger on his face. "You murderous bastard! You finally remembered your grandfather Su. I won't let you get away with this today." Sulaguo had faced countless life-or-death situations in the past few years, forcing him to study the ancient sword intent. His cultivation had suddenly increased dramatically. He dared to fight even ordinary Nirvana realm cultivators. Now filled with burning rage, he charged forward, his entire body instantly transforming into a massive sword several meters long. Its appearance surprisingly resembled that of a sword immortal, vaguely possessing the aura of a giant sword. As he rushed forward, the flames outside receded, causing the great sword transformed by Siliguo to shoot straight out of the crack, instantly reaching Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. Without even glancing at the great sword, he swung his right hand forward, and immediately, boundless heaven and earth elemental power surged through the starry sky. With a wave of his hand, Wang Lin directly struck the great sword. A resounding crash echoed. The great sword shattered, and Siliguo recoiled in horror. But unwilling to give up, he roared, his body transforming into 9 great swords, forming a sword formation, creating an overwhelming sword intent that once again surged towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded slightly. Only then did Siliguo appear to meet his requirements. With a flash of his body, Wang Lin directly entered the sword formation, casually raising his right hand and instantly seizing one of the great swords. He forcefully swiped his sword, and immediately cracking sounds rang out. All 8 remaining great swords shattered, but the sword intent outside hadn't dissipated. Unexpectedly, it transformed into 8 enormous skulls that lunged towards Wang Lin. How interesting! A flash of lightning emanated from Wang Lin's right eye. An endless torrent of lightning roared out from his body, sweeping in all directions like thousands of silver snakes. The 8 skulls immediately let out agonizing screams before shattering into pieces. Holding the remaining greatsword, Wang Lin exerted a little force with his right hand, and instantly the terrified cries of Siliguo came from within the sword. "Master! Master!" Little Susie was wrong. It wasn't intentional. It's just that for so many years I haven't seen my tall, majestic master, handsome, dashing, intelligent, courageous, extraordinary, unparalleled in the world, unmatched by anyone, wise and valiant, charming and carefree, like a jade tree in the forest, exceptionally talented, learning 1 thing and knowing 10, with cultivation reaching the heavens. Master, little Susie missed you so much. After so many years, Master finally remembered little Susie. I thought you had forgotten me. Master, please be gentle, very gentle. Siliguo, naturally timid, was terrified to the point of losing his wits. His mouth was like grease, and he blurted out every word he could think of, leaving Wang Lin stunned. Siliguo once again felt the imminent danger of death. Wang Lin's right hand was like the heavenly Tao itself, capable of taking his life. A single squeeze would instantly crush the sword spirit where he was hiding. "Shut up!" Wang Lin frowned and shouted. Siliguo immediately dared not say another word, only his sword trembled violently, thinking to himself, "It's all over. It's all over." I didn't think calmly just now, daring to attack the killer. Siliguo, you said you were a wise demon. How could you be so impulsive? This time the refining process is over. I will observe your behavior later. If you dare to rebel like this again, I will directly erase your sword soul. Wang Lin's icy voice fell on Siliguo's ears like a gentle spring breeze. His panicked heart immediately calmed down, and he hastily said, "Master, you are truly a hero." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin waved his right hand, throwing the greatsword into his storage bag, not bothering to listen to Siliguo's increasingly exaggerated flattery. After retrieving Siliguo, Wang Lin took a step and instantly vanished completely. On a cultivation planet within the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, Tower Mountain remained seated cross-legged in meditation, a piece of animal skin beside him, using fresh blood combined with the power of the runes in his body to draw a picture. While drawing, Tower Mountain's right hand suddenly trembled. He looked up and saw Wang Lin, who had appeared before him without him noticing, calmly looking at him. "Master," Tower Mountain said in a low, sorrowful voice after a moment of silence. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, looked into the distance, and after a long while calmly said, "Now that you have regained your senses, you shouldn't call me master anymore." Wang Lin sighed, looking at Tower Mountain and saying, "When will you leave?" Tower Mountain's body trembled. He looked up at Wang Lin, remained silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Master, how did you realize? Since you arrived here, you've been constantly crafting runes. If you didn't have the intention of leaving, you wouldn't be like this." This was the first time Wang Lin had met Tower Mountain in years. Looking at his former immortal guard, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of complex emotions. Tower Mountain nodded and said in a low voice, "I want to go to Luotia to see my clansmen once." "Master, besides the runes I need, I also crafted 3 for you: speed, ice, and wind." As he spoke, he took out 3 animal skins from his chest, stood up, and respectfully handed them to Wang Lin. These 3 runes were made from a very rare type of animal skin, and their effects were several times greater than ordinary runes. Wang Lin looked at Tower Mountain, accepted the 3 talismans, and said softly, "The Star Domain Alliance is in chaos right now. Be careful on your journey." Tower Mountain looked at Wang Lin and nodded in agreement. "If you happen to meet the disciple I took in years ago on Kingling Star, please take care of him for me." Wang Lin looked deeply at Tower Mountain once more, then turned and left. Even after Wang Lin had gone, Tower Mountain remained silently kneeling on the ground, bowing his head towards where Wang Lin had left, a resolute expression on his face. He gathered all the animal skins, took a deep breath, and then stood up and disappeared into the starry sky. This time, going to the immortal realm to rescue the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor, Sejun obviously wanted to accompany him. The toxins in his body hadn't been completely expelled, and without an antidote, it would always be troublesome. While Wang Lin was still moving, Sejun was already with the 35 elders of the Four Holy Sects. He sat behind one of the elders. This person was the one who had helped Sejun detoxify in recent years. Sejun sat cross-legged, his expression serious, but his mind was racing with thoughts. This time, if he could completely neutralize the poison, he would definitely drag Wang Lin to Fengluo Star to take revenge. He would make the female cultivators on Fengluo Star suffer 10 or even 100 times more than he had endured in recent years. Within the territory of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, there were several desolate planets unsuitable for cultivators. These desolate planets were filled with poisonous gas, and under the burning flames, the power of this poisonous gas was immense. At this moment, Wang Lin appeared on one such desolate planet. There were no plants on this planet, and almost no living beings, only a vast, black wasteland radiating intense heat. As he entered the black mist, he felt a trace of poisonous gas mingling with the heat waves, slowly spreading towards him. This desolate area was not a flat plain, but a landscape of towering mountains and numerous valleys. Wang Lin looked ahead. It was a valley, and from above, he saw only a pitch-black expanse with waves of heat rising, blowing his white hair. Wang Lin greets the 2 senior Taoist companions, Yanshan and his companion. Wang Lin's voice echoed, and he stood there with clasped hands. After his words, a sword light immediately shot out from the valley, heading straight towards Wang Lin. A smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. He didn't retreat, but his eyes flashed as he looked back. As the sword approached, it instantly transformed into a figure. This person appeared to be a middle-aged man, handsome but pale-faced. At this moment, he looked at Wang Lin, a smile also appearing on his face. "Wang Lin, the 2 seniors know you've arrived. Come down with me." This man was Qi. Yi's expression was calm, and he said softly, "I felt a little uncomfortable here at first, but now I don't mind." "Wang Lin, I heard you came here to save the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor, right?" Qi hesitated for a moment before asking. Wang Lin shook his head, looked at Qi, and said respectfully, "Besides saving the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor, there's also the matter of the former Emperor Qinglin. Only by awakening Qinglin can Qingshuan have a chance to be resurrected." Chu Yi's expression showed excitement upon hearing this. He looked at Wang Lin and said gratefully, "Thank you." Wang Lin's expression was somewhat complicated. He shook his head without speaking. Chu Yi was stunned, then immediately thought of something, his expression also becoming gloomy. After a moment of contemplation with Wang Lin, he said softly, "You are the same as me. Only I have you to help, while you have no one. Brother Chu is incompetent and cannot help you." Wang Lin remained silent, not speaking further. Before long, the 2 reached the bottom of the valley. Here, someone had used their great divine power to reverse the order of things, unexpectedly separating the poisonous gas and high temperature, creating an idyllic paradise. A small river flowed lazily, its destination unknown. Not far from the riverbank were several wooden houses. On the ground lay a patch of green grass, dotted with blooming flowers. Wang Nan sat cross-legged by the riverbank, smiling at his beloved daughter, Hu Kuan, who was also nearby. Hu Kuan, at this moment, resembled a child, her feet dangling in the water, creating ripples. Junior Wang Lin greets the 2 seniors, Wang Lin said respectfully, bowing after reaching the barrier separating the high temperature and poisonous gas. Wang Nan glanced at Wang Lin and smiled, saying, "Tell me the reason why Lai Yanzi ambushed you." If you don't tell me, I won't spare you." On the other side of the shore, Hu Qian smiled, gracefully tucking away a few strands of hair, and softly said, "Wang Lin, he's kept this matter in his heart for a long time, always feeling that it was too intimidating for someone of his status to launch a sneak attack on a junior." Wang Lin smiled. He also knew that after the battle in the Demon Spirit Land, Hu Qian and Wang Yan had become truly close, no longer treating him as an outsider. Wang Yan probably didn't really care much about the sneak attack. Now, hearing this, Wang Yan explained briefly. After listening, Wang Yan didn't ask any further questions. "Back then in the Demon Spirit Land, I heard the immortal Emperor Qinglin mention 3 things: the Martial Realm Venerable Palace, the Primordial Spirit Oath, and the blood of Qingshuang. I already possess 2 of them, but only the Martial Realm Venerable Palace remains." Wang Lin paused here, looking at Wang Yan. Wang Yan nodded, his expression becoming serious as he said, "In recent years, I've recalled a little about the Martial Realm back then. There was a temple there. That's where my master became emperor. I've told you about this before. Did you come here this time for something?" Wang Yan looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained silent, sighed softly, and then spoke about the old holy emperor obtaining the martial star. Wang Yan was moved by this, and even Hu Huan stopped playing in the water, stood up, put on her shoes, and walked to Wang Yan's side. The two looked at each other. Wang Yan said in a low voice, "My wife and I will remember the kindness of the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. If the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor is truly in the martial realm, we will help to save him, as a way of repaying the kindness of the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor in bringing the martial star." Wang Lin nodded. Wang Yan and Hu Wan gathered their belongings briefly, and along with Zhou Yi, followed Wang Lin, heading straight into the starry sky. As for Qinglin's body, Wang Yan preserved it. At the Vermilion Phoenix Sacred Sect, within the formation, everyone was silently waiting. Suddenly, 4 streaks of rainbow light roared through the air, instantly approaching the formation and transforming into Wang Lan and Wang Yan. Wang Lin didn't stop, but directly stepped into the formation, sat down cross-legged, his eyes flashing with light, and softly shouted, "Open the formation." As he spoke, his right hand grasped the void. Immediately, a crack appeared before him, from which a crystal with swirling immortal energy flew out. At the same time, tens of thousands of disciples of the 4 sacred sects present simultaneously closed their eyes, their entire cultivation power surging into the formations beneath them. Immediately, streaks of light flashed from within the formations. After reaching a certain level, the light instantly condensed around the formations beneath the 35 elders. Following that, these formations also dispersed their light. Almost simultaneously, they formed a hand seal, their cultivation power surging wildly, merging with the primal energy of tens of thousands of disciples surrounding them, dividing into 35 parts, and all simultaneously advancing towards Wang Lin in the center, rushing straight towards the crystal in a short time. The crystal immediately erupted with dazzling light, and an unimaginable surge of immortal power gushing from within, transforming into a column of light that shot straight up into the sky, creating ripples that continuously spread in all directions. A rumbling sound echoed across the sky. The great gate of the martial realm slowly opened in the sky above the main star of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. In that instant, almost all cultivators in the entire Star Alliance who had reached a certain level of cultivation felt the starry sky tremble. Those familiar with the situation could recognize it at a glance, in a corner of the Star Alliance. However, Luotia, Xiaoyan Sect, and other key forces of the Star Alliance were all located on the Vermilion Bird Star. Although surprised by the sudden opening of the martial immortal realm, they didn't have time to divert their attention to enter. Last time I came to the martial immortal realm, I saw that it was unstable and collapsing on a large scale. This time, rescuing the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor must be done quickly. Wang Lin left these words behind, his body flashing into a rainbow as he rushed straight towards the great gate of the martial immortal realm in the sky. Behind him, 35 nirvana-shattering elders followed. Sichunan, Wang Yan, and Hu Huan also followed. There was someone whom even Wang Lin didn't notice, who transformed into a silver light and leapt into the immortal realm. This person was the female corpse in silver robes. At the same time, on a distant planet in the northern part of the Star Alliance, the ground suddenly shook and cracked into a cross shape. From within, a weathered old man with silver hair flew out. His face was obscured by his silver hair, making his features indistinct. Before him, a starlight flashed, and a martial cauldron materialized. Wang Lin, you cannot escape my calculations. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, scattering the old man's disheveled hair to one side, revealing his face. Surprisingly, it was early in the morning. The bright sunlight shone down, dispelling the darkness of night. The early morning gradually brought a sense of hustle and bustle to Liu Yan City. Shops opened one after another, especially the food district in the west, where vendors' calls echoed from all directions. Oil sizzled in pans, and various dishes were being stir-fried. A variety of snacks and sweets made this crossroads incredibly lively every morning. Zhang Shuishan's shop sold wine. Don't be fooled by the early morning. Their wine was surprisingly light and delicious. Drinking it early in the morning not only didn't intoxicate one, but also refreshed the spirit, making it very popular. Shui Shan, 50 years old, sat beside his pipe, watching the busy shop assistants, a smile playing on his wrinkled face. A middle-aged man, having just finished a gourd of wine, gestured with the gourd in his hand, took a large gulp, and said to the old man with a smile, "Uncle Zhang, your wine doesn't taste as good as before. Have you been using less ingredients lately?" Old Zhang glared, exhaled a puff of smoke, and snorted, "Nonsense, my family's wine." Before old Zhang could finish, the middle-aged man laughed and said, "Your family's wine has been passed down through generations for 1,000 years? I heard that a celestial being once tasted it and praised it." "Uncle Zhang, you say that almost every day." "All right, I have to go to work now. I don't want to hear you anymore." The middle-aged man, holding the gourd, chuckled and left. Old man Zhang took a deep drag on his pipe, muttering to himself. His family still worshipped several carved wooden statues. These statues were over 1,000 years old, left behind by the immortal who lived next to his ancestors' house. They had been passed down through generations in his family. According to legend, his family wasn't originally from Liu Yan City, but moved here during a snowstorm. The legend also said that his ancestors lived with that immortal for over 60 years, and that he was a great benefactor of the Zhang family. Ancestor Zhang Dongni lived to be 137 years old, and before leaving this world, he still remembered that immortal. This story has been passed down through generations. How could it be false? Old man Zhang narrowed his eyes, tapped his pipe on the ground, looked up at the sky, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. But very quickly, the old man rubbed his eyes, carefully looking at the sky, and gradually his mouth opened wide. The sky, which was originally 4,000 miles wide, was a vast expanse of clear air, bathed in sunlight. But in a short time, even with the naked eye, one could see the sky as if being churned by waves, sweeping in all directions. A rumbling sound like thunder echoed incessantly. In an instant, the bustling intersection fell silent. Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with terror. Immediately afterward, as the ripples subsided, streaks of rainbow light suddenly appeared in the sky, like rapidly falling shooting stars. These streaks of light easily tore through the atmosphere, transforming into a group of cultivators. "Immortals, immortals," the mortals on the ground exclaimed. They all trembled, hastily hiding in their houses, not daring to come out. "Don't disturb these mortals. Quickly go to the cultivation demon sea and gather." A majestic voice, like thunder, echoed around. At the same time, the group of cultivators who had just arrived didn't stop, but sped off into the distance. Simultaneously, across the entire Vermilion Bird Star, a similar scene unfolded in almost every corner. This celestial upheaval immediately caused panic in the mortal empire, leaving everyone staring blankly at the sky, unsure of what to do. Fortunately, the immortals who had descended from the heavens hadn't harmed any of the mortals and had immediately departed. The native cultivators of Vermilion Bird Star had obviously noticed this scene, but no one dared to fly up and question it. Even those with nascent soul or spirit transformation cultivation levels didn't dare. Any one of these individuals in the sky possessed such profound cultivation that it sent shivers down everyone's spine, not to mention those whose mere gaze could bring down a person. Although there weren't many peak-level cultivators on Vermilion Bird Star, they were all gazing up at the sky in astonishment, their minds shaken. Chuwitai's expression was grim. He could barely contend with the aura of those who appeared in the rainbow-colored sky. Many others possessed auras that made him gasp for breath. These cultivators belonged to various forces, but none paid attention to the native cultivators of Vermilion Bird Star. Instead, they sped towards the cultivation demon sea. The entire sky seemed to be covered by dense rainbow-colored streaks. A moment later, a large shadow slowly appeared in the sky. The sun in the distance was obscured by a gigantic black shadow. Gradually, half of the land was shrouded in darkness. This dark shadow was the main hall of the Thunder Immortal Palace. They didn't descend upon the Vermilion Bird Star, but instead circled the starry sky around it. After all, the Vermilion Bird Star was just a desolate planet, unable to withstand the celestial fluctuations when the Thunder Immortal Palace descended. Not long after this dark shadow appeared, a large wooden coffin descended from the sky. Beside this coffin were many smaller coffins, and cultivators were densely packed on all sides. On the way to the cultivation demon sea, a cultivator immediately spotted a gigantic statue on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he found the figure carved somewhat familiar. Without much thought, he snorted coldly and reached out towards the statue as he passed by. But just as his right hand was about to strike, a woman's voice came from behind him. "Stop!" The cultivator was startled, turned around, and said in a low voice, "Shizi Feng, what do you mean by this?" The woman who had just spoken was indeed Shizi Feng. She coldly looked at the arrogant cultivator and calmly said, "Look closely. Who is depicted in this statue?" After saying this, she ignored him and glanced at the statue with a complex expression, her heart filled with resentment, before leaving. The arrogant cultivator frowned, focusing his gaze on the statue, finding it increasingly familiar. A moment later, as if struck by lightning, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, This is the Supreme Thunder Immortal Sumu." Even though Luotia had stripped Wang Lin of his Thunder Immortal qualification, the battle Wang Lin fought to seize the Thunder Immortal, which had brought him immense fame, could not be forgotten in just a few years. The cultivator felt his scalp tingle. He knew Sumu was known as the demonic Dao Sun, a bloodthirsty killer, far from someone he could trifle with. Moreover, this was just a statue. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel a loss of merit. Without a word, he hastily turned and flew away. He realized that the statue was also occupied by Yin Lazy and the people of the Yin sect. A command was given, and immediately no one dared to attempt to destroy the statue anymore. The Yin sect, Luotia, the Star Alliance, and various other forces gathered on Vermilion Bird Star all learned of the news and headed straight to the cultivation demon sea. Vermilion Bird Star wasn't large, and cultivators flying and teleporting quickly reached the cultivation demon sea. In fact, not many cultivators from various forces entered Vermilion Bird Star. Only about 7,000 arrived. They were just the first group to investigate. After all, even though the jade slip given by Wang Lin was highly reliable, it still needed verification. Even more cultivators stood scattered in the outer reaches of Vermilion Bird Star, separated from each other, silently waiting for the first group to return with news. The restrictions outside the ancient god's territory were completely ineffective against the probing gaze of the group of cultivators, who advanced directly, without hesitation. However, the moment those cultivators passed through the shattered star ring and reached the entrance to the ancient god's territory, a roar instantly erupted upon entering the luminous area. Large rocks, originally floating in the air, suddenly crumbled beneath their feet. In the darkness below, a pair of ferocious eyes gleamed. This was the place where Wang Lin nearly died years ago, and also the earliest place where Lei Washington appeared. At this moment, an unknown number of ferocious beasts had gathered here, silently waiting. The resounding roar from the entrance to the ancient god's territory in the cultivation demon sea caused the surrounding cultivators to pause for a moment, but it didn't stop them. Immediately, they rushed forward, directly entering the luminous area. From the endless darkness below, the moment the first cultivator's figure appeared, a red light shot forth. Just as the cultivator was about to act, a red electric current suddenly flashed from below, striking him in an instant. His body trembled, momentarily numb. But in that brief moment, the red light approached, revealing a colossal red serpent tens of thousands of feet long, which swallowed the cultivator whole. This action seemed to signal the start of the slaughter. Roars erupted, and various ferocious beasts from the abyss rushed out, engaging in a life-or-death battle with the cultivators who were successively entering. In a short time, blood rained down, further arousing the beasts' inherent ferocity. As more cultivators jumped in, the fierce battle caused the primordial energy of heaven and earth to fluctuate greatly, gradually disturbing the deepest part below. That place, which even Wang Lin had never explored back then, was the dwelling place of something that had been dormant. A pair of blood-red eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through space, stared intently at the cultivators from afar. At the same time, within the sea of blood in the land of the ancient gods, on a massive stone pillar, Sam, with his fiery red hair, moved his fingers lightly on the ground, producing a jarring sound. He slowly raised his head, a cruel smile appearing on his ferocious face, and slowly raised his right hand, fiercely grabbing to the side. Under this attack, the blood sea surrounding Sam immediately surged with waves of blood. The fresh blood swirled violently, emitting earth-shattering roars. Beside Sam, the blood-red sky twisted and contorted, as if a force was about to burst forth from within. With a thunderous roar, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in the sky. This rift was about 10,000 feet long, and the moment it appeared, an unimaginable wave of killing intent, seemingly suppressed for thousands of years, was unleashed, causing the entire world within the blood sea to tremble. A wave of oppressive power emanated from the rift, relentlessly crashing down. The waves on the surface of the blood sea scattered in all directions under this pressure. Gradually, lightning bolts roared out, filling the sky beside the rift. Sam raised his head, his eyes revealing a cruel glint, his hoarse voice overflowing. The sacred weapon of the royal family, the god-slaying spear, in my name, Sam, descend. As soon as these words were spoken, a roar suddenly erupted from the crack, and lightning flashed. A red light shot out from within the crack, hurtling straight towards Sam's right hand. After Sam grasped it, the red light struggled slightly, then transformed into a dark red sphere, its shaft emitting flashes of light and an unimaginable aura. Holding the spear in his hand, Sam's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, and he hurled it forward with all his might. Earth-shattering roars resounded. The god-slaying spear, upon striking, unexpectedly pierced the blood-red sky, as if the entire space itself had collapsed. As it emerged from the blood-red sky, the spear's speed increased, continuously piercing through the lands of the ancient gods, reappearing in the depths of the abyss. Its speed was incredibly fast, yet it contained a force that struck fear into the hearts of the cultivators of the shattered Nirvana Palace. The spear flashed with crimson light upon its appearance. Like a soaring dragon, it charged straight towards the area, slaying the cultivators alongside ferocious beasts. The moment the god-slaying spear appeared, the cultivators were instantly shaken, their minds reeling. Before they could react, screams of agony rang out. A flash of crimson light appeared, and all the cultivators who approached collapsed with a thunderous roar, turning into a rain of blood. But this rain of blood didn't dissipate. Instead, it was completely absorbed by the crimson light. The god-slaying spear was simply unstoppable. With each flash, more than half of the thousands of cultivators nearby collapsed. The remaining cultivators suffered even more devastating casualties under the ferocious beast's slaughter. Less than 1,000 people remained, scattering in utter terror. The crimson light swirling around the god-slaying spear didn't pursue the fleeing cultivators, but instead, with a thunderous roar, shattered the void and shot back out from the entrance to the ancient god land. After escaping the ancient god land, the moment it appeared in the cultivation demon sea, the entire vermilion bird star trembled violently. An immeasurable, boundless aura instantly permeated the heavens and earth. The primordial forces of heaven and earth in front of it continuously retreated, as if the place where the god-slaying spear was located did not allow the primordial forces of heaven and earth to exist. A crimson light flashed, reaching 10,000 feet in length. The god-slaying spear shot out of the cultivation demon sea, like a beam of light hurtling towards the horizon. The atmosphere that struck the god-slaying spear immediately cracked and shattered, offering no resistance whatsoever. It plunged into the starry sky. This ancient, sacred artifact of the ancient gods had not returned to the starry sky for tens of thousands of years. The forces outside the vermilion bird star could feel the aura that shook their minds in an instant. Just as they were about to act, the god-slaying spear directly approached Luo Tian's Thunder Immortal Palace. A crimson light flashed, and the god-slaying spear pierced through the palace. The palace trembled and then collapsed with a thunderous roar, shattering into countless fragments. The god-slaying spear did not stop, continuing its relentless assault. Many of the underground chambers of the Thunder Immortal Palace have collapsed. Even the Yin sect suffered a massive blow. A group of coffins, pierced by the god-slaying spear, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Even the corpses inside were reduced to dust by the destructive force. The forces of the Star Alliance suffered even more devastating losses. The God-slaying spear plunged into the crowd, piercing through everything in its path, and screams of agony echoed from all sides. Anyone caught near it instantly lost their life. Unexpectedly, there was an old man at the shattered Nirvana stage of the Star Alliance. This old man, relying on his early shattered Nirvana cultivation, thought he could withstand the God-slaying spear, but as he was performing a hand gesture, the spear, disregarding his divine power, pierced straight through his chest. His eyes showed disbelief as he glanced down, and his body instantly disintegrated. Even his primordial spirit vanished into nothingness. Yan Leizi's pupils contracted. He and the old man beside him immediately flew up, heading straight for the God-slaying spear. The cultivators of the Yin sect also mobilized their forces to surround the God-slaying spear. Just as the cultivators with great divine abilities were about to attack the God-slaying spear, it quickly changed direction, flying far away, straight towards the vermilion bird star. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a red light, returning to the cultivation demon sea, and then burrowing into the ancient god's territory, disappearing completely. Only a hoarse voice echoed in the heavens and earth the moment the god-slaying spear departed, echoing through the starry sky, "I am waiting for you." The entire starry sky fell silent. The expressions of Yan Leizi and his group were extremely solemn. Behind him, many old men's faces were pale, showing disbelief. What is this? Wang Lin's words are true. Yan Leizi's eyes flashed. The command from the person he greatly respected in Luocha compelled him to go. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Leizi softly shouted, "All Luocha cultivators, follow me into the vermilion bird star." As he spoke, his body flashed, and he dashed straight into the vermilion bird star. Behind him, many old men and numerous cultivators transformed into streaks of rainbow light, following him. The Yin sect also fell silent for a moment, then a voice, like the crunching of crumbling stones, rang out. "The Yin sect is moving." The entire Yin sect followed. The cultivators, carrying a coffin, rushed straight towards the vermilion bird star. Before the 8 people, swirling black mist enveloped everything, emanating a dense oppressive aura. The forces of the Star Alliance hesitated for a moment, not fully advancing, but leaving half outside. The remaining people, under the leadership of their sect masters and elders, entered the vermilion bird star. Meanwhile, at the location of the ancient god, in the boundless abyss, the entity residing in the deepest depths, after being disturbed, slowly rose from below, gradually revealing its vague form. This figure wasn't large, only about to jump approximately 36 meters, vaguely revealing a human form, seemingly a strong man. But what made people gasp and their minds tremble was that the man's neck split into more than 10 parts. And surprisingly, there were 18 long necks, like 100 long serpents. Each neck had a head, male or female, young or old. Looking closely, this strong man wasn't human, but a mysterious and extremely powerful beast. In ancient times, there were legends related to this beast. However, legends aren't always reliable. This beast wasn't just one-headed. In ancient times, there was a humanoid creature born from creation, named Ji. After being born, it matured within 3 days, but perished because it wanted to devour the heavens. Its skull turned into blood, and from its body, another beast named Jikang was born. This beast was born with only one head, but after devouring heaven and earth once, it grew another head, its divine power multiplied, capable of battling the heavens. And it slept as if eternally asleep. At this very moment, in the immortal realm, in a bizarre place like that of the ancient gods, where cracks constantly appeared and trembled in the heavens and earth, Wang Lin and his group, whose cultivation completely surpassed the immortal realm's capacity to withstand them, immediately caused a small fragment of the immortal realm to collapse upon entering, forming a massive gravitational pull that caused the fragment to slowly fall outwards. Wang Lin stood at the highest point, gazing at the familiar immortal realm, a pensive expression in his eyes. He continuously recalled, gradually locating the fragment from which the cries for help had originated. He had been there for more than 10 days. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Lin. This time, they were going to rescue the imprisoned Azure Dragon Holy Emperor. Wang Lin's body flashed, and suddenly a thunderous roar erupted as he hurtled downwards. The others were also flying at a rapid pace, following Wang Lin. They couldn't stop here, otherwise it would cause a large-scale collapse of the immortal realm. Not to mention saving the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor. Even saving Qinglin would fail at the last minute. Therefore, all actions had to be swift. Everyone understood this. Wang Lin flew along, but didn't use his full speed, instead employing a gentle approach, trying not to cause the immortal realm to collapse. Along the way, he didn't encounter any cultivators. Although some cultivators had arrived through the Marshall Peak, upon seeing the extremely unstable situation, seemingly on the verge of collapse, their scalps tingled, and they chose to leave. Before long, more spatial rifts appeared in the immortal realm. Loud rumbling sounds echoed from afar. Clearly, another small area had collapsed. Wang Lin remembered that in that small area, there was a mountain on the ground that resembled a large lock. The cries for help had come from there. At this moment, his divine consciousness swept across, discovering that the mountain from that time was located 1,000 miles away. Wang Lin's body flashed, and he quickly flew closer. The elders of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect behind Wang Lin were now agitated. They had waited for this day for a long time. Their hope was mixed with their fear of disappointment. At this moment, they weighed the pros and cons, their hearts restless. A moment later, the mountain resembling a lock appeared in everyone's eyes. It was here that I heard the cries for help all those years ago. Wang Lin pointed forward. Behind him, the elders of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect immediately rushed out, flying straight towards the mountain. "Save me! Save me!" As everyone approached, a faint, slow voice emanated from within the mountain. Wang Lin's body instantly froze, but the people around him showed no reaction, seemingly not having heard. "Didn't you hear the cry?" Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he asked, in a low voice. The sky above the immortal realm was filled with a fine drizzle, as if countless dust particles were obscuring the heavens and earth, making everything hazy. Occasionally, a spatial rift would flash, each time sucking in a wisp of mist. In the distance, rumbling explosions could be heard, causing the dust in the sky to move indistinctly as if blown by the wind. Aside from these things, the immortal realm was eerily quiet. Wang Lin's voice rang out from behind. Even the fastest-moving elder of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect stopped abruptly. Everyone instantly turned to look at Wang Lin. "Lord Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor, what did you hear?" A white-haired elder of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect asked in a low voice. Wang Lin frowned, listening carefully again, but the cries for help still echoed in his ears, the sobs reaching him. Clearly, no one else could hear these cries except him. Sichunan, who understood Wang Lin best, calmly said, seeing him frown, "There are no voices. Then it must be an illusion. It's all right." Wang Lin shook his head, not mentioning the matter further. The elders of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect had exchanged glances, saying nothing more, and continued flying towards the mountain. Everyone followed closely behind. Wang Lin remained frowning, staring intently at the approaching mountain. If it weren't for the information in the Azure Light Shield, Wang Lin would never have thought this was the place where the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor was trapped. But as they got closer, for some reason, a sense of unease arose in his heart. At this moment, an elder of the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor suddenly spoke in a trembling, agitated voice. "It's the Holy Emperor. Look at this palm print." It's the divine power of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect, the Azure would seal. The old man soared into the air, excitedly gazing at the area halfway up the mountain covered in dry grass. As soon as he spoke, the other elders of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect immediately approached, looking at the palm print deeply carved into the mountain beneath the dry grass. "Open the seal of this mountain. Save the Holy Emperor." Several elders dispersed, their hands forming incantations. The space of the immortal realm instantly trembled. A large amount of heaven and earth elemental power enveloped the area, surging forth under the cultivation of the elders at the shattered Nirvana stage. At the same time, several illusory azure dragons materialized, letting out earth-shattering roars, circling around the mountain as if attempting to lift it up. The elders of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect simultaneously shouted. Immediately, rumbling sounds erupted. The ground shook violently, and the mountain was lifted up. Countless fragments of rock rained down from the mountain. Dust billowed, gradually spreading throughout the air. Amidst the resounding dragon roars, the azure dragons coiled around the mountain, unexpectedly lifting it an inch. The elders of the Black Tortoise Holy Sect and the White Tiger Holy Sect immediately flew up, each performing a hand gesture, and the vast heaven and earth elemental power surged forth. Behind the elders of the Black Tortoise Holy Sect, illusory images of black tortoises materialized, burrowing beneath the mountain, seemingly supporting it, causing the mountain to rumble and rise even higher. The elders of the White Tiger Holy Sect quickly descended. These people used their divine abilities to circle around and pull the mountain. Gradually, the mountain rose higher and higher, the ground shook more violently, and the rumbling sounds in the sky grew louder. The elders of the Vermilion Bird Sect were obviously no exception, also flying down and unleashing their divine abilities, intending to seize the opportunity to lift the entire mountain. At this moment, in an instant, a beam of golden light shot out from within the mountain and then disappeared. Then, in a flash, another beam of golden light appeared, illuminating all directions. Looking down, the mountain was radiating brilliant golden light. These beams of golden light shone for thousands of feet, as if a sun were contained within. As the golden light spread, an enormous golden halo slowly appeared above the mountain, looking incredibly terrifying from afar. A halo of light, approximately tens of thousands of feet in diameter, burst forth, with complex golden symbols flashing incessantly. A wave of divine power continuously spread in all directions, forming a thunderous golden wave that spread in 8 directions. The elders of the 4 sacred sects were instantly pushed in all directions, constantly retreating backward. At this moment, Wang Yan and Hu Qian stared in astonishment at the golden lock, their eyes filled with terror. They exchanged glances, confirming once again that they hadn't seen it. After a moment of hesitation, they said nothing more and immediately retreated. Without the guidance of their divine powers, the mountain slowly descended. Gather the power of the 4 saints. Do not destroy this mountain. Just lift it 7 jong. This golden lock is the seal of the immortal Emperor Qinglin from back then, and it's not just for me alone. Absolutely do not release the rest. In that instant, a weak cry for help, filled with anxiety, emanated from within the mountain. This time, not only Wang Lin heard it, but everyone else clearly heard it. Several elders of the Qinglong Holy Sect trembled violently. One of them, an old man, immediately exclaimed in agitation, "Holy Emperor, this is the voice of the Holy Emperor." Wang Lin turned his head and glanced at Wang Yan and Hu Qian. The two were silent for a moment, then Wang Yan sighed and slowly said, "This formation definitely has the aura of our master. Never mind." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and immediately auspicious clouds appeared beneath his feet, enveloping him and carrying him straight towards the golden lock. Hu Qian sighed inwardly and followed closely behind Wang Yan. The two quickly approached the golden lock. "We can only open this golden lock for the time it takes to breathe. You must save the person." As they spoke, numerous restrictions immediately appeared behind Hu Qian. These restrictions emitted a faint light and, upon appearing, instantly flew towards the golden lock. Wang Yan also waved his right hand forward. A cloud of mist materialized before him, splitting into countless smaller restrictions that filled each of Hu Qian's small restrictions. At this moment, the elders of the 4 sacred sects surrounding them did not hesitate at all. The elders of the Azure Dragon Holy Sect clasped their hands together, and various divine abilities immediately surged forth. At the same time, the divine abilities of the other 3 sects also manifested, forming a destructive force. It's important to know that this was the concentrated divine abilities of 35 shattered nirvana cultivators. Its power could cause not only this mountain, but even this unstable immortal realm to collapse instantly. Everything was ready, only waiting for the golden lock to be opened. Hu Qian and her husband took a deep breath, immediately sat cross-legged in midair, and simultaneously clasped their hands together, pointing at the golden lock. Instantly, the surrounding restrictions and steam surged, transforming into a massive key emitting endless dark light before them. The key hurtled towards the golden lock, instantly reaching it, breaking through the golden light, and merging into it. Immediately, it paused briefly within the light emanating from the lock. All the golden light was extinguished in an instant. Not a single ray of golden light could be seen in the entire world. "Quick, save them!" Wang Yan roared softly. A single breath is just a blink of an eye for humans, but for the all-Nirvana realm expert, it was enough time to unleash his divine power. Streams of divine light shot out in all directions, simultaneously heading towards the mountain. With a rumbling sound, the mountain was continuously lifted. This mountain, forged by the immortal Emperor Qinglin, was absolutely no ordinary object. Even without the golden lock suppressing it, lifting it was no easy feat. 1 jang, 2 jang, 3 jang. In an instant, the mountain had been lifted 5 jang. The higher it rose, the greater the pressure emanating from it. When it reached 6 jang, before it even reached 7 jang, a single breath had passed. The golden light reappeared in the heavens and earth. The enormous key, which had just materialized, merged into the golden lock and immediately collapsed. Hu Qian and Wang Yan, within the golden light, simultaneously retreated. As the golden lock appeared, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended upon the mountain. The 35 elders with shattered nirvana cultivation surrounding them instantly felt the overwhelming pressure, letting out low growls as they struggled to endure. At this moment, a long howl echoed from within the mountain. A stream of green light, like a green dragon, shot out from beneath the mountain, struggling to fly away. Unexpectedly, within the green light was an old man in tattered clothes, extremely disheveled. But his expression was filled with excitement, and just as he was about to break free, in that instant, a storm raged in the sky above the immortal realm, and a fine drizzle immediately dispersed in all directions. Suddenly, another figure materialized. This man, clad in white, appeared ancient, his eyes seemingly containing the entire universe. His appearance caused the collapse of the immortal realm to intensify. It seems I arrived just in time. This old man was none other than Yanzi. Upon his appearance, he headed straight towards the mountain. At that moment, Wang Lin abruptly raised his head. The unease in his heart remained, unsure whether it stemmed from within or outside the mountain, so he hadn't yet acted. Now, seeing Yanzi appear, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. His left eye was filled with fire, his right with lightning, and in a short time, a lightning ball and a fireball formed before him. He waved his hand, and the two balls, like lightning strikes, instantly transformed into a sea of lightning and fire, hurtling straight towards Yanzi. At the same time, Wang Yan and Hu Huan both unleashed their divine abilities, simultaneously attacking Yanzi. Yanzi flicked his sleeve, and a surge of frenzied energy erupted. 3 clones instantly appeared before him, charging forward. Just as Wang Yan, Hu Qian, and Wang Lin's divine abilities struck, the clone on the ground revealed a sinister smile, its hands forming a hand seal. A destructive force surged within its body, and unexpectedly, it self-destructed in an instant. A deafening roar echoed. The self-destruction of that clone of Yanzi created a powerful shockwave that swept in all directions. If that were all, it wouldn't be remarkable. But even stranger was that the other 2 clones also revealed sinister smiles and simultaneously chose to self-destruct. The 3 clones self-destructed, creating an unimaginably powerful shockwave. Amidst the deafening tremors, the earthquake reached its peak, causing the ground to collapse over a vast area. As the ground crumbled, cracks immediately appeared in this small fragment of the immortal realm. Wang Lin, let me help you save the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor. Yanzi chuckled, using the shockwave from the 3 clones to push Wang Yan and Hu Huan back. Wang Lin, having no chance to advance, took half a step and leapt into the midst of the 35 shattered nirvana cultivators. Taking advantage of their distraction, he transformed into a rainbow and unexpectedly plunged beneath the mountain. At the same time, rumbling sounds emanated from within the mountain. Under the pressure of the golden light, instead of descending, it reversed direction, rising another 3 jang. Thus, the mountain had risen more than 7 jang, nearly 10 jang. The old man, enveloped in a beam of light, gazed towards Yanzi, his eyes revealing a strange glint. Without speaking, he swiftly emerged from the light, escaping from the mountain's base. Upon appearing, he let out a low shout. For sacred sect members, unleash your full divine power and destroy this mountain. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and fiercely struck. Immediately, a colossal azure dragon, tens of thousands of feet long, materialized behind him. This azure dragon exuded an aura of desolation. Under the old man's strike, the azure dragon opened its mouth wide, spewing out a stream of azure energy directly at the mountain. The elders of the Forsacred sect, without hesitation, unleashed their divine powers, transforming into an endless force that struck the mountain. At this moment, cracks in the ground multiplied, crumbling into fragments and sinking into nothingness. Spatial rifts appeared in all directions, as if devouring the entire world. A deafening roar echoed. Under the attack of the sacred emperor, the mountain trembled violently, large rocks falling down. Even the golden lock above seemed unable to withstand it. But this only made the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor's expression even more unpleasant. Just then, a long laugh echoed from within the mountain. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from it, and Taeyunzi leapt out, holding something black like clotted blood in his hand. He looked overjoyed, laughing maniacally before directly jumping into the air. The golden lock that had materialized suddenly transformed into a golden light, immediately chasing after Taeyunzi and falling onto the black object in his hand, seemingly intending to seal it. But Taeyunzi paid no attention. As he leapt out, he fiercely slammed his right hand down on the ground. With a thunderous roar, the already crumbling ground shattered even faster. A massive stream appeared in the void, swirling and pulverizing all the fragments, grinding them into dust before sucking them up. Under this single strike from Taeyunzi, not only did this small fragment of the immortal realm collapse, but the already unstable immortal realm began to crumble. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The immortal realm, like the thunder immortal realm of yesteryear, was now collapsing. Wang Lin, I must thank you for your actions this time. If fate allows, we will meet again. By then, I may have already become the heavenly Tao. Taeyunzi laughed maniacally, preparing to depart, when suddenly the eyes of the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor flashed, and he pointed his right hand forward. Immediately, an Azure Dragon materialized, its mouth wide open, roaring. The Azure Dragon Saint Emperor released his hand, and this Azure Dragon unexpectedly lunged forward, devouring Taeyunzi. Simultaneously, as the Azure Dragon lunged forward, the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor struck his chest with his right hand, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, which transformed into a beam of light and merged into the Azure Dragon's body. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon's entire body was enveloped in blood-red light. A deafening dragon roar resounded, and in an instant, it approached Taeyunzi, opening its mouth to devour him. Earth-shattering rumbling sounds followed. The Azure Dragon dissipated, and the seal on Taeyunzi's forehead was torn into places. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth as he stared at the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor, chuckling hoarsely. As expected of the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor, I've learned my lesson. His body flashed and he vanished. The surrounding Nirvana-shattering elders wanted to pursue him, but the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor shook his head and said in a low voice, "Let him go. This person has hidden his cultivation very deeply. If we force him to unleash it, many people will die today. It's not worth it. Besides, I've been in prison for a long time, and now I'm already down on my luck." Upon hearing this, all the elders of the four saint sects respectfully nodded in agreement. "Are you the new vermilion bird?" The Azure Dragon Saint Emperor's gaze shifted towards Wang Lin, and he slowly spoke. Wang Lin nodded, clasped his hands, and said, "Greetings, Azure Dragon Holy Emperor." The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor gazed at Wang Lin for a long time, then said, "The four holy sects are connected by blood. I won't thank you any further. I wonder what exactly Taeyunzi obtained at the foot of the mountain." Wang Lin frowned, calmly saying, "The blood of the heavenly Tao." The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor's gaze shifted to Wang Yin and Huquan, his pupils contracting as he slowly spoke. "The blood of the heavenly Tao." Wang Lin took a deep breath. Back then, Ayan Zhuangzi and others were among the first to arrive here when the immortal realm first collapsed. Originally, we came for the treasures and immortal techniques of the immortal realm, but here we discovered many mysterious things. The destruction of the immortal realm was undoubtedly due to these things. As the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor spoke, the immortal realm trembled even more violently. Everyone immediately flew out, rushing towards the top. That mountain was originally a seal set up by the immortal Emperor Qinglin, a rift in the immortal realm during a great catastrophe. That year, I was instigated by Zhuan Jiangzi to enter it. Unexpectedly, something happened, and I was trapped inside, unable to escape. Because of this seal, only special people could hear my cries for help. The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor glanced at Wang Lin. Although that's the case, while trapped at the foot of this mountain, I discovered that the blood was also sealed by Qinglin. After studying it, I still didn't know its origin. Until my heavenly human form declines descend, in my current state, I would be completely unable to overcome it. Under such danger, I swallowed that blood. A hint of fear flickered in the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor's eyes. As soon as I swallowed it, I fell into a coma. When I woke up, I had already surpassed the 4 declines of heaven and man. However, the sealed place lacked any elemental power of heaven and earth, and I didn't possess the cultivation of the 4 declines of heaven and man, so I couldn't escape the confinement. I could only gradually weaken under the depletion of the seal. What is the blood of the heavenly Tao? Wang Lin asked in a low voice as he flew. He still felt that the blood seemed similar to the marks on his sword and also contained something similar to the crystal in the neck of the 8-star ancient god's head in the demon spirit land. You should ask the disciples of the immortal emperor from back then about that, the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor said, his gaze falling on Wang Yan and Huan. So that's how it is, Wang Yan murmured, a pained expression on his face. He had previously speculated about the cause of the collapse of the immortal realm, and now, hearing the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor's words, his predictions were somewhat confirmed. About 100 years before the immortal realm's divine sword, there were 4 instances of blood rain in the immortal realm, containing a strange force that Master called the blood of the heavenly Tao. Hu Qian said softly, even if they didn't die, they were severely injured. Therefore, what fell into the immortal realm was clearly the blood of the heavenly Tao. In those days, Master collected the blood of the heavenly Tao, constantly refining it until he obtained a handful of blood. When Master tried to find someone to swallow a little of it, they all turned into a pool of blood and died. Since then, no one has dared to try swallowing it again. At this point, Wang Yan looked at the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor with a strange expression. Wang Lin's mind trembled. Hearing these never-before-known events, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Master believes that what fell into the immortal realm is the blood of the heavenly Tao, so what fell into the other 3 realms might also contain something of the heavenly Tao. Wang Yan glanced at Wang Lin and explained, it's truly terrifying to hear. The heavenly Tao can actually be a person. And this person was severely injured, their body torn into pieces. Even their primordial spirit collapsed, shattering into countless fragments. Can you believe that initially, I didn't support my master's viewpoint, but after several years of research, my master discovered a point. While speaking, everyone continued to ascend, entering the platform at the main gate of the immortal realm. After landing, the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor said in a deep voice, the cultivator who stole the heavenly Tao's blood obviously understands this perfectly, but he doesn't know everything. I've already devoured half of that heavenly Tao's blood, and now there's still quite a bit of my own blood left. I want to see how he cultivates this time. The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor's eyes flashed, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Those around him felt a shiver run down their spines at the sight of that smile. New Vermilion Bird, you will return with me to the 4 sacred sects and tell me a little about the recent events in the 4 sacred sects. Only you are here today, presumably, the other sacred emperors are all dead. The voice of the Azure Dragon's sacred emperor was calm, without the slightest tremor. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He took a few steps back, approaching Wang Yan and Huan, and said in a low voice, Senior Azure Dragon, I have important matters to attend to and cannot return to the 4 sacred sects anytime soon. Huh? The Azure Dragon's sacred emperor looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked back at him. After a moment, the Azure Dragon's sacred emperor nodded slightly and said, that's fine. Having said that, he turned and directly stepped out through the main gate. All the elders of the 4 sacred sects followed. Only a few glanced back at Wang Lin before leaving without hesitation. Even the elders of the Vermilion Phoenix sacred sect were no exception. New Vermilion Phoenix, remember to bring back the sacred artifact of the ancient Vermilion Phoenix when you return. The voice of the Azure Dragon's sacred emperor echoed from afar, devoid of any emotion. Even after all the people from the 4 sacred sects had left, Wang Lin remained silently standing on the platform, the rumbling sound of the collapsing immortal realm echoing in his ears. This sound was faint to Wang Lin, incomparable to the complexity in his heart. Saving the Azure Dragon's sacred emperor was his way of repaying the favor of the Vermilion Bird's sacred emperor, and also to preserve a powerful expert for the 4 sacred sects, ensuring their continued existence during the upcoming chaotic times. Within the Vermilion Bird sacred sect, to be precise, apart from a few exceptional elders, the rest did not officially consider him a sacred emperor. And even among the younger generation of his clansmen, those who supported him were even fewer. This phenomenon could perhaps slowly change if Wang Lin had enough time. However, Wang Lin was still worried about Tsen, who was constantly approaching. Therefore, he had no time to waste. Otherwise, he might harm the Vermilion Bird sacred sect and betray the kindness of the old sacred emperor. The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor escaped the encirclement, yet did not pursue and kill Taeyunzi. Wang Lin saw this clearly. The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor's schemes were very deep, and he himself was no match for him. Afterward, he heard about the Heavenly Tao, and his heart was filled with extreme fear. However, the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor's words before leaving were clearly a hint to Wang Lin. The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor saw through his intentions and didn't care about his identity as the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. If he cared at all, it was only about the sacred artifact of the ancient Vermilion Bird. This sacred artifact can be temporarily kept by you, but when you leave the immortal realm, you must return it to the four holy sects. A look of distress appeared on Wang Lin's face. In reality, all of this was nothing remarkable. It was all as it was. After all, if Wang Lin hadn't become the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor, he shouldn't have kept that sacred artifact. In fact, Wang Lin had no intention of taking it, but the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor's final words didn't even mention the deaths of the three saints from back then. Not only that, when he spoke of the three saints' deaths, his words seemed like a normal occurrence. This made Wang Lin's heart extremely complicated. Leaving aside the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor's years of suffering for the four holy sects, his wholehearted dedication to maintaining them, and the White Tiger Holy Emperor's death in battle for the four holy sects, his body still undiscovered, all of this was considered perfectly normal and insignificant to the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor. Sichuan sighed inwardly, then patted Wang Lin on the shoulder and said, "What kind of cursed holy sect is this? When Qinglin wakes up, you can stir up the entire starry sky if you want." Wang Lin smiled wryly and nodded. Master once said that the blood of the Heavenly Tao is an ominous thing. If someone swallows it and doesn't die, their personality will surely change drastically. I met this Azure Dragon Holy Emperor once, and I remember him as a straightforward and generous man. Looking back today, it seems that the blood of the Heavenly Tao has created his gloomy personality. Wang Yin sighed softly, speaking slowly. Although he was worried about not being able to find the venerable temple under the circumstances of the collapse of the immortal realm, he didn't urge Wang Lin. Wang Lin sighed. He knew that ever since the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor said those words, he and the four holy sects had no connection anymore. Only in his heart did Wang Lin still cherish the kindness of the old Holy Emperor. Wang Lin raised his head and looked into the distance, lifted his robe, knelt on the ground, and bowed 3 times towards the great gate of the immortal realm. Elder Saint Emperor, I will never forget your kindness. If the Vermilion Bird Saint sect ever faces disaster, I will come to your aid, even if it means my bones are shattered. Wang Lin raised his head, the image of the Elder Saint Emperor leaving vaguely in his mind his gentle face, his weary spirit unforgettable. If the pressure is too great, if the four saint sects cannot regain their glory, if heaven truly intends to destroy the four saint sects, then there is no need to strive. The Elder Saint Emperor's words still echoed in his ears. Silently standing up, Wang Lin took a deep breath, looked at Wang Yan and Hu Qian behind him, and calmly said, "Senior, let's go find the venerable temple." Besides Wang Yan, Hu Qian, and Sichuan, there was also the silver-robed female corpse. She remained by Wang Lin's side, silently following him. Wang Lin, you! Hu Qian, after all, was a woman. Seeing this scene, she knew that Wang Lin's heart was filled with complex emotions. "It's all right," Wang Lin smiled, concealing his inner turmoil. Wang Yan nodded, his body soaring into the air. Hu Qian glanced at Wang Lin and followed him. Sichuan came to Wang Lin's side and patted him on the shoulder. The two flew away together. The silver-robed woman continued to follow. The collapse of the immortal realm continued to spread. Along the way, many small fragments were collapsing, and many others had completely disappeared, transforming into giant vortices that tore through and sucked the rocks inward. The rumbling sound echoed, but it didn't affect everyone's speed. At this moment, with the immortal realm collapsing like this, everyone immediately unleashed their full speed, transforming into streaks of rainbow light and rushing forward like lightning. As Wang Yan flew, his eyes flashed like lightning, searching for familiar places in the collapsing fragments. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, his eyes widened. "It must be here." Wang Yan pointed his finger. Wang Lin looked down and exclaimed softly. This small fragment was collapsing, yet vaguely, another continent was visible. If that were all, it wouldn't have caused Wang Lin's expression to change. Wang Lin clearly remembered that the battle between Zhou Yi and Sun Tai, where Zhou Yi burned his soul, was in this very place. The immortal realm is collapsing, turning into many small fragments, some of which are overlapping. Based on the location of the venerable palace back then, it's in this overlapping fragment, Wang Yan explained, raising his right hand and pressing down. Immediately, a stream of blue vapor materialized and struck downwards. Instantly, the collapsing fragment scattered in all directions like a dry leaf swept away by the wind. Below, a small, overlapping fragment was revealed. Without stopping, everyone transformed into streaks of rainbow light and fell directly onto that fragment of the continent. This place was also collapsing. The ground was clearly shaking. If one extended their divine consciousness, they could see rubble constantly falling from the edge of this fragment, and numerous cracks in the ground gradually widening. Time is running out. If the entire immortal realm collapses, this place will become a massive vortex, sucking everything into it. Wang Yan took a step forward. Immediately, with him as the center, the ground within 100 miles rumbled and shattered. Many fragments of rock scattered in all directions under the impact. Everyone's bodies, along with the 100-foot-wide expanse of ground, descended, and before long, they passed through the fragment. What appeared before them was yet another fragment, still pressed down by the previous spatial rift. This place wasn't large. The collapse hadn't spread here yet, the ground only shaking slightly. But Wang Yan's divine sense swept across the area and didn't detect the main hull. There must be another small piece underneath. He stomped his right foot again. Amidst the rumbling tremors, this small piece began to collapse. But in that instant, Wang Yan's expression suddenly changed. He waved his sleeve, instantly pulling everyone back. The moment they retreated, the ground where Wang Yan had just stomped shattered, but instead of scattering debris, it all sank downwards, disappearing in an instant. A massive stream suddenly appeared there. The stream was pitch black, but everyone could see a completely collapsed continent within it. In the midst of nothingness, a large, undamaged blue palace was slowly falling into the endless void. In this black void, the blue palace stood out prominently, the immortal realm's main hall. Wang Yan's eyes widened in surprise, and his body instantly flew forward, plunging straight into the vortex. Everyone followed closely behind. Wang Lin stared intently at the blue palace, his eyes unblinking. Almost in an instant, they had jumped into the vortex. Wang Lin immediately felt a tremendous gravitational pull. Previously, he would have struggled and needed Wang Yan's help, but at this moment, his left eye flashed, and his entire body was enveloped in a sea of fire, like a man of fire, stepping out of the vortex and flying straight towards the blue palace in the void. Wang Yan's eyes showed excitement. He had waited for this day for a long time. The speed at which the palace was moving was clearly incomparable to everyone else's. Very quickly, they caught up with it. When they stood near the palace, Wang Lin's mind was shaken. This grand hall wasn't particularly tall, but the swirling light emanating from it filled it with an aura of majesty. Especially striking was the character Ching carved in. A flowing, dragon-like script, exuding intense pressure. Wang Yan took a half step, standing on the threshold, and pushed with his right hand. Immediately, the grand hall's door slowly opened. Streams of blue light shone from within, enveloping the void, making it seem as if it were tinged blue. After the grand hall opened, Wang Li immediately stepped inside. The hall was incredibly empty, with only a formation on the ground constantly flashing with blue light. Wang Yan's expression was extremely excited as he looked around, finally focusing his gaze on the formation. Hu Qiwan, upon entering, immediately approached the formation, and after studying it for a moment, her expression changed. I've never seen this kind of formation before. This formation has a soul-reversing effect. It can bring a person's soul back. Just take out the body of the immortal Emperor Qinglin. Wang Lin also bowed his head, looking at the formation, and slowly said. Wang Yan's right hand grasped the void, and a crack immediately appeared in front of him. Qinglin's body slowly floated out from the crack. He was clad in black armor, but there was a blood-red dot on his forehead. Qinglin's eyes were closed, and there was no sound of breathing. Wang Yan carefully placed Qinglin's body as instructed by Hu Quan, positioning it in the center of the formation, then looked up at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't say much, opening his storage slot, and Qing Shuang's body flew out, followed by a crystal. Place Qing Shuang's body and the immortal emperor's body opposite each other. Hu Quan nodded. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Lin manipulated Qing Shuang's body to fall opposite Qing Lin. The heavenly spirits of the father and son were positioned opposite each other, forming a straight line. At that instant, the crystal, seemingly guided by some force, automatically fell between the heads of the two, emitting streams of green light that merged with the green light on the ground. In that moment, the green light of the formation blazed brightly, almost illuminating everything around. Wang Yan and Hu Qian exchanged glances, then sat down cross-legged on either side of Qing Lin. Wang Lin didn't need their instructions. With his research into forbidden formations, he had already figured out some clues and sat down beside Qing Shuang. We're still missing one person. Let Zhou Yi take his place. After all, he knows Qing Shuang. Wang Yan suppressed his excitement, calmly saying, and raised his right hand to make a gesture. Immediately, a sword light flew out from the storage space, transforming into Zhou Yi. After appearing, Zhou Yi saw Qing Shuang. His expression softened, and following Wang Yan's instructions, he sat down cross-legged beside Qing Shuang. However, his gaze never left Qing Shuang. Begin, Hu Qian bit her lip, speaking softly. She was very nervous. They hadn't had time to study the details of this formation, and she wasn't sure if they could succeed. Wang Lin nodded, looking at Sichuan and the silver-robed female corpse, and said, Sichuan, please help us protect the formation. Sichuan's expression also became serious, and he nodded, saying, Don't worry. The silver-robed female corpse didn't need Wang Lin's command. With just a thought, she could understand Wang Lin's orders. Hu Qian made a hand gesture with 2 fingers, then pointed. Immediately, a point of light fell onto the crystal. Suddenly, a green light burst from the crystal, enveloping the entire formation. Wang Lin had given this crystal to Wang Yan and Hu Qian to study when he was at the Vermilion Bird Sacred Sect, so he obviously understood it very well. At the same time, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at Qing Shuang's arm. Immediately, a wound appeared on her arm, and she used her elemental power to squeeze out a drop of fresh blood, which fell onto the crystal. At this moment, within the main hall of the Immortal Realm, Qing Shuang's blood had been completely absorbed by the crystal. Immediately, a red light flashed within the blue light, swirling around. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the formation vaguely showed signs of opening. In this instant, Wang Lin's eyes flashed like lightning, his right hand forming a hand seal. A flame shot out from his left eye, and a finger pointed at the drop of fresh blood on Qing Lin's forehead, softly shouting, Sacred artifact blood, absorb. Qing Lin's body trembled, the drop of fresh blood on his forehead twitched, and with a loud bang, it flew out, hurtling towards Wang Lin. With the seal of the sacred artifact blood removed, a surge of black energy suddenly enveloped Qing Lin's entire face, gradually giving way to a frenzied demonic aura. However, even now, despite the rumbling opening of the formation, there was no sign of Qing Lin waking up. On the contrary, along with the dense demonic aura surrounding Qing Lin, it seemed as if the ancient demon tower had reappeared once again. This scene caused a drastic change in Wang Yan and Hu Quan's expressions, and Wang Lin's face darkened considerably. Only Zhou Yu remained oblivious, silently gazing at Qing Shuang. Something is wrong. We must be missing something, Hu Quan said immediately. What exactly is missing? Wang Yan's face turned pale, his anxiety indescribable. All his hopes, on the verge of success, had been dashed at the last moment. Hu Quan's face was ashen, staring in astonishment at the continuously increasing demonic energy on Qing Lin's body, a bitter smile appearing on her face. Wang Lin's expression darkened. He had done everything he could. He had found all 3 necessary items, but now Qing Lin was clearly incapable of awakening. Only the ancient demon tower could awaken. Staring at the crystal, Wang Lin's mind raced, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out what was missing. Qing Lin, you sent us to rescue you, and now that we've done everything, why is it like this? Wang Lin almost gnashed his teeth, showing no regard for Qing Lin's status. If the ancient demon awakened later, they would all likely perish here today. Wang Lin raised his right hand. The sacred blood was about to seal Qing Lin once again. However, he lacked the cultivation of the old Saint Emperor and had no certainty. Master, what exactly is missing? Wang Yan stood up, his expression showing pain. At this moment, he seemed on the verge of anger. It's missing, isn't it? The blood of the Wang family is missing. A weak voice, tinged with hesitation, slowly came from behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin spun around, only to see the silver-robed female corpse speaking for the first time. Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, she immediately lowered her head. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Wang Lin's gaze fall upon the silver-robed woman, but even Wang Yan and Hu Huan simultaneously turned to look. Continue, Wang Lin said in a low voice. Previously, HUAFEI said there that Master Wang could enter the Immortal Emperor's cave dwelling. The silver-robed woman spoke haltingly, as if she had just learned to speak. A thunderous flash of light surged through Wang Lin's mind. Without a word, he bit his tongue, spitting fresh blood onto the crystal. At the same time, the demonic energy around Qinglin seemed to have reached its peak. The demonic energy outside his body had transformed into a demonic image. The ancient demon power seemed to have awakened. But just as Wang Lin's blood fell on the crystal, the formation instantly flashed with green and red light, unexpectedly moving rapidly. A huge suction force instantly emanated. Wang Yan and Hu Qian immediately felt the immortal power in their bodies being frantically sucked away, directly absorbed by this formation. In just a moment, their faces turned pale, and they were extremely weak. Wang Lin's immortal power, which wasn't much to begin with, was instantly completely drained. The light of the crystal became even more dazzling, directly dispelling the demonic shadow that was about to form. At the same time, as the immortal power merged, the suction force suddenly increased sharply. Wang Lin immediately felt dizzy. Not only him, but Wang Yan, Hu Qian, and Zhou Yi all felt the same way. When Wang Lin's consciousness recovered, the scene before him stunned him. This was a black ocean with violent waves crashing against the shore and a strong sea wind blowing. "You're awake!" A cold voice came from behind Wang Lin. "Who are you?" Wang Lin spun around to look behind him. After seeing what was happening, he had to take a deep breath. Behind him stood a woman clad in snow-white robes, her face breathtakingly beautiful, yet radiating an aura of icy coldness. A chilling presence emanated from her. Even so, this wouldn't have frightened Wang Lin. But this woman was all too familiar. She was none other than the immortal Lord Qingshuang. "You've been resurrected?" Wang Lin instinctively asked. Temporarily, the woman in white replied curtly, her voice cold. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The woman looked around and said, "This is my father's sea of consciousness." Her expression was calm as she gazed at the dark ocean, speaking with eerie composure. Just then, two streaks of light appeared in the distance, gradually revealing Wang Yan and Hu Qian. The two exchanged glances and immediately recognized Qingshuang, their expressions filled with excitement. Qingshuang's sister! Wang Yan, upon seeing Qingshuang, was also stunned, a look of joy appearing in his eyes as he said, "So, your soul has reunited? If so, with Master's divine power, you can be awakened once again." Qingshuang didn't even glance at Wang Yan, only looking at Hu Qian, her face as cold as ice, and smiled softly, saying, "It's been many years since we last met. I'm so glad you survived the collapse of the immortal realm." As they were speaking, a flash of light appeared not far away. Chu Yi slowly emerged. As soon as he appeared, his body trembled, and he stared blankly at Qingshuang, muttering excitedly, "It's Dinger, Dinger." Seeing Chu Yi's gaze, Qingshuang frowned, her expression as if shrouded in frost, and said coldly, "Who are you calling Dinger?" Chu Yi was taken aback, his face becoming gloomy, and he shook his head sadly, saying, "Dinger is gone." Qingshuang frowned calmly and coldly, saying, "I don't know how you became the sword spirit of the immortal sword, but I won't revoke your status as a sword spirit. If you continue to speak nonsense, I will no longer allow you to be a sword spirit." Chu Yi's body trembled as if struck by a sledgehammer. His face turned pale, and he retreated a few steps, his expression of anguish deepening. He said nothing more, only softly murmuring, "Yes." He knew that Dinger had forgotten everything. That year, it was merely a wisp of divine soul born for him. That remnant soul had dissipated into the heavens and earth. Now only Qingshuang remained, not his Dinger. Just looking at the face that had been by his side for 1,000 years, an unimaginable pain tore at Chu Yi's heart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. This pain seemed to drain all his strength, gradually weakening him, making him unable to bear it any longer. Nearly 1,000 years, 1,000 years of waiting. waiting for the day the other party would awaken. But at this moment, the distance between him and Qingshuang was less than 3 meters, yet it felt like tens of thousands of years, like the separation between life and death, even more distant. In this world, there is a kind of separation, not life and death, but forgetfulness. Wang Lin frowned, about to speak, when Zhou Yi looked at him and shook his head. No matter what, he didn't want to blame his stinger. Everything was his own choice. 2,000 years ago, he was like that, abandoning his sect for a corpse, causing his master to become ill with anger. 1,000 years ago, he was the same, burning his soul for a corpse, willing to die but absolutely refusing to allow anyone to take his stinger away. Even now, he remains the same, even though the girl standing before him, Honey, has become a stranger, even though they can no longer be close. Even though their statuses and positions are vastly different, he is still the same as he was 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. Qi Yi's distressed expression fell on Qingshuang's face. She didn't know why a pang of pain welled up inside her, but she suppressed it, avoiding looking at Qi Yi. Wang Yan watched this scene and sighed inwardly. He had known this would happen, but he hadn't told Qi Yi. Over the years, he had come to understand Qi Yi well, and he completely trusted him regarding what had happened that year. Hu Quan, feeling soft-hearted, was about to say something. But at that moment, suddenly, the sea surged, with raging waves rolling in all directions. A terrifying demonic aura emanated, instantly sweeping across the heavens and earth. In front of everyone, in midair, endless demonic energy rose from the vast ocean, condensing into a colossal ancient demon. This body was enormous, seemingly supporting the sky from afar. Endless demonic energy swirled around it like demonic dragons, emitting resounding roars. This ancient demon was none other than the old tower. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and a scar on his forehead sizzled as demonic energy surged in. Even within Qinglin's sea of consciousness, you will all die. The old tower roared, raising his enormous right hand and reaching out to grab everyone. A deafening roar echoed. Endless demonic energy swirled, resembling a dark cloud descending from the sky, threatening to devour everything. Just then, the waves on the sea churned once again. From within emerged a middle-aged man. He wore a green robe, his appearance handsome and refined, exuding an aura of immortal grace. Moreover, he radiated an aura of calm yet powerful authority. Master, the moment he appeared, Wang Yan and Hu Huan were instantly filled with excitement. Father. Qingshuang's eyes softened, and she spoke respectfully. This person was the immortal Emperor Qinglin. His expression was solemn, he nodded slightly, and his right hand swung forward. Immediately, a whirlwind appeared, transforming into a sweeping gale that struck directly at the ancient demon's outstretched arm. A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth. The ancient demon's right arm shattered, dissipating into countless black mists. But the whirlwind created by Qinglin's divine power also dissipated. Qinglin, why haven't you submitted to me yet? I can surpass your former glory with my human body. What's wrong with you merging with me? Ancient demon Tajia roared angrily, his shattered arm instantly restoring itself. Qinglin didn't even bother to look at the ancient demon, his gaze directed towards Wang Lin. His gaze seemed to hold some kind of secret, capable of revealing all of Wang Lin's secrets with just a glance. Under his gaze, Wang Lin was like a statue, completely exposed, unable even to think. But at this moment, a familiar aura emerged from the center of Wang Lin's forehead, circulating outside his body. In an instant, the feeling of being seen through disappeared. Wang Lin calmly looked at Qinglin. You are qualified to receive my inheritance, Qinglin, and become my last disciple. Qinglin withdrew his gaze, his body flashed, unexpectedly transforming into a streak of green light. Before Wang Lin could react, he leapt into Wang Lin's body. Suddenly, cracking sounds emanated from Wang Lin's entire body, and he immediately flew up, his arms outstretched. The pain in his body made Wang Lin want to roar. Your soul body is not bad. Qinglin's voice came from within Wang Lin's body. In this instant, Wang Lin felt that his body was no longer under his control. He had experienced this feeling before in his life. It was the time when the ancient demon borrowed his body to fight a battle. But this feeling was countless times stronger than it was back then, fundamentally incomparable. This feeling of his body being torn apart from the inside made Wang Lin feel as if his soul was also being constantly ripped apart. It's just that your cultivation isn't enough. Qing Lin's voice rang out again. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand, beyond his control, pointed towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan, I want to borrow your cultivation. Wang Yan nodded, and without hesitation, transformed into a rainbow and rushed straight towards Wang Lin, instantly merging into Wang Lin's body. The pain intensified once again, causing Wang Lin to let out a roar. Hu Qian, Qing Shuang, and you too. Wang Lin's body trembled, but his right hand remained extremely steady, finally pointing towards Zhou Yi. Everyone, enter and merge. Then Lin's voice echoed, and Hu Qian, then Shuang, and Zhou Yi didn't stop for a moment. They simultaneously flew forward, transforming into 3 streaks of rainbow light, instantly leaping into Wang Lin's body. This caused intense pain, almost driving Wang Lin insane. He roared, his voice shaking the heavens. I will not seize your body, but rather give you my power, my understanding of the rules, all my memories of immortal techniques, and allow you to personally perform them once to fight at the void nirvana level. This is because you agreed to save me. It's your chance. Then Lin's voice completely faded. In the instant it disappeared, an unbelievable force surged wildly from within Wang Lin's body. This force was so powerful that it could make every living being in heaven and earth tremble, shattering an entire expanse of space. A nirvana cultivator was nothing compared to it. It seemed that a mere thought could make them kneel at his feet in submission. A feeling of being able to control heaven and earth, even heaven and earth itself, surged wildly within Wang Lin. His body continued to ache, but none of it could distract him. He could clearly feel a force he had never imagined in his life now in his hands. Fight! A mournful voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin abruptly raised his head, staring intently at the ancient demon in the distance. The ancient demon tower stared blankly at the scene, his eyes filled with extreme fear. He finally understood what Qing Lin's ultimate move was. That ultimate move was unexpectedly the transmission of the Tao. Heaven and earth possess sentience, and self-cultivation leads to enlightenment. A person who attains enlightenment can spread the Tao of heaven and earth to all beings. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, his face unwavering as he pointed his right finger towards the sky and said, Great Earth. As soon as these words were spoken, a sudden storm raged within his consciousness. A powerful force of rule surged, shattering everything, even causing the surface of the sea to completely collapse. In an instant, the area around Wang Lin became a golden sand desert. The ancient demon tower's expression changed again. Suppressing his fear, he roared and swung both hands forward, grabbing towards Wang Lin. Immediately, a black mist suddenly appeared in the heavens and earth, obscuring the sky, forming swirling lines from all directions, creating a gigantic vortex that swept towards Wang Lin. At the same time, ancient voices emanated from the ancient demon tower, and his right hand grasped the air. A black blade hundreds of meters long appeared. He grabbed the staff and threw it straight at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, his right hand pointing forward. Immediately, the whirlwind that was howling from all directions stopped abruptly. Even the demonic saber seemed to freeze in midair. Summon wind, Wang Lin said calmly. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled, the black mist in the sky dissipated, replaced by endless black wind. Within that black wind, the figures of dragons flickered, not 9, but 13. 13 black dragons roared, charging straight towards the ancient demon tower. This overwhelming force caused the ancient demon tower to immediately retreat, its 8 demonic eyes rotating, uttering a series of ancient words. Ancient demonic technique, limit. Dakjagi GM Dine SCCCCK Ing Trung, Te Phi BT Quite Vung Via Fia Chak. LPPTI Cedar Chak Gi Hinlin Ko MTHEO HCC Tien Bino Hien Ra, Vien Quan Ben Fia. Trong Ne MT Ne DJang Na Ben Trong HCC Tien La MT Ku Viek Biek Tihen, Turk Then MT Ken Jian GGHN. TTC Kuk Thine Thing Ben Ingoi Hu Kang the BGC Vao Trong Vong GGHN Ne. Si Ma Thut Then Thien. Sao Ki Thi Trian GGHN Zong, Thap Jalay Gi GM LN MT Ting. LPPTIC Ma Ki Miam Quan Lan, MT Kai Myong Kyun LSG Nyan Hien Ra, Hyong Via Fia Ben Turgi CNN Newt. Kai Myong Ne Mu to Hyong Via Bia Turgi CNN Newt, DJang Na That SS Ko The Newt Si Thien Yua. Nhang Hit Thai King Kine SCC MTV Bung Lam Kochit Thaji. Ji Bakan HCC Long Lao Thang Ti Thapja Trong Thi Jian Angan Kun Lai Now. Kang VVI Ting Lung HCC Fong Vien Quan. Kang Ang Lei Hoa Then MT Say Trong Thong Malian. Say Thong Ne Ton Then Yan Nan. Tian Ki Ta Ra Ot. Law Thang Ti Thapja. Tian That Ca Aspi Ton Beseech Fan TUTCCCH and Lian Ko the Hoa Than Kai Bo Ca Aspi Ton. Aspi Ton Nchiam Ko Ki Sang to Ram Yi MT Tian That Huli Dong Van Thing MT GGI Kung Ti MT Kyan Fap Mo Deng HP Vo Trong Quai TICCA Thian Yua. Gi Ting Noi VBI TTC GT. Niu Ko the TU Lion Tian That T MCCCCCH and the Ko the Gi Kai Bo Ko Wa. Kain Cho I Lexi Than Thing Tong Len Gian Pibwa. Trong Hu Vbong Lam Gig Fat Ne Hien Len Nang Li Noi Ne. Nang Li Ne Henter Jack Gig Kang H Coachit En Tang Yang Jing Noi Ne La Ca Then 3. Hein Nyan La En Chiam Ko Ki Trian Tian That Show Vbong Lam Han Ji Ham Fong En Lei Y Hun La GT Ki Vbong Lam Tu Lion Than Thing Ti Hun Gim The Ko The Fa V Fong En Ne. Then Ti Ring Ti Jang Mao Yen Ench Trong En He MT Lien Ji Upsilon. NG Vo Kai Myong K Hein LST and Thean Wyben Ingo Et Hen THT Hapja. Ting Yong Mia Miam Kin Thean Yang Ua Duvie Shim Vang Lan. Kai Myong Ben Thean Kia LPPT IC Bo Zion Thu. TA Ra Vien SP Maki Sao Ko SPPG. Na Ko The Then Thean Hang Li Kang The CNN New GGC TVIMGI GGC Trine HEOCAV Bug Lam. Kang The CNN New GGC I Lux Ca Than Thing Ne. Han Bui La Hen. Cho di la beseech fam tai sin mo ching kin ha fong ben then ji ba kan HCC long the kang feet the kin. Di la beseech fam thinian kang cha ho zut ra ji ju seem ti mt kan ma thai. Sao ki fatan thine thing then thean, kind si thean yo rong yang, HCC thong ne le lao vo GGH and CAC ma thapja. Nang tren HCC mang choi mt lo lan. GGH and ki lan rang rikri LPPTIC SPPD. Muan Fin Chia Hai Gigi and Gan Cash MGI Than Thank the G Sao, Ni TUVIG MDN to the Gian Ne Kang the Ko GGHN. The black spear directly pierced through the ancient demon tower's body, but instead of exiting, it exploded violently inside him, creating an unimaginable shockwave that caused the towering body of the ancient demon tower to disintegrate, transforming into countless demonic energies that condensed behind him, once again forming the ancient demon's body. But at this moment, the fear in his eyes intensified, and he turned to flee. How could Wang Lin let him escape? With a calm expression, he took half a step forward and slowly said, "Don't expect to escape. This is just the beginning. Next, you must help me sense the divine power of the third step." The sea of energy that the ancient demon tower used to flee seemed to incorporate countless rules, perfectly combining to form a cage. He truly couldn't escape. Turning sharply, the ancient demon tower's eyes revealed a frenzied look, and 3 of the 8 demonic crystals in his pupils instantly shattered. A surge of intense demonic energy suddenly erupted from the ancient demon tower's pupils following the shattering of the demonic crystal. In an instant, it enveloped the entire area of Kingland's second sea, forming a gigantic vortex centered around the ancient demon tower, sweeping outwards in all directions. The desert sand and dust trembled, slowly shifting under the influence of the vortex. Even Wang Lin's clothes were affected by this gravitational pull, rustling loudly. Yet his silver hair remained motionless, his eyes calm and indifferent as he gazed at the ancient demon tower. Wang Lin did not stop the ancient demon tower's act of shattering the demonic crystal. Kinglan, having gathered the strength of Wang Yan, Hu Huan, Qing Shuang, and Zhou Yi, combined with his own cultivation, had given Wang Lin an opportunity. This opportunity was something Wang Lin had never considered before. He highly valued the idea of gaining enlightenment through continuous combat. The more enlightenment he gained, the better it would be for him. Such opportunities were rare, fleeting, and could even be said to pass by in an instant. The extent of his enlightenment depended on Wang Lin's understanding and destiny in relation to the Tao. Therefore, he wouldn't let this battle end abruptly. The stronger and more desperate the ancient demon tower became, the more enlightenment Wang Lin would gain from the fight. At this moment, with the 3 demon crystals shattered, the colossal body of the ancient demon tower, amidst the raging demonic energy, unexpectedly began to shrink, instantly becoming only 100 feet tall. But the more its body contracted, the more lifelike it became. Throughout my life, I, the ancient demon tower, have devoured the ancient demon Bila, and then the 3 ancient demons of my clan. I have used the refinement of demons to guide and condense the 4 great demonic attributes of my own anger, sorrow, jealousy, and greed, transforming them into the great divine power of my ancient demon clan. The ancient demon tower's body soared, his entire being enveloped in swirling demonic energy, his voice choked in the wind, shaking heaven and earth. Ancient demon heavenly Tao, the 4 desires, 1 finger. The ancient demon tower's eyes shone brightly, concealing overwhelming anger. This anger instantly transformed into boundless sorrow, then in an instant into frenzied jealousy, and then continued to transform, finally revealing a powerful greed that threatened to devour heaven and earth. These 4 emotions rapidly shifted in the ancient demon tower's eyes, causing him to raise his right hand. As this right arm was raised, 4 different streams of demonic energy suddenly emerged from the old tower's eyes, flying straight to his right hand, instantly swirling around it, and then, following the old tower's right index finger, fiercely pointed towards Wang Lin. Instantly, the 4 different demonic energies merged into his finger, forming a terrifying black light with a rumbling sound. Instead of shooting directly at Wang Lin, it condensed at his fingertip, refusing to dissipate. As soon as this black light appeared, it seemed to tear apart heaven and earth. With a deafening roar, the desert land created by Wang Lin's divine power twisted and warped, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The tower of the ancient demon's eyes turned crimson. He took a step forward, his left hand pointing to the sky, and softly shouted, "The heavenly Tao is wrathful. Those who defy it will suffer its wrath. What my ancient demon tribe wants to absorb is the wrath of the heavenly Tao, using its wrath to fight against it." As he spoke, the heavens and earth changed, and earth-shattering thunderclaps erupted. In a short time, a red energy appeared in the air, flying directly towards the black light on his finger. In an instant, this crimson energy merged into the black light, causing its power to surge, its radiance seemingly covering half the heavens and earth. The heavenly Tao has sorrow, and this sorrow is the desire for cultivation, blended into the divine power of my ancient demon tribe. Amidst the roar of the tower of the ancient demon, countless blue energies instantly transformed in the heavens and earth, converging rapidly towards the black light. The heavenly Tao has flaws. All who cultivate the 9 heavens must suffer from heavenly flaws. The heavenly Tao also has greed. The transformation of greed is the rule of the world. Greed is the treasure of all heaven and earth. Wrath, sorrow, greed, and greed, these 4 desires of heaven take the life of my ancient demon, the tower of the ancient demon tribe, to become the 4 desires finger. Break through all obstacles, destroy gods, slay demons, and slay the heavenly Tao. The tower of the ancient demon tribe, roaring in anger, took a step forward, the black light on his right index finger covering the heavens and earth, pointing towards Wang Lin. In an instant, a surge of heavenly Tao power manifested in the space above Wang Lin's body, forming 4 swirling vortices that descended from the sky, instantly growing enormous and attacking him from all sides. The ancient demon's divine abilities are truly extraordinary. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he swung his right hand forward. Immediately, a torrential downpour appeared around him. This rain spread out, almost forming a long river. It didn't look large, but in reality, within this long river of raindrops, each seemed to form its own realm. Each realm was a waterfall of rain falling from the sky. This river swirled around Wang Lin's body. As the 4 powerful whirlwinds approached from all 4 directions, it quickly condensed, continuously compressing. The long river outside Wang Lin's body gradually diminished, until finally the boundless river of rainwater suddenly transformed into a single drop. This drop resembled a crystal raindrop, transparent and sparkling, emitting dazzling light. This single drop was the limit of the rain transformation technique, but not the limit of Wang Lin's divine power at this moment, just as the wine summoning technique had surpassed Bai Fan, transforming into 13 black dragons. At this moment, under Wang Lin's gaze, this drop of water was suddenly compressed. A thunderous roar erupted from within the drop of water, and in an instant, the drop of water was squeezed, turning into vapor with a loud bang. Although this vapor was invisible, its existence could be clearly felt. As Wang Lin raised his right hand, the invisible mist, centered around his body, instantly spread wildly in all directions. In an instant, it transformed into 4 sword-like blue objects, carrying the mist with it as they sped away. In a flash, they collided with the 4 whirlwinds, creating earth-shattering roars, causing the 4 whirlwinds to collapse. At this moment, the heavens and earth trembled. The desert on the ground seemed like a rolled-up painting, twisting and shattering, once again transforming into the Black Sea as before. Wang Lin hovered above the sea, his right hand forming a curved line. Immediately, the remaining mist on all sides condensed, transforming into 4 thin blue swords in front of him. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he fiercely struck forward with his right hand. With a thunderous roar, the 4 thin swords shattered, splitting into 8, and then shattering again. In an instant, 128 thin swords unexpectedly appeared in front of Wang Lin. With a single swing, they all rushed towards the ancient demon pagoda. All of this happened effortlessly, as if by chance, but in the eyes of the ancient demon pagoda, the terror seemed to have reached its limit. He couldn't imagine that the ancient demons for Desire's divine power could be defeated in such a way. Seeing the more than 100 thin blue swords flying straight towards him, the pagoda immediately retreated, using the remaining demonic energy after the 3 stars in his body were shattered. With a low roar, he formed hand seals, his eyes revealing a look of madness. Take the soul of the ancient demon, summon the ancient demon Dao pattern. The pagoda's hands trembled strangely, each tremor causing a black ripple to spread out. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of black ripples appeared in front of the pagoda, rushing straight towards the more than 100 thin blue swords. A rumbling sound suddenly erupted. Under the onslaught of countless ripples, the blue swords immediately began to tremble, and unexpectedly they were pierced by the ripples, changing direction and flying straight towards Wang Lin. The old tower's body continuously retreated, his hands trembling violently, but the madness in his eyes gradually intensified. This ancient demonic inscription was draining his soul. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never use it. Wang Lin's eyes shone brightly, and he took a step forward, directly entering the surging ripples. If viewed from above, the entire surface of the sea would be clearly visible, filled with swirling black ripples, incredibly terrifying. Inside the ripples, Wang Lin immediately felt that the attack was aimed directly at his primordial spirit, capable of inflicting immense damage. Even a slight misstep could cause its immediate collapse. If you reach 9 stars, the power of this ancient demon Dao inscription might affect me, but right now. Wang Lin shook his head and took a step forward. This step landed between 2 ripples, and he continued walking step by step without touching a single ripple. His body seemed transparent. Even if the ripples approached, they would directly pass through him. Body rules. That Qing Lin unexpectedly even imparted body rules that you have comprehended. The old tower quickly retreated, but before he could move too far, Wang Lin took a step forward, casually pointing his right hand. Offer. With this single gesture, the rules of heaven and earth descended, invisibly causing the old tower to stop, seemingly bound in midair. Wang Lin walked closer and gently patted the old tower's forehead with his right hand. With a loud bang, demonic energy surged behind the ancient tower, unleashing a frenzied outburst, transforming into a breathtaking mist that seemed to sweep everything away, forcing it to retreat relentlessly. Amidst the agonizing screams, the ancient tower was flung back, but the restraints on his body remained, rendering him completely immobile, unable even to channel his demonic energy. Shattering star. Wang Lin, close to the ancient demon, acted accordingly. With a calm gesture, his right hand pointed at the ancient demon's body, causing countless streams of demonic energy to erupt from the ancient demon's entire being. Not yet shattered. In an instant, amidst the rumbling sounds, Wang Lin unleashed 7 consecutive strikes. The ancient tower was flung back 7 times, but each time Wang Lin caught up and struck it with a single blow. After 7 attempts, the demonic energy throughout the ancient tower's body was almost half depleted. His eyes revealed fear and unwillingness, and the remaining 5 demonic crystals within his pupils instantly exploded. Wang Lin smiled, retracting his right finger, his body like a drifting cloud as he floated backward. His earlier leisurely movements were meant to shatter this ancient demon, allowing him to unleash its full power and test his understanding of the Tao. The ancient demon crystals within the ancient tower's pupils completely shattered, and in a short time, an aura infinitely more powerful than before suddenly erupted from his body. He roared in anger, his body moving slightly, easily breaking free from the restraints of the body-fixing technique. This is you forcing my hand. Even if I die, I will perish with you. 9-star ancient demon divine ability, death, demonic tribulation. As soon as these words were spoken, the demonic energy on the ancient tower's body erupted, frantically merging with the three-star power that had previously burst forth in all directions, almost reaching the level of a 9-star ancient demon. At this moment, the ancient tower had actually already been defeated by Qinglin, no longer having the right to possess Qinglin's body, only death awaited him. But the ancient tower was unwilling to accept this. Even in death, he had to perish together with Wang Lin before him. Even in death, he had to unleash some of the most powerful divine abilities of the ancient demon tribe. At this moment, Wang Lin could have disrupted the ancient tower, could have unleashed his most powerful divine abilities, and easily killed him. But he didn't do that. Whether it was to verify his own Tao or out of respect for the ancient tribe, he decided to give the ancient demon ancient tower enough time to unleash the divine abilities that he himself was so excited and eager to see. Amidst the roaring, furious growls of the old tower, his body materialized, instantly transforming into a colossal, almost unparalleled human form, brimming with power. His body was pitch black, with demonic horns on his head, and his eyes were crimson, causing the old tower to radiate an earth-shattering, terrifying aura. Death energy. With a low growl, the black demonic energy surrounding him instantly transformed in a flash, more than half of it turning purple, swirling around his body. As the old tower raised his hands, his 10 fingers intertwined to form a rhombus shape, and the purple energy surged from his entire body, rushing towards the rhombus. In an instant, a purple rhombus flashed between his hands. Demonic tribulation, the old tower roared, a whirlwind instantly appearing above his forehead. A demonic soul flew out from within, directly leaping into the rhombus, causing it to emit a dazzling radiance. The old tower lunged forward, his hands fiercely pushing towards Wang Lin. Suddenly, the purple rhombus flashed and flew towards Wang Lin. Initially, it was only the size of a hand, but it grew larger and larger, eventually covering the sky as it descended upon Wang Lin in an instant. Wang Lin's expression changed slightly. He slowly closed his eyes, sensing the power of the demonic tribulation outside the rhombus. He clearly perceived that after the rhombus enveloped his body, it completely separated him from his surroundings. At the same time, the rhombus quickly contracted, and along the way, everything in front of it shattered and collapsed, getting closer and closer to Wang Lin. The death energy isn't very strong. Wang Lin shook his head. When he opened his eyes, the rhombus of the demonic tribulation was less than 3 inches away from him. From a distance, one couldn't even see Wang Lin's existence. Only a gigantic purple rhombus, a lingering afterimage, could be seen contracting around his body. It seemed as if in an instant, it could cause Wang Lin and the entire world to be torn apart and collapse. Mountain collapse. Wang Lin said in a low voice. As he spoke, a mountain suddenly rose from his body, and with a rumbling sound, it shot straight up into the sky. It wasn't just one mountain. After this mountain surged up, a second and third mountain immediately extended from within. In a short time, 9 towering mountains instantly appeared around Wang Lin. The purple rhombus immediately stopped contracting, seemingly pushed back by the mountains. However, the power of the purple demonic tribulation far surpassed all of the tower's previous divine abilities. Unexpectedly, it was able to withstand the 9 mountains, and as they continuously clashed, cracks appeared in them. Wang Lin remained calm, lowering his voice. Break? With a thunderous roar, the 9 mountains collapsed simultaneously, erupting into volcanoes, colliding with the purple rhombus and unleashing a powerful, earth-shattering attack around Wang Lin. Amidst the collapse, Wang Lin slowly emerged, staring at the tower not far away with a look of utter despair and unwillingness. All of this isn't due to your own strength. It's only because you're in Qinglin's sea of consciousness, and his intentions are aligned with your transformations. And he's imparted his teachings to you, temporarily granting you your current cultivation level. If you weren't in this sea of consciousness, but in the outside world, without Qinglin's intentions, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. I refuse to accept this. I'm not reconciled. The old man roared angrily, his heart chilled by Qinglin's scheme. He never imagined that Qinglin's plot wasn't to find a powerful expert to destroy his demonic soul, but to lure a savior into this sea of consciousness. Although the vast majority of Qinglin's sea of consciousness was occupied by the ancient demon, Qinglin could still freely transform it. However, because Qinglin's primordial spirit had been invaded by the ancient demon, these transformations couldn't effectively attack the ancient demon. But taking another person's soul as a body, unhesitatingly transmitting the Tao, abandoning control over the sea of consciousness, and transferring it into the hands of Wang Lin before him, was almost like handing over his life and death to another. Therefore, Qing Lin's sea of consciousness could transform at Wang Lin's will, transforming into all things in heaven and earth, imitating all rules. In such circumstances, this allowed Wang Lin to gain the power of the third stage. Even though the ancient demon tower understood all of this was only temporary, after all, the souls were different, and the control of this person's sea of consciousness wouldn't last long. Before long, Wang Lin would immediately weaken. Moreover, once he left Qing Lin's sea of consciousness and went out into the outside world, Wang Lin would immediately revert to his original form. However, understanding all of this was useless. At this moment, the ancient demon tower simply couldn't hold on any longer. Qing Shuang, you've won. Ancient demon tower's face showed bitterness, but it was quickly replaced by ferocity. However, this demon still has one last divine ability. I will use my life to unleash the most powerful ultimate divine ability of the ancient demon tribe. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Ancient demon tower bared his teeth in a wicked grin, his body soaring into the air. Above, his arms stretched out, and demonic energy swirled around his body. Under Wang Lin's gaze, it suddenly exploded with a thunderous roar. Primordial, water demonic Tao. Ancient demon tower's voice slowly descended from the sky as his body exploded. At the same time, the entire sky was instantly covered by swirling, dense demonic energy. In an instant, the heavens and earth were filled with darkness. In the pitch-black sky, a pair of sinister eyes slowly appeared. Immediately, within the swirling black mist in the air, nearly identical eyes continuously emerged. Their gazes simultaneously focused on Wang Lin. This scene was bizarre, beyond description. Wang Lin's expression changed for the first time. He raised his head and met the countless gazes. Your name is Wang Lin. A deeply mournful voice echoed through the heavens and earth. As soon as this voice appeared, the eyes gradually revealed a dazed look. Wang Lin's eyes shone brightly. You have cultivated for over 1,000 years. But your only goal is killing, a path that inevitably destroys your loved ones. Your parents are dead, your relatives are almost gone, and even those who remain are merely a drop in the ocean. Your calamities never cease. As the voice continued to resonate, those dazed eyes gradually awakened, but they held a deep, agonizing pain. Wang Lin's body trembled, but his eyes remained remarkably bright. Your parents died because of you. Your relatives died because of you. As the voice echoed, the eyes in the air turned blood red. Some eyes instantly exploded, turning into drops of blood that fell to the ground. A red mist also rose in Wang Lin's eyes, his body trembling even more. Your wife died because of you. Your child was reduced to a soul because of you. Not a single one of your closest relatives remains. In the rumbling sound, the eyes in the air shattered one after another, turning into drops of blood. Wang Lin's eyes turned blood red, his face extremely pale, his body trembling as he retreated several steps, his right hand clutching his chest. Although he was a soul body, he could still clearly feel the suffering radiating from within. This pain was like poison, constantly invading his mind, destroying everything. Duntia had a favor to you, but he also died. The Vermilion Phoenix Holy Emperor showed you kindness, but was also killed. Even Ji, after meeting you, couldn't protect his precious body. Even the Cloud Sky Dao companion only managed to save Qinglin now because of your appearance. That mournful voice slowly drifted in, but each sentence was delivered in a strange way, containing supreme rules, like a divine technique striking Wang Lin, making his face even paler. What did you say? Wang Lin muttered to himself as he retreated. Under normal circumstances, having someone beside him say all this would be useless. But at this moment, Wang Lin didn't know why each sentence made him increasingly heartbroken, as if tearing his heart apart. You! As the voice reappeared, Wang Lin sharply raised his head, his expression completely calm, revealing an extremely terrifying coldness. I ask you, have you said enough? His words were calm, devoid of any hidden emotion. Wang Lin charged forward, his right hand tearing a line, instantly causing countless eyes in the air to crumble, and countless drops of blood splattered onto him. Wang Lin, I have lived my life with my head held high and my feet firmly on the earth. Even if I have made mistakes, I have not betrayed my Dao heart. Is that enough? Wang Lin clasped his hands together, pointing to the sky, his voice echoing like a cold wind. Immortal technique, falling star. With a soft shout, a beam of starlight descended from the sky, piercing through the black mist. Stars also shot out from the sea below, soaring straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth were filled with starlight. As Wang Lin wielded his palms, these starlights surged forward, colliding with a series of thunderous crashing sounds, simultaneously shooting towards the black mist in the air. In an instant, they collided, forming an unimaginable shockwave that shattered everything within the heavens and earth. In this collapse, Wang Lin's body, along with Wang Yan, Hu Huan, Zhou Yi, and Qing Shuang, briefly appeared. Qing Lin, clad entirely in green, wore a look of awe on his face. As this sea of consciousness collapsed, the figures of these people gradually merged into it, vanishing one by one. In the immortal realm, within the pitch-black void, inside the drifting Qingguan Great Hall, Sichuan cautiously watched the hall's entrance, occasionally glancing at the people within the formation, his heart filled with anxiety. The female corpse also gazed at Wang Lin, her eyes seemingly eternal. At this moment, Wang Lin's body, which had been sitting cross-legged, trembled slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, silently stood up, walked to the side of the main hall door, and quietly gazed at the void outside. The void outside this grand hall was pitch black, with distant rumbling sounds echoing. At close range, several fragments of the desolate martial realm could be seen drifting within this void, seemingly without a home. In fact, they truly had no home, only able to silently float within the void, eternally. Inside the formation, Qing Lin opened his eyes, revealing the weariness of time. At this moment, he looked like an old man. Although his face was still that of a middle-aged man, a strong scent of decay emanated from him upon awakening. Qing Shuang also awoke, glancing at the wound on her right arm. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and her body stirred slightly, as if she had slept for a long time, and her body was still not fully adapted upon waking. Wang Yan and Hu Qian sat cross-legged, their faces pale, but they opened their eyes. Wang Yan's eyes showed emotion. He immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully and tremblingly looking at Qing Lin. Hu Qian also anxiously looked at Qing Lin, who had sat up, biting her lower lip tightly. Qing Lin smiled slightly, carefully glancing at the two former beloved disciples, and lowered his voice, saying, "You have both worked hard for a long time." "Master." Wang Yan's body trembled, and tears streamed down his cheeks. He had waited countless years, all for the sake of waiting for his master to awaken. He had stayed in the demon spirit land year after year simply because of the kindness of immortal Emperor Qinglin, who had taken him as a disciple all those years ago. Wang Yan will never forget that year in the immortal realm. He was merely an insignificant, unknown Czech cultivator, yet it was his master who reborn him, guided him to the pinnacle of cultivation, and gave him lifelong happiness. At this moment, Qi also opened his eyes, looking at Qing Lin beside him in astonishment. Although there was bitterness and sorrow, he remained extremely calm. "Senior Qing Lin, I have something I wish to ask of you." Wang Lin's gaze, which had been fixed on the void, shifted to Qing Lin. "Are you speaking as a junior, or as my disciple?" Qing Lin's gaze calmly met Wang Lin's. "Master, this man is a close friend of mine. His body is afflicted with immortal poison." Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then pointed to Sichuan, who was attentively watching them, and respectfully said. Qing Lin's expression remained unchanged. His gaze swept over Sichuan, and he slowly said, "Your talent is truly astonishing. Do you wish to become my disciple?" Although Sichuan was arrogant, he couldn't remain as calm as Wang Lin when facing Qing Lin. After all, he hadn't participated in the entire rescue of Qing Lin, and he was extremely frightened. Hearing this, he was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and then respectfully said, "This matter, disciple greets master." Just as he finished speaking, Sichuan raised his head and said, "However, master, I am a free-spirited disciple. You must not restrict my freedom." This added remark made Qing Lin laugh heartily, saying, "After you are freed from the poison, everything will be as you please. Why would I restrict your freedom?" After saying this, Qing Lin shook his head, his expression calm, and placed his right hand on his daughter Qing Shuang's shoulder, lowering his voice and saying, "Qing Shuang, let me borrow some of the immortal power in your body." Immediately, a very strong suction force emanated from Qing Lin's right hand. Instantly, the immortal power in Qing Shuang's body began to activate, separating into a single strand that merged into Qing Lin's right hand. This immortal power wasn't much, just a single strand, but even the immortal power in Wang Lin's body, which wasn't much before, was countless times greater than this strand. But this ray of immortal power in Qing Lin's right hand also transformed into a dazzling golden light. Although this radiance was not yet 10,000 feet, in a short time it enveloped the Great Hall, causing the Qingguan Great Hall to momentarily lose its green light and become a golden light as bright as the sun. Qing Lin's expression was gentle as he slowly walked forward, stepping out of the Great Hall's door. His entire being drifted into the void, watching the rubble drifting past in the distance, looking at what was once a celestial garden in his memories, his eyes revealing a mixture of melancholy and bitterness. The immortal realm had now largely collapsed, fragmented into pieces. It seemed that in not many years, the martial realm would completely disappear, existing only in the memories of cultivators. If another tens of thousands of years passed, even those memories would fade, eventually being completely forgotten. With a soft sigh, Qing Lin swung the golden light in his right hand forward. Instantly, this golden light shot out, suddenly flashing and filling the sky, seemingly a real sun, enveloping the entire void, illuminating everything. Within this golden light, strands of golden threads suddenly appeared slowly. These threads intertwined, connecting to form a network, rapidly spreading in all directions. Within this network of golden threads condensed all the rules of heaven and earth, and within this golden light lay a life force capable of nurturing tens of thousands of living beings. As the golden light and threads dispersed, the entire immortal realm was instantly enveloped. The collapsing continents, their seemingly eternal rotation, stopped in that instant, not moving at all. Freeze the immortal realm. Qing Lin's voice was low, but after he emerged from the Great Hall, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Wang Yan and Hu Wan's bodies trembled slightly, their eyes filled with reverence as they looked at Qing Lin. Qing Shuang looked at her father's figure, her expression unchanged. In her memory, this father was like a pillar supporting the entire immortal realm, with no time to play with her when she was little. Instead, spending all day busy with the affairs of the immortal realm and cultivation. The day the immortal realm collapsed was still very vivid in Qing Shuang's memory. She knew that this immortal realm was her father's life's work, but seeing it destroyed with her own eyes, Qing Lin not only felt no grief, but instead felt a sense of liberation. This feeling was very complex. Even she couldn't explain it clearly, but now, seeing her father freeze the immortal realm, Qing Shuang didn't know why she felt a pang of pain in her heart. Zhou Yi silently watched Qing Shuang, and the moment he saw her expression, his heart began to tremble. As Qing Lin spoke, the net of golden threads that had enveloped the entire immortal realm suddenly contracted. At the same time, golden light swirled around within, and the vortices throughout the entire immortal realm silently dissipated. The scattered fragments of rock seemed to be guided by a force of heaven and earth, condensing together. Along with the few remaining fragments, they gradually coalesced within this void, forming a new continental fragment. In the entire immortal realm, within this vast void, there was only this single continental fragment, radiating a dense aura of immortal energy. Outside this continental fragment, a shimmering golden net slowly spread across the ground. As the golden light descended, green grass appeared on the barren ground, and water suddenly flowed from nowhere. Amidst the rumbling sounds, towering mountains rose one after another, and majestic palaces appeared one after another. The supreme palace of the martial realm behind Wang Lin was now slowly being blown away, descending to the center of this single fragmented continent, landing with a loud crash on the ground. From now on, this place is the new martial realm. Qing Lin's calm voice slowly echoed through the heavens and earth. Wang Lin sat on a high mountain in this new martial realm, feeling the surrounding immortal energy, his mind still replaying the power of the golden light in Qing Lin's right hand earlier. Within that golden light, he clearly sensed the transformation of the rules and the fundamental force. 3 days had passed since the birth of this new martial realm. Sichuan was being carried into the supreme palace by Qing Lin, while Wang Yan and Hu Wan had chosen a quiet spot among the palace's four sides and sat down, their expressions revealing their emotions. He was very happy. His happiness was the joy of Hu Kuan, and the happiness of the two of them made Wang Lin envious. Remembering the word happiness, Wang Lin turned and looked into the distance. In front of him was a swirling expanse of celestial clouds and a mountain of ice emitting cold air. On this ice mountain was the residence of Qing Shuang. Qing Shuang's temperament was as cold as ice. Even with her father, she didn't speak much, only being somewhat talkative in front of Hu Kuan. After the new martial realm was formed, Qing Shuang used her divine power to create an ice mountain, silently residing on it, not welcoming anyone who came. However, Wang Lin clearly saw that beneath the ice mountain, Zhu Yu was sitting cross-legged, constantly looking up at the vague figure above the ice mountain, seemingly guarding it, just like he guarded the immortal corpse more than 2,000 years ago. Qing Shuang's awakening, perhaps for Brother Zhou, is not necessarily a blessing. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at the azure sky. This new martial realm had no spatial cracks, extremely solid. Behind him, the female corpse in silver robes sat silently, occasionally glancing at Wang Lin, but quickly turning away. Wang Lin sat there for 3 days, his mind filled with not only the golden light rules of Qinglin, but also the insights within Qinglin's sea of consciousness. His cultivation, after leaving the sea of consciousness, didn't instantly reach the heavens, remaining at the early stage of pure nirvana. However, within his body, he now possessed a seed of the 3rd stage, a seed that guided him on the right path for cultivation and for the rules. This was the opportunity Qinglin had given him. In the early days of the Heavenly Rebellion, Wang Lin had seen the 3rd stage at the gates of the Heavenly Rebellion, but only glimpsed it. Now Qinglin's opportunity allowed him to sense a bit of the divine power of the 3rd stage. This, for Wang Lin, made his path clearer. As he continued to understand, a weary voice slowly echoed in his mind. Wang Lin, come see me. Wang Lin looked up briefly. Wang Lin, standing in the main hall of the martial realm, took a step forward, calmly walking towards the hall and soon entering. Upon entering, Wang Lin couldn't help but stop. In front of him sat an old man with his legs crossed. The man's appearance vaguely resembled Qinglin. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly Qinglin. However, for some reason, his face had aged considerably. Sit down, Qinglin said slowly. Wang Lin sat down cross-legged opposite Qinglin, his expression calm.